Chapter 1, A Life Like Death. Monarch of Time. The sun slowly rose in the Guangdong province of China. In a complex of abandoned apartments scheduled for demolition, an alarm was ringing at 6 a.m. in the morning. The sound was coming from an almost broken-down apartment, a door you couldn't close properly no matter how hard you pushed, with a chair behind it in a 45-degree angle acting as a lock for the door. The apartment was medium-sized, around 80 cm, yet it was almost empty inside. A bed mattress was in the middle of the living room along with a small-sized table with an alarm clock on it. On the side of the room were 10 big water bottles along with some packs of instant noodles. A body could be seen moving under the blanket that was covering the mattress, reaching for the alarm clock on the table. Ugh, that person groaned after he tapped the alarm clock once. A malnourished body revealed itself from underneath the blanket as it slowly rose from the bed. A young man seemingly around 16 to 17 years old rose from the mattress as he walked towards the bathroom. The water was cut off since the apartment was abandoned, so the young man couldn't even take a shower in the morning. He grabbed a half-empty bottle of water from the table with the alarm clock on it, and used it along with his toothbrush to wash his teeth, and when he finished, he then gulped down the rest of the water from the bottle. Then he grabbed his work clothes from the table and put them on as he left the apartment. It was around a 20-minute walk from the apartment complex until he reached a huge construction site with a lot of warning signs of danger and work in progress. As soon as he walked towards an 8-story half-finished building, the young man heard a voice from behind him shouting, "I rock." The voice belonged to a 45-year-old man. "Good morning, uncle," said Rock. Of course, Rock wasn't his real name, but a nickname given to him by the people working in the construction site with him, as he didn't like to talk that much. Rock didn't have a real name from his parents. He was an orphan, and he grew up in a house complex owned by the government for orphaned children. The government sends food to those houses once a week, but it wasn't enough for the kids there to feed themselves. The orphanages were all full, and that's why the government created these houses and sent food to the children, but a lot of them still died due to hunger or illnesses, as there was no one to take care of them even when they were ill. Rock stayed there until he was 12. He could fight the other children for the food, but even then it was not enough to feed himself, so he decided to leave. He attended junior high school in a public school not far away from the house he lives. It was school in the morning and construction work in the afternoon. Usually people in the construction sites didn't allow kids at work, considering it was illegal, but due to the low wages, few people went to work at those construction sites, and since lower manpower equaled slow production, the construction manager accepted even a kid like Rock with skinny arms and legs, and allowed him to work there, for a pitiful amount of money as his wage, of course. Rock wasn't dissatisfied, as he would finally have enough money every month to feed himself at least. This situation occurred until Rock graduated from high school, but he never stopped working at the construction sites as that was his only way of income. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel aggrieved. Even working for his food in construction sites without proper security measures was considered normal to him nowadays, but he still hoped deep inside that his luck would change one day and his life would take a turn for the better. For the past half a year that Rock has been working on this construction site, this uncle has taken care of him plenty of times, either by sharing with him food or drinks, or taking care of helping him during work when needed. Needless to say that Rock felt extremely thankful to this man, and he also helped him during work whenever possible as well. "Ha kid. I knew you wouldn't bring breakfast with you again. My wife gave me extra again today, so let's share it together." As soon as he finished his sentence, he grabbed a plastic bag and took out 2 big water bottles along with 2 sandwiches and 4 rice balls. He split them at 2 portions and gave one to Rock. The man knew Rock wasn't one to accept charity so easily, so he said, "Hey kid, we have to eat up to start working. You still need to take care of me as this job is really dangerous, so eat up." Rock still didn't respond, until the man spoke again and said, "You will treat me to drink again when you get your wage, okay kid? Let's eat." Then without even looking at Rock again, the man started eating the food. Rock didn't say anything, but he also started eating, keeping this gesture of this man deep inside his heart. This middle-aged man was the only one who had ever shown any form of care for him in the 20 years of his life, and Rock would never forget this kindness. After they finished their food, they started their daily work, but little did they know that this would be the last day of Rock's life. Chapter 2, Death and Life. Monarch of Time. Rock and the middle-aged man were among the first ones to come to work every day. The man's wife was pregnant for 6 months and his child would soon be born, so he had to work hard to make ends meet both for his wife as well as his unborn child. Time flew and soon, noon arrived. Rock was about to finish with the 5th floor and take a break for a few minutes to rehydrate himself, since working under the scorching sun for hours was never good, especially with a body as weak as his, when coincidentally the middle-aged uncle also stopped for a break. They started descending the half-completed stairs that connected the 5th floor to the 4th, and they had to cross atop a wooden plank to reach the 4th floor. While they were walking atop the plank, a huge rumbling sound and a tremor started to shake the entire building. Who could expect an earthquake at the worst possible moment, especially one of such magnitude that started shaking the entire structure of the building down to its foundations? Rock saw the middle-aged uncle walking unsteadily to the other side, terrified of the earthquake that was taking place, but before he could get to the other side of the plank, his right foot slipped as he lost his balance? No. Just as he was about to fall down and crash, from the 4th floor directly to the ground, Rock rushed from behind and pushed him using all of his strength, causing the middle-aged man to almost fly to the other side, saving his life with that push. Just as the man landed on the other side, even more intense rumbling came from the gap above Rock's head. A huge mass of debris buried him to the ground and half of the building itself collapsed. The middle-aged man starting to roar and cry, and as soon as the rumbling stopped and the opposite side of the building collapsed while the one he was on miraculously stayed intact, he ran down as fast as he could and used his bare hands to remove the pieces of rock, glass, and concrete that buried Rock. But it was pointless. The debris was practically a tower at this point, since half of the building had collapsed. It was already a miracle that the other half stayed standing and didn't fall along with it. The middle-aged man was still crying. His hands bloodied from the pieces of glass stuck in them, but he was still removing the debris hoping to save Rock. He felt so guilty that the kid exanged his life so he can stay alive. He kept going until the other workers came over and stopped him. Rock had seen the debris fall on his head and understood exactly how unlucky he was, as this was practically certain death, yet he didn't regret saving the man. The middle-aged uncle was the only one who had shown care for him, and the thought that went through his mind as he was being buried by the rocks was, "It's good since uncle lived. But it's truly unfair that my life will end like this." The rumbling continued for a while and Rock's vision turned dark as he blacked out. Rock tried to slowly open his eyes as his mind started to regain its consciousness, only to discover that his head was about to split apart from a terrifying pain he was feeling. He started wailing left and right as he couldn't feel anything other than the splitting headache that was about to rip his mind apart. What Rock hadn't noticed was that his body wasn't buried under any rubble or debris, but was lying on the ground with his face up, on a patch of red grass, right in the middle of a huge thunderstorm with thunder and lightning striking the ground all around him. The bones on both his arms and legs were broken, his head bleeding from behind, and his clothes were tattered and full of blood. There was a huge wound on the left side of his chest, probably made from a sword or a saber judging by its size. Luckily for Rock, it was still a few inches away from his heart. He felt as if something was forcefully being stuffed in his brain, but there was not enough room for it to fit and his brain was about to burst. Just as a bolt of lightning was about to strike his head and end his life for the second time today, a space tear appeared above him as the lightning was swallowed and disappeared inside it. At the same time, a stone slowly left the space tear in the air, and as soon as it appeared, heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. A few miles away, the people of Blue Forest City had all gone still. Pedestrians were frozen mid-walking, people inside the restaurants were frozen while they were chatting and laughing or eating. Stall owners haggling to sell their merchandise were immobilized, and even the fire in the taverns and the food that stall owners used to cook were all in a frozen-like state. Bolts of lightning all around Rock were stopped in place like a painting in the air, as if the very heavens themselves were afraid to move the moment that this stone appeared. The triangle-shaped stone released a blindingly bright azure light that destroyed the black clouds and the bolts of lightning frozen mid-air around Rock, along with everything else in a radius of 1 mile of Rock. Rock suddenly felt the change in the environment around him and finally opened his eyes, forcibly suppressing the head-splitting pain he was feeling, which had slowly started to ease, only to see a blue-like light from a triangle-shaped like stone right above the space between his eyebrows, plunging itself right inside his head. Chapter 3, Shenlong, Monarch of Time. As soon as Rock's eyes met the stone immediately plunged itself right into the space between his eyebrows, bringing a pain so unbearable that if you could compare the pain he felt previously to a small stream of ice slowly entering and chilling his brain, then this one felt like an entire ice mountain that was about to crush him wholly. Not a single person in the entirety of Blue Forest City noticed that everything was in a frozen state a few moments ago and that their lives had returned back to normal only when the triangular-shaped stone had entered Rock's glabella. However, the most miraculous thing wasn't that there was not even a single drop of blood when the stone pierced Rock's head, or that it had disappeared without leaving behind the slightest sign or even a single scar, but that the body, which was full of injuries just moments ago, was now magically healing itself at an extremely rapid rate. The broken bones on his arms and legs were being glued together by the blue-like glow that was being emitted from the triangular-shaped stone inside Rock's body, easing the pain his mind was feeling and nourishing his body while it was healing all of his injuries. Even 3 badly fractured ribs of his were rapidly healing along with that horrible injury on his chest. The flesh on his chest was healing and mending itself so fast that the whole process was clearly visible to the naked eye in one moment and almost over in the next. Anyone seeing this spectacle would be left with their mouths gaping, as all they would think would be that the gods themselves had come to personally fix that badly broken body to perfection. Even the best alchemist of Blue Forest City, Master Lu, couldn't produce a medicine that could heal an injury like that in the blink of an eye. Forget about healing it in the blink of an eye, even if Master Lu concocted his best medicines, it would still require at least 1.5 months for an injury like that to heal. Don't even mention the internal injuries or Rock's broken bones, as it would be unknown when and if they could be completely healed by such a medicine. Perhaps only an alchemist superior to even Master Lu could possibly bring them back in perfect condition. An incense stick of time went by, and although Rock's injuries, be they internal or external, were fully healed, he had yet to open his eyes. The first time he opened them was when the pain had just started subsiding and a new set of memories started to integrate themselves into his mind. Only then did Rock come to understand that this body of his wasn't the same as the one he had back on Earth. He could see in this new set of memories inside his brain, his own face and body. He didn't have a malnourished body anymore, and although it wasn't burly, it was paired perfectly with his own face and height. His body was 173 centimeters 5.8 feet tall, with a pretty handsome face and sharp defined features. He fully understood everything about his current body and where this new set of memories that appeared in his mind and merged together with his old memories came from, the moment that his headache had finally subsided. This body originally belonged to Shen Long, and Shen Long's father is Shen Fang, a strong formation master of the Sky Fortune Kingdom and the strongest one in the entirety of Blue Forest City. Rock was currently lying on the ground, his face pointed towards the sky as more and more memories were flooding in his brain. His current position was now almost 3 miles away from Blue Forest, the place which Blue Forest City took its name from. The Blue Forest was a very famous place within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. It was the only place in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom that could be considered both heaven and hell at the same time. It was extraordinary in the sense that a lot of treasures could be found inside it. Medicinal ingredients, rare materials that formation masters needed, treasures to increase your cultivation, everything could be found inside if you were lucky enough. But not just anyone could waltz inside and take these things. People usually formed strong teams before even thinking of going inside the Blue Forest, and even then, the death rate was above 50%. How could treasures be so easy to pick up? People would have swept the entire place clean long ago if it was that easy to take these things from the Blue Forest. Blue Forest wasn't only filled with treasures, but also with powerful magic beasts that lived there, so if you wanted to become rich by adventuring in there and seeking your fortune, you first had to be strong enough. Powerful magic beasts that could kill even the strongest warriors of the Sky Fortune Kingdom were lying in wait deep inside the Blue Forest, having formed their own territories, but some treasures were enticing enough for those people to risk their lives so they can get their hands on them. After all, the most commonly shared thought was, if I can find a priceless treasure and sell it off, wouldn't I be able to live comfortably and luxuriously for the rest of my life? Shen Long had 2 bodyguards with him that had been assigned by his father to protect him at all times, and he took them along with him this time as he traveled towards the Blue Forest. Normally Shen Long would never do something so foolish as to go to the Blue Forest himself, since that was simply asking for death, but this time it was different, as rumors had started to circulate in the Blue Forest City of a precious treasure that could potentially help him open up his blocked meridians and allow him to start cultivating. However, on their way to the Blue Forest, Shen Long's group was attacked by 5 people dressed in black robes and masks, and in the end, both of Shenlong's bodyguards and their horses were killed, and even he himself was almost beaten to death, when the lightning storm appeared in the sky and scared off his attackers, but in the end Shenlong still died to his injuries. However, before his soul could completely dissipate, Rock's soul entered his body and inherited his life memories along with his feelings before he died. Rock finally moved his new body as he sat up from the ground and slowly organized his thoughts properly. After that, he took a deep breath and then exhaled, before saying in a low voice, unknown whether he was talking to himself or someone else, "Your soul died, but your memories and your feelings all live inside me. I am me, but I am also you. I have lived nearly 20 years full of misery and pain, and you have lived 16 years of scorn from your peers." His voice was growing louder each passing second as he continued. "From today onwards, I, Shenlong, will live to become rich, so I will never feel hunger again, never to feel the pain from my past life. This is my oath to the past me. I, Shenlong, swear to live to become strong enough to soar free and unrestrained by anyone or anything, never to be bound and constrained by others. So what if I can't cultivate because of these blocked meridians? I refuse to allow myself to be killed again. From today onwards, I swear that I will rather break than bend in my life. From this day on, I am Shenlong, and this is my oath with both the heavens and the earth as my witnesses." As soon as Shenlong finished venting out years and years of suppressed emotions that could no longer be held back after 2 consecutive deaths, the triangular stone inside him started vibrating intensely, as if influenced by Shenlong's words, when a shocking set of images appeared in his mind. Chapter 4, Monarch's Hourglass. Monarch of Time. As soon as Shenlong finished his words, the triangular stone inside his mind started vibrating intensely as if influenced by Shenlong's words, and a shocking set of images appeared in his mind. There were no words, only a very ancient set of images that depicted a person without a distinctive face breathing in a strange pattern. At one time the person was taking a deep breath, and then he repeatedly exhaled in 5 or 6 smaller breaths. The scene changed, showing the same person again, inhaling 6 or 7 times in one breath and then letting it all out through 2 smaller breaths. It looked as if that person was trying to follow a set of breathing pattern. The images then slowly changed, and that person stood up and slowly lifted a huge ball-shaped white mountain that had just appeared out of thin air on the ground beside him using both of his hands, and then he slowly lifted it in the air above his head. Everything shook after that, as the scene grew blurrier until it completely faded away and a set of words magically imprinted themselves deep inside Shenlong's soul, Monarch's Hourglass. These words weren't written in any known language that Shenlong had ever come in contact with, neither in this one nor in his previous life, and although it all appeared to be a bunch of indistinct ancient symbols and were even slightly blurry, Shenlong was able to clearly understand that the meaning these symbols formed was Monarch's Hourglass, as if it was already something carved in his soul. Shenlong's consciousness returned to his body as he hurriedly looked to examine the back of his head. He clearly remembered being hit at the occipital bone, which is located in the lower back of his head, but not only was there no blood flowing from it now, but there wasn't even a single bump to prove that he had just been brutally beaten to the ground just a few hours ago. The blood that had dyed red that patch of grass he was earlier lying on, had long since vanished from the moment when the triangular-shaped stone had emitted that blue light to obliterate the lightning that was in the air, along with everything else in a radius of a mile around Shenlong. Not just the grass, but everything in an area of 1 mile around him was a barren ground without the slightest vegetation anymore, a stark contrast to the area beyond that, which was full of grass and flowers. It looked as if something had completely erased every trace of life in an area around him, and even the corpses of Shenlong's 2 dead bodyguards and their 3 horses weren't an exception to this. Thankfully for Shenlong, his clothes weren't affected by this, or they would have completely disappeared, but even if they weren't affected by that, they were still in tatters due to the assassination attack from earlier. The robe he was wearing was practically almost destroyed now, as the part covering his chest had already pretty much disappeared, leaving the entire left part from his chest exposed, all because of those vicious attacks he had suffered earlier that looked to take his life. His right sleeve was completely torn apart, while there were multiple sword cuts on the part that was covering his abdomen. Shenlong guessed that the reason his injuries were magically healed was most likely due to the triangular-shaped rock, and he was endlessly grateful to it, or his life would have been over before it even begun. Although to outsiders he would seem to be in a terrible condition due to his clothes, his body didn't even have a single injury on it and was actually full of energy. Shenlong finally stood up, and started running at full speed towards the northeast for half an hour before finally stopping as he was left panting. Blue Forest City was situated at the north of the Blue Forest, and Shenlong had noticed earlier that his assassins were fleeing towards the northwestern direction when that thunderstorm arrived. So although running towards the northeast would take a longer time for him to arrive at Blue Forest City compared to if he runs straight north, this was much safer since his goal right now was to stay alive. Shenlong wasn't an idiot, although he knew his assassins would probably not come to find him, as they would most likely assume that he had already died due to his injuries. And even if he somehow wasn't dead with those injuries that they had inflicted on him, he would still die in that thunderstorm. But Shenlong still wouldn't take the risk, as in the off chance that those people returned to confirm his death and ended up finding him alive and well, they would definitely finish the job this time. It took Shenlong 5 hours to reach Blue Forest City, and although the previous Shenlong had lived here for his entire life, this was still the first time for Shenlong, who had only seen the Blue Forest City inside his memories, to lay his eyes on the city for the first actual time. The city's outline was huge and groups of people were coming and going to and from the city gates all the time. Even though it was already nighttime, the activity in Blue Forest City was just as bustling as it was during the day, with people everywhere on the streets and the taverns. As the city closest to the Blue Forest, its city walls were at 10 meters 33 feet high and 3 meters 10 feet thick, and even if an Earth-rank magical beast came to attack them, it wouldn't be able to shake them in the slightest due to their special formations. Shenlong followed the people entering the city gates, where both pedestrians and carriages could be seen entering, and relying on the memories in his brain, he followed the road leading to his home. People in the city didn't even spare him a second glance, as it was far too common for people to come in the city with tattered clothes and in some rare cases without any clothes at all after they had gone to adventure into the Blue Forest. After all, these people wouldn't connect this boy who was wearing cut-down rags to the son of the strongest formation master in the city. After a few twists and turns, Shenlong was still on the main road when he arrived in front of an estate that had 4 meters 13 feet tall walls around it, and 2 strong warriors were standing guard in front of the main entrance. Both of them were probably around 25 or 26 years old, and if Shenlong had started cultivating, he would understand the auras they were emitting, which was at the peak of chi condensation. When the guards saw the young man in ripped clothes approaching, one of the two took one step forward and raised his left hand as he was about to shout halt, with his right hand rested on his sword ready to unsheath it if that person kept walking towards the estate. Shenlong paid no mind to the guard as he kept walking towards the entrance of the estate, and when the guard noticed the young man's face, recognizing that it belonged to the young master, he hastily knelt down on one knee saluting. Just as Shenlong was about to walk through the estate gates, a rumbling sound could be heard from behind him, along with an enraged voice that was heard a few meters away from the estate, forcing Shenlong's steps to come to a halt. Chapter 5, Parents. Monarch of Time. The roaring voice shook the entire Shun estate to its core, and even the servants and the guards inside all hastily knelt down in fear. Outside of the Shun estate, the pedestrians around went pale from fear as a carriage rushed quickly towards the estate's gates. The carriage stopped a few meters away from Shenlong, and the driver quickly reined in the horses and hastily fell on his knees, when the door of the carriage was suddenly kicked from the inside, and ended up flying through the air until it collided with the estate's walls and instantly broke into fragmented pieces of wood and scattered to the ground. From the inside of the carriage, a furious man in his early 40s jumped down, the ground slightly shaking from the impact when he landed. The man was tall, over 1.80 meters 5.11 feet, and dressed in luxurious blue clothes. His facial features were sharp and he had thick eyebrows, his nose was straight and his body build was burly. His black eyes had almost turned scarlet at this point, and his hair was standing on edge from the rage and aura he was exuding. He furiously walked towards Shenlong, each step of his shaking the earth around him, and before Shenlong could react, he felt his shoulders being pressured so badly that his bones were hurting from it. The man stared deeply in Shenlong's eyes and then roared at the two guards who were standing guard in front of the estate earlier, but were now kneeling on the ground in fear, in a voice so loud that it could be heard through the entire Blue Forest City. Summon Alchemist Lu. Then the man didn't even wait for Shenlong to speak, as he dragged him to the main hall of the estate and forced him to lie down on a bed that the servants had just brought over to the hall. After he checked Shenlong's body thoroughly for any injuries but not finding anything in the end, the man finally exhaled in relief, as if he had been holding that one breath this entire time. Shenlong hadn't cried in his past life, no matter what hardships he may have suffered, no matter how terrible a pain his previously malnourished body may have felt, but for the first time in his life his eyes turned red as 2 drops of tears spilled from the corners of his eyes. Then in a voice choked and full of emotion he finally said one word. Father. A word he never had the chance to utter in his past life, and also a word he had always strongly felt that he would never want to say in his life. Even though the original Shenlong had a deep relationship with his parents, Shenlong now wasn't just the previous Shenlong's soul, an abandoned orphan who had to work for everything his entire life, never having a single person to show him what true family love and concern was like. Finally had all his mental barriers broken after seeing the concern and love along with rage in Shun Fang's eyes, and he could truly feel that deep affection and care that this man was harboring towards him. Just as Shun Fang was about to ask his son what had happened for him to return home in such a state, a beautiful woman in her late 30s entered the hall. As soon as Shunan noticed her son's destroyed clothes, she instantly assumed the worst and rushed to hug him as her eyes instantly burst in tears. Shenlong felt a feeling from Shunan similar to the one he was feeling from Shun Fang. Mother, he thought inside his head, and truly felt what motherly love felt like, as he used both of his arms to hug both his father and his mother. An unclocking sound could be heard inside his mind, as an ancient book silently appeared next to the triangular stone in his mind, but Shenlong had no time to check it as his parents both sat in front of him, and Shun Fang finally asked, with hints of anger obvious in his voice. I only left Blue Forest City for 8 days, what happened while I was gone? How did my son got hurt so badly, and where are Guyi and Gushi? Shun Fang and Shunan both wanted to know how their son ended up in such a state, especially with Guyi and Gushi. Could it be that Guyi and Gushi didn't do their job properly? But they had both always followed Shenlong whenever he left the estate. Father, Guyi and Gushi both died protecting me today, Shenlong said, his voice stone cold, but a hint of furious anger could be discerned from it. What happened? Shun Fang and Shunan asked, shocked. Guyi and Gushi were both Shenlong's bodyguards, and Guyi was even an early rank 2 Earth rank expert, whereas Gushi was a peak rank 1 Earth rank expert. Even in the entire Blue Forest City, Guyi and Gushi were considered relatively strong experts, which is why Shun Fang would have never believed this if this had came out from the mouth of anyone else apart from his sons. Cultivation started from Qi condensation rank 1 to rank 9, and the levels in each rank were divided into early, mid and peak. After the Qi condensation level was the Earth rank, so 2 strong Earth rank cultivators dying was a truly shocking matter. Rumors were circulating that someone in the outskirts of Blue Forest found a red pine fruit. Answered Shenlong. Father, you know that my meridians are blocked and I can't cultivate, but if I could find the red pine fruit and ask Master Lu to concoct the meridian opening pill for me, I could finally start cultivating. Before Shun Fang had a chance to interject, Shenlong continued. I know you have always felt bad because I can't cultivate, and have also searched for the red pine fruit and other solutions for me. Even if you have never said this yourself, I know it's true, said Shenlong. Shun Fang didn't say anything and his face turned slightly red. He didn't want his son to find out, but he had always felt regret that Shenlong was unable to cultivate, so he had always searched for possible solutions both inside Blue Forest City or in the imperial capital. Shun Fang himself had ventured into the Blue Forest plenty of times, but so far he had never found what he needed for his son. So this time, hearing that someone found the red pine fruit while you were in the imperial capital, I couldn't stay still, so I asked for both Guyi and Gushi to come with me together to the Blue Forest. After all, my plan was only to search around the Blue Forest's outskirts, and with 2 Earth rank experts accompanying me, the chance of running into danger was truly low. But who could have known that we would get ambushed on the way by 5 masked people wearing black robes, said Shenlong in an angry voice. Shun Fang and Shunan understood. If 5 masked people ambushed and attacked 2 Earth rank experts, then most likely the person behind this assassination was someone who wanted to harm the Shun family by killing off their heir instead of just finishing off his 2 bodyguards and then kindly letting Shenlong go. Shenlong explained how these people encircled and attacked their group, and how in the end they got scared off by the sudden lightning storm and ended up fleeing before finishing the job. Shun Fang and Shunan were both glad and sighed in relief, thankful for their child's luck and how he managed to escape from such a death trap, when suddenly a guard entered the hall, knelt down on one knee and said, "My lord, Alchemist Master Lu has arrived." Chapter 6, Are you sure? Monarch of Time. My lord, Alchemist Master Lu has arrived. Quickly invite him in, Shun Fang said in slight anxiousness. Although he had learned the majority of what happened to Shun Long when he went to the Blue Forest, and despite the fact that his body had no obvious signs of any injury, Shun Fang and Shunan couldn't help but worry with fear for any internal injuries inside their son's body, so having Master Lu examine Shun Long was extremely urgent to them. When the doors of the main hall opened again, Shun Fang and Shunan stood up while Shun Long remained in a sitting position on the bed in the center of the room. This wasn't because he wanted to intentionally act rude, but that Shun Fang had instructed him that until Alchemist Lu had verified that his body is truly healthy and uninjured, he is not to move from his position. Shun Long could feel the concern his parents were showing him, so he couldn't go against their wishes right now. A white-robed young man in his late 20s walked inside the hall. This was Alchemist Lu, a genius of the Sky Fortune Kingdom and the best alchemist in the entire Blue Forest City, while being only 28 years old. "Greetings, Alchemist Lu," said Shun Fang while cupping his fists. "Greetings, Formation Master Shun," said Lu Wen as he bowed slightly to Shun Fang while also cupping his fists. Alchemist Lu's full name was Lu Wen and he was known to be a slightly arrogant but extremely talented alchemist. At the young age of 28 he was already a certified rank 2 bronze alchemist. After all, people needed alchemists to help them concoct pills either for their cultivation or to treat injuries, so Lu Wen, knowing that people needed his skills, and were always acting respectful around him, satisfied his vanity and slightly fueled his ego. However, even though Lu Wen was a slightly arrogant person and considered himself to be standing above the others, being a rank 2 bronze alchemist, he didn't try to put on any airs in front of Shun Fang, as Shun Fang's status as a formation master didn't lose out in front of his status as an alchemist. Moreover, Shun Fang was a peak rank 3 bronze grade formation master, which even made his status higher than Lu Wen's own. Alchemists and formation masters truly were two of the most lucrative and highly sought occupations in the continent, so people of these occupations considered themselves to be standing above the rest. However, alchemists and formation masters also needed each other. Alchemists sold pills that enhanced people's cultivation and could help them treat their injuries, deal with poison, etc., whereas formation masters could create formations around the alchemists' rooms to isolate noise so they don't get distracted during the refinement process, or create defensive formations that could help them protect their homes. But most importantly, they created the cauldrons that alchemists used and engraved the formations inside them that assisted the alchemists with the concoction of their pills. Formation masters also often helped the alchemists with the maintenance of their cauldrons. After all, it was common for alchemists to fail in their concoctions, with their cauldrons occasionally blowing up and harming the formations inside them. So if the alchemists didn't take good care of their cauldrons and the formations inside ended up fading, the cauldron would eventually end up as a useless mass of iron. "Formation Master Shan, I heard from your guards that something happened to young Master Shan. Please allow me check his condition." Lu Wen went straight to the point as soon as they finished their greetings. Shun Fang was happy that Lu Wen got straight to the point of his visit, as he also didn't like useless talk, and said, "Please, Alchemist Lu," as gestured for Lu Wen to move towards the center of the hall where the bed that Shun Long was sitting on was placed at. Lu Wen saw the weird appearance of young Master Shun's and was taken aback. Shun Long hadn't had any time to change his clothes, as Shun Fang had dragged him to the main hall as soon as they returned in the estate. Then his Shunan had also entered the hall and they bombarded him with a barrage of questions. By the time he had finished explaining what had happened, Alchemist Lu had already arrived, so it was too late to change clothes now. Lu Wen's sharp eyes could easily tell that Shun Long's clothes were destroyed by some kind sharp weapon, most likely by a sword, but what he couldn't wrap his head around was this. How is this kid's body fine if he was attacked by sharp swords or sabers when the entire Blue Forest City knows that he can't even cultivate? What Lu Wen didn't know was that Shun Long's parents also had the same question, but before they could ask their son, the guards had already announced his arrival. Lu Wen examined Shun Long's body thoroughly but found no abnormalities. It had to be known that alchemists excelled in using their spiritual strength, and that the most important requirement to become an alchemist was to have a good amount of spiritual strength along with a strong affinity for fire, whereas formation masters could use both their chi combined with their spiritual strength, while the most important requirements for them were a decent amount of spiritual strength along with a strong affinity to control the earth. However, although it may seem as formation masters and alchemists both needed a good amount of spiritual strength as a prerequisite, in reality alchemists needed more than 5 times the amount of spiritual strength that formation masters did. That was because alchemists could use only their spiritual strength when they refined pills, and they couldn't borrow any form of external help like their qi, the same way that formation masters could, so the amount of spiritual strength an alchemist had was paramount to them. Although Lu Wen was only a bronze rank grade 2 alchemist, his spiritual strength was a good 3 to 4 times higher than Shen Feng, and he could directly use it to examine Shen Long's body from the inside. The moment Lu Wen started examining Shen Long's body using his spiritual strength, his jaw involuntarily opened wide. As soon as he finished the examination of Shen Long's body, Lu Wen couldn't help but blurt out, "Are you certain that your son is a cripple?" Chapter 7. What happened? Monarch of Time. Are you certain that your son is a cripple? You certain that your son is a cripple? Your son is a cripple. Cripple. These words repeatedly echoed inside Shen Feng's head, and as if a dynamite had exploded, his aura burst out of his body, like a torrential wave that was looking to submerge and drown alchemist Lu. Even the quiet Shen unfrowned as her gaze towards Lu Wen instantly turned icy. Shen Feng hated it when people called his son a cripple. There was an incident a few years back at the imperial capital, when another rank 3 bronze formation master called Shen Long a useless cripple unable to cultivate in front of Shen Feng, and as a result Shen Feng broke that person's legs and ended up almost entirely crippling him. It was only after a lot of people pleaded on his behalf for Shen Feng to let him live, that Shen Feng ended up letting him off, but not before he had finished venting his anger on him. In the end, that formation master was almost crippled with shattered arm bones and fingers and both legs broken, but luckily for him Shen Feng didn't go any further, else even if this formation master hadn't died, he would surely have ended up as a cripple. Alchemist Lu knew that what he had said was wrong and that Shen Feng would never allow anyone to insult his own son, let alone in front of him, which was why he burst out like that. If Lu Wen wasn't invited by him to check up on his son, he would have already sent him flying in the air with a single slap, but even now, it was still nearly impossible for him to rein in his temper any longer. Shen Feng even felt that Lu Wen was almost intentionally provoking him by mentioning his son's matter like that, and not only just in front of him, but in front of his son and his wife as well. Alchemist Lu knew that things were slightly bad now and that he had made a blunder, so he quickly said as he bowed his head as a form of apology in Shen Feng's direction while cupping his hands at him and the frosty Shen and behind him. "Please calm your anger, Master Shen, and listen to what I have to say." It was rumored that young Master Shen's meridians were blocked and almost crippled, that he could never cultivate unless he consumed a meridian opening pill or some other heaven-defying pill if he wanted to ever unblock his clogged up meridians, right? It seemed as if Lu Wen was talking to Shen Feng but also to himself, as if he was looking to verify that what he was saying was correct while he continued. "But I have heard that in the past, even Master Fu himself, a rank 3 bronze grade alchemist, had personally come to examine young Master Shen's body and ended up saying that this condition was incurable without special pills like the meridian opening pill, as all the meridians in his body where the qi is supposed to flow from were all filled with blood, and that was blocking every attempt of qi circulation or absorption." Shen Feng didn't answer and just plainly nodded. His anger also had already eased a great deal, but his heart was now aching with pain for his son's condition. "What is your point, Master Lu?" asked Shunan, somewhat irritated. It was obvious that she hadn't forgiven Lu Wen's previous transgression of calling her son a cripple. Lu Wen continued as if he was in his own world right now, his eyes having an absent-minded look in them as he looked at his own hands, almost as if he was pondering something, and after a few moments of silence he continued saying, "There are 2 things that I don't understand," said Lu Wen as he turned his head to look at Shen Long properly for the first time since his visit. Looking at Shen Long's deep and unperturbed black eyes, Lu Wen's brain kept pondering possible scenarios as his gaze then lowered to observe Shen Long's destroyed clothes, especially the area around the left side of his chest that had almost no fabric left on it. Lu Wen took a breath as if he was organizing his thoughts and then said, "It is obvious that young Master Shen was attacked at some point today. I also normally wouldn't ask why or how someone who is asking for my services got injured, but there are no injuries in your son's body internally or externally. But if that was all it was, then it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But the most shocking thing is his meridians. Your son obviously has never cultivated in his life, but his meridians right now are completely unblocked and unclogged, free from any blood that was hindering the qi from circulating inside them. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? There is no way your son is any longer a cripple. When Shen Feng heard Lu Wen's words, not only did he not get angry at the mention of the word cripple anymore, but his eyes teared up as he turned around to hug Shunan, who was behind him, and also started sobbing, their eyes both moist with tears of joy. Lu Wen turned his gaze from Shen Feng back to Shen Long and was shocked to see that same unperturbed expression on his face, as if what he had just said now didn't concern him at all, or perhaps Shen Long already knew that and that's why he didn't seem to feel any surprise from Lu Wen's words, and was instead looking at his father and mother with a slight smile hanging at the corner of his lips. Lu Wen was now fighting internally with himself, but in the end he couldn't hold himself back any longer and asked in a voice which fully betrayed his curiosity, "Young Master Shun, can you tell me what happened to your meridians?" Chapter 8, Shun Feng's Scheme. Monarch of Time. As soon as Lu Wen finished his words, Shun Feng and Shunan both looked over at Shun Long. They too wanted to know how their son was healed. Actually, Shun Long didn't have to answer Lu Wen's questions and satisfy his curiosity if he really didn't want to do so, but this was still part of Shun Long's plan, so he decided to nod and explain what had happened. His parents were also curious as to how Shun Long had healed, since he had mentioned earlier that his body was originally full of injuries and he was even brought on the brink of death when those masked people attacked him, before they eventually fled the scene. Earlier, Shun Long didn't have the time to finish his explanation when Lu Wen arrived at the hall, so he could only postpone it, but since Lu Wen asked, it was the perfect time to present his explanation. Shun Long turned to look at his parents, who nodded at him, and he then started explaining. Originally I was attacked by some people and was left to die bleeding on the ground when a thunderstorm erupted, a few hours ago about 3 miles away from the Blue Forest. Then just as I was about to die, an elderly person that was flying close to me grabbed me and rescued me from the storm. When he saw the injuries on my body, he gave me some mysterious pill, and when I swallowed it, my injuries started healing instantly. Then after an incense stick of time had passed, my injuries had already healed and not even a scar was left behind. It was truly miraculous. But then the elder abruptly left as soon as he saw that my injuries had healed, and I didn't even have the time to ask for his name as he soared in the sky and flew towards the east. Shun Feng, Shunan and Lu Wen were all speechless. How could this kid's luck be so good? All three of them thought at the same time and didn't even doubt his story, as it made completely perfect sense. So that's how he stayed alive and his injuries were healed along with his meridians. Alchemist Lu was so jealous when he heard this that his face almost turned green from envy. How high level of an expert would that person have to be to casually give away such a miraculous pill to a kid he had never even met before? It had to be known that cultivators needed to have at least reached the heaven tier if they wanted to fly in the air. Chances are that such a person was also an alchemist, since he could produce such a miraculous pill so easily, or at the very least he had to have a close connection with a high-level alchemist. So if Lu Wen could meet such a person and obtain even the slightest guidance from him, his benefits would have been immeasurable. On the other hand, Shun Feng and Shun An's faces went red with excitement. Not only had their son met a high-level expert who had healed his injuries, but that person had also solved the problem that was plaguing their son since his birth. When Lu Wen got the answer to his questions, he sighed in a tone filled with envy and regret, as he turned his sight from Shun Long to Shun Feng and Shunan, cupped his fists and said, "Formation Master Shun, congratulations. Young Master Shun will definitely soar in the future now that his meridians are healed. I will take my leave for the night if there is nothing else." Shun Feng also cupped his fists at Lu Wen and said, "Alchemist Lu, thank you for your help today. Accept this gift of mine as a token of my family's gratitude since you came here so late in the night." Shun Feng then clapped his hands 2 times and 2 guards opened the doors of the main hall, with another 2 following behind them, while carrying a big heavy-looking iron cauldron. The cauldron had runes and lines carved on its outer surface, while its lid was made of pure silver. As soon as Lu Wen saw the cauldron, his eyes shone with desire and he couldn't wait to return to his home and throw away his old cauldron and replace it with this one. Although Lu Wen was a genius alchemist famous in the entire Blue Forest city, his current cauldron was only of rank 2 bronze grade, whereas the cauldron that Shun Feng had just gifted him was already a full rank higher, a pinnacle rank 3 bronze grade cauldron. As an alchemist, he could obviously tell the grade of this cauldron even from a distance. It was said that only pinnacle rank 3 bronze grade alchemists had such cauldrons, and even some silver grade alchemists were using top grade 3 bronze rank cauldrons as well, since finding a silver-grade cauldron was truly extremely difficult. Help Alchemist Lu arrive home safely. Shun Fang ordered the 4 guards that had just entered the main hall. I also hope that Alchemist Lu will not speak to anyone of today's matters, Shun Fang said casually, but this was actually the most important part of their conversation. Lu Wen was extremely happy and knew that he owed Shun Fang a huge favor for this, as a grade 3 bronze rank cauldron wasn't something you could buy easily, let alone one that was at the pinnacle of its grade. Lu Wen answered. Please be at ease, Formation Master Shun. I Lu Wen am not that kind of person, answered Lu Wen as he cupped his fists one more time and then followed the guards outside. He also understood what Shun Fang's words meant and knew that he couldn't divulge today's matters regardless. Just the fact that the expert who saved his son, Shun Long, could fly into the air, meant that that person had to be at least a heaven-grade expert. It was also highly probable that that person was also a high-grade alchemist as well, and so Lu Wen couldn't and wouldn't casually discuss such a person's private matters for fear of bringing a disaster upon himself. When Lu Wen left, Shun Fang looked at his son with eyes full of happiness and gratitude as he said, "Little brat, your father knows that your body is all right and I am finally at ease, but you went through a lot of stuff today, so you should go and rest. Tomorrow we will go together and choose a cultivation technique that suits you, ha ha ha." Then without waiting for Shun Long to reply, Shun Fang quickly and happily left the hall with Shunan by his side, both of them smiling happily. The servants were startled to see Shun Fang and Shunan smiling so brightly as they left the hall and headed to their courtyard. Shun Long also followed his memories, and as soon as he left the main hall he started walking towards his own room as well. Shunan suddenly stopped while they were walking and asked Shun Fang in a slightly serious tone. Although Master Lu came today, he didn't do anything aside from an examination. Isn't it too much to give him a pinnacle grade 3 bronze cauldron as a gift? After all, he wouldn't dare to discuss today's matters that easily, especially when they involve a person who is most likely a heaven grade expert. Did you do it just to make sure that he wouldn't tell anyone about Longer's recovery? Shunan asked as if she had just come to an epiphany. Although she was a very smart woman, she wasn't as used to dealing with people as Shun Fang, so it took her a while to see through Shun Fang's intentions. But Shun Fang was an old fox and his aim wasn't just that, so he explained to his wife. Even if it was just to make sure that Lu Wen stays silent, for a matter that involves my, Shun Fang's son, then it would still be worth it. I don't want people to know yet that Longer is alright since he was nearly assassinated today, but I also gave him the cauldron because of Lu Wen himself. Shunan looked at Shun Fang, but she didn't understand what he meant. Isn't Lu Wen just a grade 2 bronze rank alchemist? Although he is talented, he isn't the best in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, and many grade 2 and even grade 3 alchemists would jump in delight at the opportunity to get their hands on such a treasure. As if looking through Shunan's thoughts, Shun Fang said, Lu Wen may just be a bronze grade 2 alchemist, but that's only for now. It will probably take less than a year for him to reach bronze grade 3. At that time, having a talented grade 3 alchemist help my son when he needs him will definitely be worth this investment. Shunan looked at Shun Fang's bright eyes in shock and asked as if she had just understood his intentions. Do you mean that you intend for Longer to? Yes, Shun Fang answered immediately in a voice full of confidence and a tinge of pride in it. Then he continued, and with a murderous look slowly filling his eyes he said, if any stray dogs think that they can just come and try to kill my son without any repercussions, then they really are naive. They better pray I don't find who was behind that attack or else. Shun Fang finished his sentence and then harumphed, as if he was trying release part of his pent-up anger that suddenly filled him when he mentioned Shun Long's assassination attack again, as he and Shunan walked to their room to rest. Shun Long then reached his courtyard, and walked straight towards the biggest room at the center. His room had 5 big wooden bookshelves inside it, all of them filled with all kind of books, with subjects that involved alchemy, formations, cultivation, etc. Shun Long directly locked the door as soon as he entered the room and walked toward the bed that was situated at the side of the room opposite to the bookshelves. He decided to sit down at the center of his bed with his legs crossed, and as he closed his eyes his thoughts drifted towards the triangular-shaped stone in his mind. Chapter 9, Explosive Increase in Cultivation. Monarch of Time. Shun Long finally sat down cross-legged and started meditating on his bed. As soon as he thought of the triangular-shaped stone, his mind instantly transformed into a stream that appeared inside his head, and he saw the stone floating with a golden book next to it. Shun Long was startled. He didn't know how that golden book had appeared next to the stone. He then remembered a sound that he had felt inside his brain earlier, and after that the feeling of his soul getting rid of a pair of shackles that had always weighted him down had come. Shenlong's consciousness moved towards the golden book, but there was no reaction no matter what he did. After trying for a while, he turned his sights back towards the triangular-shaped stone. As soon as his thoughts drifted towards it, the stone sucked in his consciousness and Shenlong felt his body appearing in an empty space. How many more secrets do you hold? Shenlong said as he thought of the triangular-shaped stone magical abilities, the Monarch's Hourglass and the Golden Book. Then Shenlong tried to circulate the Monarch's Hourglass art and an indistinct figure of an hourglass formed around his body. As soon as Shenlong followed the breathing technique of the Monarch's Hourglass art, his meridians started absorbing the qi that came in contact with his body. This was how people of the qi circulation level cultivated. They absorbed the qi in the air that came in direct contact with their body through their meridians. They then circulated their cultivation technique and turned that qi into their own energy. Shenlong also followed this principle, but he kept directing all the energy he was absorbing into his right hand, slowly forming a ball of qi that kept growing each second. Only when Shenlong felt that the ball had finally reached saturation and wouldn't absorb any more energy did he finally stop and lifted it in the air as he pushed it in the space above his head. Imagine that you are inside the bottom part of an hourglass and you create a big ball in your hand and then you shove that ball in the opening hole above your head that exists between the top and the bottom part of the hourglass where the sand usually flows from. Well, in this particular hourglass there was no sand, only that ball that was too big to fit in that tiny hole, but Shenlong kept pushing and pushing until the ball compressed itself and finally went through the hole to enter the top part of the hourglass, sitting there peacefully as if it was floating above Shenlong's head. As soon as the ball went through the hole, Shenlong felt that all the energy inside the ball was coursing through his body and that it belonged to him now. Shenlong didn't stop and repeated this process 2 more times until a bang came from inside his body. Shenlong was drenched in sweat but was infinitely happy as he had finally reached the early rank 1 qi circulation stage. He didn't stop and kept repeating this process again and again until 5 hours had passed and he had finally reached the rank 2 peak of the qi circulation. Just a little more and he could reach the early rank 3, but Shenlong had noticed that every time he repeated the process of pushing the balls inside, he would also face the pressure from the previous balls of qi he had created, which made it harder to advance every time. Finally Shenlong decided to stop for today. He imagined himself leaving the triangular stone space and he found himself back in his room. His tired body finally went to rest after an exhausting day. When he woke up it was already past noon. Shenlong decided to fill his stomach in the dining hall before going to see his father. What shocked Shenlong was that Shunfang hadn't recognized that Shenlong was at the peak of grade 2 qi circulation already, and took him to his personal study so he could choose a cultivation technique for himself. Shenlong assumed that as long as he didn't intentionally expose his cultivation, others would have a hard time figuring out his realm. Shenlong didn't need another cultivation technique since he had the Monarch's Hourglass art, but still decided to choose one for himself since he couldn't tell Shenfang about the Monarch's Hourglass or he would have no way to explain how he got it, and in the end he settled for a technique called pulverizing gravity art. Shenlong then returned to his room and sent his mind to his spiritual space. He finally understood that the space the triangular stone was occupying in his mind was his spiritual space that the stone had forcibly opened when it had merged with him. Shenlong had also felt his spiritual strength increasing rapidly every time he advanced a realm last night. He sat down on his bed again and continued cultivating. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye and Shenlong was just a step away from reaching the 5th rank of qi circulation. If Shunfang learned about the speed of his advancements he would probably be frightened to death. A normal qi circulation cultivator would need at least 2 months to reach the early rank 4 level of qi circulation and Shenlong was already at rank 4 peak after only 5 days. 7 more days went by and Shenlong had reached the peak of rank 6 in qi circulation. Other people needed 7 to 8 months to reach the peak of rank 6 and Shenlong had already reached that level in just 12 days. That was a truly monstrous speed of advancement. Finally the pressure he felt from the previous balls of qi when as he tried to push the 55th ball of qi through the opening was too much and in the end he failed to enter the early rank 7. Shenlong understood that he couldn't yet fully control all of his strength. He needed to pressure his body more as just cultivating inside his room wasn't enough. Almost half a month had passed by now since Shenlong's assassination attempt near the Blue Forest, and Shenlong hadn't left his room once since he had picked a cultivation technique with Shen Fang. Servants would daily leave the food in front of his door, and even a rumor had started circulating inside the estate that their young master was mentally traumatized and afraid to leave his room after he came back with tattered clothes about a fortnight ago. Shen Fang and Shunan didn't try to put an end to the rumors of the servants, as that served as a perfect cover for Shenlong, who has been cultivating non-stop to make up for the lost time he had lost as a cripple in the past. Finally, after 13 days, Shenlong left his room and decided to go and find some guards to spar with so he would understand how to bring out 100% of his current power, which was precisely what he needed to do if he wanted to reach the early 7th rank of Qi circulation. In reality, if Shenlong hadn't reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, he would have stayed in his room until he reached the Earth rank or perhaps even higher, but now he understood that he first needed to adapt to his new strength after an explosive increase of his cultivation, before he tried to advance even further. Before Shenlong could find someone to spar, a maidservant of his mother came to inform him that the Lin family has come for a visit and his father has already requested his presence in the main hall. Shenlong dismissed the maidservant and headed to the main hall as he tried to recall any memories regarding the Lin family. Then, just before he reached the doors of the main hall, he suddenly stopped and mumbled to himself, "Oh, I have a fiancé? How interesting," he said as he then opened the doors and entered inside. Chapter 10, The Shameless Lin Family. Monarch of Time. Shenlong's feet just touched the main hall, and as the big 3 meters 9 feet doors opened, all eyes inside suddenly turned in his direction. As soon as Shenlong entered the hall, apart from his parents sitting at the main seats, he also noticed 3 elders of the Lin family and a middle-aged man all dressed in black clothes with blue stripes on their chests and sleeves sitting inside, along with a young and relatively pretty girl who was with them, with her back straight as she was seated on her chair, but unfortunately, because of the straight posture she had adopted, people would instantly notice her flat chest. Everything looked normal at first glance, but Shenlong's past life experience had allowed him to pick on even the most indiscernible of hints, and from their body language how they had seated themselves a fair distance away from Shen Fang and Shunan while being the only guests here. Shenlong understood that this matter had more to it than what meets the eye. After all, the reason that Shenlong had survived alone for so long in his past life was mostly because of his ability to judge people's intentions based on their slightest movements or gestures. Shen Fang and Shunan looked at Shenlong with a gentle gaze, but deep inside, Shen Fang's eyes held a trace of horror. Could it be that there is actually a problem, and that's why Longer didn't leave his room for all these days? He asked himself, afraid of finding out the answer, as that may send him directly, from the heaven he has been experiencing these days, to the deepest depths of hell. It was only natural that Shen Fang hypothesized that there was a problem with Shenlong's cultivation and that he hadn't yet entered even the 1st rank of Qi circulation. Otherwise, how could his body possibly not emit any aura, if he had already reached it? Even if Shenlong had intended to conceal his aura, Shen Fang assumed that as a peak rank 9 Earth level cultivator he would have seen through it, and since he didn't feel anything now that Shenlong had entered the main hall, he naturally felt that his son must have met a problem. Deep inside him, all these days he and Shunan were patiently waiting, hoping for their son to enter at least the peak of rank 1 in Qi circulation, if not the early rank 2, but what he saw now was different to what he expected, and that's why he had assumed that some problem must have occurred in Shenlong's cultivation session. Shenlong had noticed the trace of shock that flashed inside his father's eyes, but acted as if he didn't even notice anything and smiled at him as he asked, "Father, did you ask for me? Nephew Shun has indeed grown even more handsome since the last time we met. Congratulations, ha ha ha. In the future you will definitely have droves of beauties waiting for you." The main hall instantly turned silent, and even a pin drop could be now heard. Shen Fang's face frowned and the look in his eyes darkened as he looked at the middle-aged man from the Lin family who had just spoken, and with a voice that betrayed his anger he questioned him. "Lin Shang, what the fuck do you mean by that?" Shen Fang had instantly noticed the meaning in Lin Shang's words. Shenlong would finding some beauties but not someone that belonged in the Lin family. Had these idiots come to ask him to annul the engagement? Of course, the pretty girl sitting beside Lin Shang was Shenlong's fiancée in name, and also Lin Shang's daughter, Lin Wu. Lin Wu was already 15 years old, just 1 year younger than Shenlong, and as the daughter of the Lin patriarch she had already reached the rank 5 peak of Qi circulation. Lin Shang was slightly ashamed, but as he thought of his gem of a daughter being stuck in a patch of crippled crap that couldn't cultivate, along with some other matters that had recently popped up. He steeled his resolve and said as he stood up from his seat, "Brother Feng, please listen to me. I know that Wu Er has been engaged to Shenlong for many years and that Shenlong definitely expected to marry her, but some matters have occurred, so I could only shamelessly come and ask you to please call off the engagement," Lin Sheng said, and then continued in one breath. "Actually, Wu Er has decided to take the entrance test of the Floating Cloud sect that will take place 1 month from now in the palace of the imperial capital. The Floating Cloud sect will send their elders to personally come and accept outer court disciples. Everyone knows that your son is unable to cultivate due to his meridians, so it would be for the benefit of both of our children to call of the engagement, don't you agree? After all, they will be people of 2 different worlds. Now that Wu Er will enter the Floating Cloud sect, and while your son won't be able to cultivate, my daughter will definitely end up leaving this Sky Fortune Kingdom this time. Fuck off to the side and don't call me Brother Feng," Shen Feng said furiously, his eyes having turned red from his fury, with veins bulging around his temples. His hair was flying behind him in the air as he unleashed his pressure and revealed his aura of a peak rank 9 Earth-level cultivator, suffocating everyone inside the hall as he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you shamelessly come and beg me to call of the engagement? Ha 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 ha, you are right, you are truly shameless, and your face is so thick that my hand would probably redden from slapping you. Did you think that my house is a place that your tiny Lin family can act as they please at? How many times did you come over the years, and by using your status as in-laws of my family did you shamelessly beg me to help create formations in your home so your family's territory doesn't get annexed by high Earth rank level experts? Who was the person who begged me on his knees 6 years ago to have his daughter betrothed to my son? And now you want to shamelessly beg me to cancel their engagement instead of divorcing you so your daughter's reputation doesn't get tarnished? Ha 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 ha." Shen Feng laughed furiously and mockingly as he looked at the head and the 3 elders of the Lin family, whose faces had all turned deep red and their fists were all tightly clenched underneath the table, unknown if it was shame or fury that they were feeling. Shenlong then took a step forward towards the Lin family, and Shen Feng instantly retracted his pressure, allowing them to breathe, as Shenlong looked at the young girl and asked, "What do you think?" An elder from the Lin family with a long beard then raged as he stood up and shouted, "Audacious! This is not a place for children to..." But before he could even finish his sentence, Shen Feng's aura burst out again, and the elder that was only at the middle stages of the earth level was instantly swept off his feet from the pressure, and started coughing blood non-stop, as he dyed his clothes and beard red, and his body flew in the air, crashing right at the center of the wall opposite to him, and the sound of bones cracking was heard as he crashed and then collapsed to the ground twitching. "This is not a place for you to speak, so shut your mouth," Shen Feng said arrogantly as he looked down from his seat, his gaze stabbing directly at the members of the Lin family. Shenlong then looked at his fiancée as he was expecting her to answer his previous question, and although this flat-chested girl didn't dare to look at Shen Feng, she was still bold enough to raise her eyes and meet Shenlong's. Shenlong understood everything from her gaze that was screaming arrogance and pride, as well as "I am superior to you and hence I look down on you." Unknown where he had found the courage or the strength to speak from, Lin Shang opened his mouth that was already leaking blood from the corner of his lips, thanks to the unrelenting pressure that Shen Feng had put them under, until he said, "Shenlong, you should cons." Pfft. Lin Shang couldn't even finish his sentence before he ended up spurting a mouthful of blood, that coincidentally landed on his daughter's and dyed half her face a deep red color. Shenlong didn't even glance at him or his daughter, after he had noticed that contemptive gaze earlier in Lin Wu's eyes. He just turned around and shook his head as he walked towards the exit of the main hall and said in a heavily relieved tone as he patted his robes, "Thank God, for I almost ended up associating with a bunch of trashes this time. Father, destroy this engagement. Destroy it completely." Chapter 11, The Golden Book Reacts. Monarch of Time. Shenlong had told his father to destroy the engagement completely, which showed how dissatisfied he was with the Lin family. But what he didn't know was that Shen Feng was even more dissatisfied than him. He was burning with anger. The Lin family wanted to take advantage of him for so many years and then just come and ask for a mutual divorce? These idiots had to be dreaming. For a woman to get divorced by the man's side of the family was an extreme insult, as it deemed that woman unfit to marry. Even prostitutes had better reputations in this world than women who were engaged and then divorced before completing the marriage, unless that divorce was mutual from both sides. A divorce being mutual here doesn't refer to both families not wanting their children to marry each other, but it indicated that nothing had happened in between which would create any suspicions that the woman who had been betrothed to them had been unfaithful. Even prostitutes who sold their bodies did it for work, and the men who slept with them did it for enjoyment, but no man would ever want to marry a woman that was engaged with him and yet eyed another man secretly. That's why the Lin family went in such pains to beg Shen Fang to mutually end this engagement, or Lin Wu's reputation would greatly suffer. But they underestimated Shen Fang's fury this time. Not only did he kick them out of his estate, but in the next 2 days, word had spread throughout the entire Blue Forest city and even beyond that, that the Shen family would not accept Lin Wu as their daughter-in-law and that Shen Long had divorced her. Shen Long had already heard that the Lin patriarch's daughter had already been labeled as an unfaithful woman in nearly every household of Blue Forest City in the last 2 days, but frankly he didn't care. That woman's family abused their status as their in-laws-to-be for many years and then they wanted to end the engagement without even giving him a proper explanation? As if Shen Long was naive enough to accept a lame half-assed excuse like my daughter will go cultivate in the sect so you have to break up with her now that she decided that. But thank you for being a fat sheep that we could take advantage of for so many years. Shen Long easily saw through their lies and understood that there was definitely something else at play here, he just didn't know what yet. But one thing was for certain, his feelings for the Lin family couldn't drop any lower right now. He even suspected that the attack he had suffered half a month ago had something to do with the Lin family. He didn't have any clues back then, but now it definitely made sense when he tried to connect the dots. If he died to an assassination, the Lin family could definitely bring up the matter of mutually ending the engagement to Shen Fang, as Shen Long would have already been dead, and Shen Fang would have had no valid reason to refuse them then. The more Shen Long thought about it, the more it made sense and his eyes turned colder. Then he muttered, "You better not have had anything to do with this Lin family, or you better watch as I play you to death." Shen Long had spent the past 3 days constantly sparring with guards, while revealing more and more of his strength. In the end he had only revealed a cultivation level of an early rank 5. He understood that Monarch's hourglass was truly a heavenly technique. As long as he didn't intentionally circulate the power inside the balls of qi that he had created and stored in his body, others couldn't tell his level of cultivation, but Shen Long also assumed that if the disparity between his level and his opponent's was too big, then no matter what, he would be seen through in the end. So to avoid such a situation, he decided to not keep his cultivation hidden any longer, the cultivation of an early rank 5, of course. After all, he wouldn't reveal his full strength for no reason. It was already miraculous that he had reached the early rank 5 in half a month. Shen Fang and Shunan already found this unbelievable. He wondered what would they think if he told them that he had already reached rank 6 peak, but in the end he decided not to. That speed of advancement was already too monstrous and he couldn't explain it, unless he divulged the existence of the Monarch's hourglass and the triangular-shaped stone, but these were his biggest secrets and it would surely bring him endless questioning from his parents. Also, even if he tried to explain the truth to them, it was unsure whether they would believe him, so in the end he decided not to tell them about his real cultivation level yet. After all, they were already extremely satisfied with his progress so far and he saw no harm in having a few secrets for his own. After he had revealed his new strength of an early rank 5, Shen Long could hold his own against a guard who was at the middle of rank 7 in qi condensation. This was shocking to both Shen Long and the guards as well as Shen Fang, who happened to see them sparring. That was more than 2 full minor levels above Shen Long's own. If he had used his full cultivation, Shen Long estimated that he could probably fight against a peak rank 8 or even early rank 9. For someone who has been cultivating for only 15 days to fight against a late-stage qi condensation cultivator was already unheard of. But for that same someone to fight against an early rank 9 qi condensation who was already almost at the peak of his grade, then even the word crazy wasn't enough anymore. After Shen Long had his fill of sparring with the guards, he told his parents that he would stay in his room again for a few days and see if he can advance his strength any further, as he also mentioned that he was planning to participate in the floating cloud sex selection test that was taking place in the Imperial Palace in 1 month, the same test that Lin Shang had talked about. Shen Long's will was to become rich and strong so others couldn't control him, and he couldn't achieve this in a place as small as the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He had already heard from Shen Fang that Sky Fortune Kingdom had more than 100 other kingdoms around it, and that's just what Shen Fang knew. Who knew how big the actual number was? Could he spend his life in a place as tiny as the Blue Forest City? Originally Shenlong's parents didn't have any hope for him to participate in the floating cloud sex selection test that happened every 3 years, even when they had learned that their son's meridians were cured. But now that they had seen Shenlong's frightening speed of advancement, they were hoping that their son would escape this tiny place called Sky Fortune Kingdom and go cultivate in the behemoth known as the Floating Cloud Sect. Shenlong had returned to his room sitting cross-legged at the center of his bed, as he sent his spiritual strength to his spiritual space, so he would enter the triangular stone space once again, when the Golden Book showed a reaction for the first time. Chapter 12, Absorbing Knowledge. Monarch of Time. While Shenlong was sitting peacefully in a cross-legged position atop his bed, an apocalyptic scene was taking place inside his spiritual space. The Golden Book had started vibrating inside his spiritual space, and with every passing moment, it was doing so even more intensely. Every time the Golden Book vibrated, it was also slowly discharging some kind of heavenly aura which also nourished Shenlong's spiritual strength every time it came in contact with this aura. Shenlong then noticed a rune that resembled a lock, as it slowly emerged from the cover of the Golden Book, and it suddenly expanded and binded the Golden Book, almost as if the rune was trying to seal it. The book then started struggling desperately as it was trying to rid itself from the rune, but the rune didn't let up at all, firmly wrapping itself around the Golden Book. Just as the book was about to get suppressed by the rune, a tiny fluctuation came from the triangular stone that had stayed silent all this time, and a heavenly pressure radiated from it, that seemed as if it had come from the start of time. Then the stone sent a small stream of blue light straight towards the rune. The rune lock that was suppressing the Golden Book instantly released its hold as it tried to flee, but that tiny fluctuation from the triangular stone had already sealed time and space inside Shenlong's spiritual space, and the rune couldn't even move. It tried to instinctively vibrate and rid itself from the temporal restrictions that the little stone had placed around them, but before it could even do anything, the triangular-shaped stone instantly released a force that sucked the rune inside it, and then as the temporal restrictions retracted, as everything returned to normal, the previously suppressed Golden Book instantly erupted with a burst of golden light, as for the very first time, its cover instantly opened to reveal a blindingly bright white page. As soon as the white page was revealed, the book released a startling kind of force that tried to absorb Shenlong's spiritual strength inside it. A person's spiritual strength was practically their consciousness. If their consciousness was lost or destroyed, they would be practically dead. They would turn into a vegetable, a body without a consciousness. Shenlong tried to resist the force from the Golden Book by retracting his consciousness back to his mind. Fuck, what is this? Am I really going to become a vegetable after just reincarnating? He was terrified to see that his consciousness had already arrived in front of the white page, when the Golden Book instantly absorbed him. His entire spiritual strength had now left his body, which had now turned into an empty shell. Shenlong, however, was startled to see that he was not dead, but he was also shocked because he didn't have a corporeal body anymore. Not just a corporeal body, he didn't have anything aside from his spiritual strength, his consciousness, and his thoughts. There was nothing in front of him, just endless white that covered everything as far as the eyes could see. All of a sudden the scene in front of him changed. A plant appeared right out of nowhere, one that he had never seen before, and yet, just by looking at it this time, a sudden influx of information appeared in his brain that told him everything about the plant. How many stem cells the plant consisted of, how the plant would react in different temperatures, what are its leaves consisted of, how many years does it take for the plant to mature, what is needed for it to mature faster, what are the ideal conditions to nurture it, what are the plant's properties and how it can be used, along with all of its special individual properties. My brain feels like it will explode any second now, Shenlong thought as he suddenly felt that needles were piercing his consciousness. Sadly, this was only the beginning of his suffering. Ah! Shenlong suddenly roared, as billions of scenes flashed through his eyes, every scene including a plant that went from a seed to its full maturation stage until it changed again to another one. Every scene made Shenlong feel that he was about to die from the pain, and he couldn't even think anymore as information was practically getting crammed in his soul. The pain was so intense that at some point Shenlong felt that it might be better if he just stopped enduring this and gave up. Then he wouldn't have to feel this pain, he thought. Although he had felt pain in the past, and although he had suffered from hunger and physical pain by fighting or having his underdeveloped muscles aching and stinging him after overworking himself or suffering injuries, this was a completely different type of pain. The difference in intensity and quantity couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as anything that he may have felt in the past. If all the pain he had felt in his past 20 years could be considered as a single drop in a bucket, then the pain he was feeling right now would be much more than an ocean. And the worst part was that this was a pain coming directly from his soul. A stab in your soul was thousands of times worse than a knife stabbing your heart. This was a type of qualitative difference that couldn't even be compared in the same breath with a flesh wound. Just as Shenlong felt that he should perhaps give up and that he had already reached his limit, the triangular stone buzzed and a scene replayed itself in Shenlong's brain. That's right. It's better to suffer now and give it my all to become strong after this than give up and die and have people trample upon me in my next life and the next one after that. No matter what, I will not give up, I will rather break than bend. Let's see who is stronger, this pain or myself. Ha ha ha, come, he roared in the end while laughing, and his will was invigorated as he became clear-headed all of a sudden. This was both thanks to the little stone, replaying in his mind the scene when he swore his oaths outside of the blue forest, as well as to Shenlong's will to endure this crazy inhumane pain. But after a few hours, the pain was already so intense that Shenlong couldn't even speak, as his mind had finally reached a point where he just couldn't absorb more information and was already full. This wasn't a matter of whether he was willing to endure more pain, but whether his brain had any more mental capacity to absorb all this knowledge. All of a sudden Shenlong started to feel that his mind was now absorbing a strange kind of energy that made his soul bigger and stronger as his spiritual strength was improving at an unbelievable pace. Chapter 13, What's the Test Like? Monarch of Time. This was of course the same heavenly aura that the Golden Book was discharging earlier before it sucked him inside the white page. As Shenlong's consciousness absorbed more and more of this heavenly aura, his soul started to expand. His spiritual strength was also improving rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger by the second. This aura was immensely beneficial to a cultivator's soul and spiritual strength. 100 breaths of time had barely passed when Shenlong had already sucked in all the aura around his consciousness. Every second of it had felt like a heavenly massage on his soul, and he couldn't help but thirst for more, but that greedy feeling was instantly forgotten, and his mind met another wave of pain as soon as the blissful heavenly massage had stopped. Now that his soul had already expanded and could absorb more information, the Golden Book didn't hold back any longer. His mind capacity had already reached a level that was more than 10 times larger than before, and his mind was once again bombarded by scenes of plants. After an unknown amount of time, the Golden Book stopped cramming Shenlong's mind with information and he finally found a chance to catch his breath. Or so he thought. The Golden Book appeared in front of him, and a thing that horrified Shenlong happened. His mind was once again full of images along with a barrage of information just like before, but this time, it didn't involve any plants, but magical beasts. Shenlong wasn't just sweating when the second transmission of information ended, but he even felt that if he was in his body right now, he wouldn't even be able to take a breath before he sorted out all this information. Are you fucking trying to kill me? Shenlong wanted to roar at the Golden Book furiously, but when he saw that he was about to receive a third transmission, he nearly blacked out. Thankfully the third one was actually the last and also the shortest. The information it contained was about the human body, its illnesses, and more, but this didn't even take 0.1% of the information that he had first absorbed about the plants and medicines. Actually, even the magical beast information could barely reach 1% of the medicines. This is how immense the amount of information that Shenlong had first absorbed was. By the end of it though, Shenlong was so tired mentally that as soon as the Golden Book stopped transmitting information to his mind, he instantly blacked out. When he woke up he was so shocked that his eyes bulged out. His body was shriveled, his eye sockets were sunken in, and his hands and feet were so bony that you would be hard-pressed to find flesh no matter where you looked at. He was almost like a moving skeleton, and if he wasn't in the peak of rank 6 in Qi circulation, he would have probably already died if his energy wasn't passively sustaining his body. He woke up and with a lot of effort he managed to walk all the way to his door, his clothes hanging off from his body like they were 3 or 4 sizes bigger than what he normally wore. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a young maidservant sleeping outside his room, on the cold hard floor. Shenlong felt some pity for her and walked towards her to wake her up. when the maid just happened to open her eyes. Ah! She screamed as she rolled a few meters on the ground before slowly standing up, her robe now full of dirt. Why you, young master? She asked stutteringly as she noticed Shenlong's previously handsome but now shriveled face, with his cheeks practically sunken in. Shenlong frowned while watching the maid's antics, seemingly unaware of his own horrible appearance as he ordered, "Prepare for me a huge meal, I am starving." He then walked with difficulty towards the dining hall. It was already the middle of the night, but the chefs were still awake, and in less than 30 minutes they had already prepared a huge meal, which Shenlong ended up wolfing down in less than 10 minutes. The chefs then had no choice but to keep preparing more, as their young master wasn't even close to being full, but they barely managed to get in the new plates of food before Shenlong had completely devoured the previous ones. In the end it couldn't even be called a meal but an all-you-can-eat buffet, as 6 chefs were working to satisfy the appetite of their famished young lord. Even Shen Fang and Shunan were startled by the commotion their son had caused, but as they saw his shriveled body, which was slowly regaining its original appearance as he ate more and more food, they decided to stay silent. All questions could be answered after Shenlong had filled his stomach. Shenlong hadn't even noticed that his parents had arrived in the hall and only stopped eating when he had eaten enough food for 100 people to fill their stomachs. Then Shen Fang arrived and sat down by his side as he asked, "What have you been doing in the past 25 days? What?" Shenlong couldn't believe that he had spent a whole 25 days digesting the information from the Golden Book. But when he thought about it, it made sense, especially with the amount of information that his head was filled with right now. Right now Shenlong probably knew everything about every single medicinal ingredient that existed in this world. Although he practically hadn't tried yet, his theoretical skills in alchemy should have reached a godlike level by now, considering that alchemy was based on combining two things: controlling the medicinal ingredients, and controlling the fire. Well, in reality it was much more complicated than that. But Shenlong couldn't wait to try and see if he was right about this guess he had regarding alchemy. He then answered, "I met with some problems, but it's fine now, don't worry. I even advanced a full minor level in my cultivation." Shenlong then revealed his cultivation as an early rank 6 in Qi condensation. He didn't know what the requirements to enter the floating cloud sect were, but he had assumed that he would need at least this much to pass the tests. Shen Fang couldn't believe that his son had already advanced so much in just 1 month, and he even thought that he too would be willing to suffer being famished for a month if would mean a full minor realm leap in his cultivation. Shenlong was also glad that he could still make it in time for the floating cloud sect test in the imperial capital. If he had slept for too long and ended up missing the entrance test that takes place every 3 years, he would have definitely regretted it. Then Shenlong turned his head to look at his father, who was sitting beside him, and asked curiously, "Right, father, what's the floating cloud sect's test like?" Chapter 14, The Way to Advance to a Rank 7. Monarch of Time. Shen Feng looked at his son and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, according to the previous years you have 100% chance of passing." Shenlong looked at his father with an intrigued expression, but Shen Feng said, "Okay, don't worry, I'll tell you what I know tomorrow, no need to look at me like that. Actually, I had hoped that we would have already left for the imperial capital a few days ago, but since you didn't come out from your room for so long, I could only wait until you were done with your cultivation before setting off." Shenlong was once again taken aback and couldn't help but ask his father this time, "Don't we still have a few days until the test in the imperial palace? The imperial capital isn't even 1 day away from our Blue Forest city, so we don't really need to rush, do we?" Shen Feng looked at his son, who was sitting beside him and didn't know anything about the floating cloud sect, and said, "You are right, son, we don't really need to rush. Go and prepare whatever you need to take with you on this trip. You can also ask me for anything that you want, your father will definitely help you, don't worry." Shenlong looked at his father and his eyes moistened. Since Shenlong had arrived in this world, he was certain that he would have to do everything by himself, just like he did in his previous life, without ever counting on anyone for anything. He was already used to this mindset of his and wouldn't easily change it, but his newfound parents constantly showered him with care and attention, showing him the true meaning of the word family. Shenlong's father was enraged for his sake when the Lin family had come to ask them to annul his engagement. His mother had him constantly on her mind, sending maidservants to send him food, and having them report back to her, her son's condition and if he had asked or needed anything else. Even a few moments ago when the maidservant responsible of watching Shen Long's room came and informed them that the young master was now all bones, Shen Long's parents instantly rushed to the dining hall in the middle of the night, worried about their son. And when they finally confirmed that he was now recovering through eating massive amounts of meat and drinking more than a gallon of water in one go, they didn't even ask him any questions about what had happened to him. They were just glad that he was fine. To most people, this may seem how parents should act for their children, but to Shen Long, who had never felt familial love before, these actions were invaluable to him. A feeling of warmth spread inside him, as Shen Long watched his parents moving to their courtyard, while he decided to return and cultivate in his room instead. Breaking through a cultivation barrier wasn't easy, and Shen Long finally noticed the problem that was holding him back all this time, and he couldn't break through the 7th rank of qi circulation. Every rank of qi circulation needed Shen Long to condense 3 balls of qi for each level respectively of early, middle, and peak, for a total of 9 levels in each rank according to the requirements of the Monarch's hourglass. Shen Long right now was at the peak of the 6th rank, which meant that he had already created and condensed 54 balls of qi above his head. Although it was harder to push in every single ball of qi that came after the previous one, it still shouldn't have been this hard, yet every time he created one ball just like he had done in the previous levels, he would fail to push it inside, and its qi would eventually dissipate into thin air. But this time Shen Long decided that if the balls of qi didn't have enough power, then he would imbue even more qi inside them while creating them. And this random guess of his had left him speechless when he tested it. Shen Long noticed that the balls of qi that would previously be easily filled until they were saturated and couldn't hold any more qi inside them, were now turned into starved animals that needed more and more qi to fill themselves. Finally, after 3 hours, Shen Long had managed to condense a new full-powered qi condensation ball, and he slowly pushed it in the space above his head. Finally, after 2 more hours of bitterly trying, a 55th ball of qi had appeared in the space where the rest of his qi balls were. More than 5 hours had already passed and morning would soon arrive, but Shen Long wanted to try one more crazy thing, something that no one in the qi condensation had ever tried. I wonder if I can put even more energy in the balls of qi I had previously created and have them all reach the quality of this one, he said as he looked at the brightest qi ball he had created up until now, the 55th ball. When Shen Long had fought with the guards of the estate, he had already found out that even if the balls of qi exhausted all their energy, they wouldn't disappear. They would still remain in the place above his head, and when he entered a meditative state and circulated the monarch's hourglass, he would just need to refill them with the qi that he absorbed from the air. Shen Long decided to try out his hypothesis in the very first ball of qi he had condensed, and he was glad to find out that his energy did actually enter the ball as it slowly made it stronger. After 3 more hours, Shen Long, exhausted, went to sleep, yet he only slept for 2 hours before his father came to wake him up. It was finally time to leave the Blue Forest City. Chapter 15, Secrets of the Floating Cloud Sect. Monarch of Time. Shen Long woke up and looked at his father and mother, who had just barged into his room. Shen Feng looked at him with a smile on his face as he asked, "Are you ready?" Shen Long understood that they were leaving, and although he didn't know why his father was in such a rush to reach the Imperial City, he didn't question him for now as he took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I need an alchemist's cauldron, not too big in size so I can carry it with me, but the higher the grade the better." Shen Feng was a bit astonished. His son hadn't even started to cultivate for a year and he already wanted to study alchemy? That's like a toddler trying to run before they can walk. Shunan looked at her husband and said smilingly, "Hee, you can finally get rid of that old thing." As soon as Shen Feng heard her words, his eyes twitched. "Old thing? I spent more than a month refining that cauldron, you know." Forget it, he said as he personally went to fetch a bowl-sized cauldron. As soon as Shen Long's eyes met the cauldron that Shen Feng was holding in his arms, he instantly understood, although he was neither an alchemist yet nor a formation master, that this small cauldron was extraordinary. It was emitting some small fluctuations without even being activated yet, so who knew how strong the formations engraved inside it actually were? Shen Feng saw the look in his son's eyes, and with pride he puffed out his chest as he looked at his wife and gave her a smug look. Shunan smiled at Shen Feng's amusing behavior and said, "Your father took nearly 2 months to refine this small cauldron and create its runic inscriptions. The formations engraved inside it are all at the peak of bronze grade 3, and they are even on par with some silver grade 1 cauldrons. However, because your father isn't a silver grade formation master yet. He couldn't perfectly control the power of some of these formations when he inscribed them, and that's why the aura of the cauldron isn't completely concealed. Although Shannon had worded it like that, Shenlong could understand how precious this cauldron truly is. His father most likely couldn't bear to sell it as it was a priceless treasure for any alchemist below the silver grade. Shun Fang was actually happy that his son wanted to practice alchemy. He was just afraid that he would have too much on his plate and that could potentially delay his cultivation. Nevertheless, he was happy to hand his most prized creation to his own son. He walked up to Shenlong and gave him the cauldron nonchalantly as he said, "Actually, you don't need to take anything else with you aside from this cauldron and some clothes. Come find me whenever you are ready to go." Then Shun Fang walked outside of Shenlong's room, with a wide grin on his face. Shunan was happy for her husband as it was rare for him to be in such a good mood, but when she thought of her only son leaving them for what would potentially be a very long time, muffled sobbings were heard from her mouth in the end. Shenlong understood what Shunan was feeling. It was hard to watch your child leave, but he had to steel his heart and leave in order to go to higher places. He knew that he couldn't stay behind in Blue Forest City or else he would never be able to fulfill his oaths to himself. Shenlong sorted out his thoughts and then he put a gentle smile on his face as he walked towards his mother. "It's not like I'm leaving forever, you know. I'll return when I'm stronger in the future." Shunan hugged her son as she said, "You also have to bring me a bride the next time you return." Then she put a bright smile on her face and continued, "Hopefully someone that isn't flat-chested like that Lin girl. Also hurry up, your father is waiting for you in the carriage." Shenlong then smiled again at his mother's words and he grabbed some spare clothes, along with the bowl-sized cauldron, and put them all in a medium-sized wooden chest. He then walked to the carriage his father had been waiting right outside of the Shun estate's gates. He turned his head back once, to take a last look at his home, the first home he had in this world. Shenlong's handsome face then resolutely turned, as he looked forward and said to the driver, "Let's go." The horses started neighing as 10 minutes later they had already left the Blue Forest City. Shenlong and Shun Fang were chatting, when Shenlong asked, "Father, why did you insist on leaving for the Imperial City so hurriedly when we already have plenty of time ahead of us?" Shun Fang looked at his son and said, "Do you know what the floating cloud sex test is like?" This question left Shenlong a bit stumped, who eventually shook his head. Shun Fang continued and said, "Actually, the test itself is really simple. As long as you are below 20 years of age, and at the peak of the middle level of Qi condensation, then you can definitely pass. You are already an early rank 6 Qi condensation cultivator, which means you are at the peak of the middle level, so you don't have to worry about the test. What you should be worried should be what comes after the test." "What do you mean?" Shenlong asked puzzledly. "I myself don't know too much details about the floating cloud sect, but I have heard one important thing. The more connections you make before reaching the sect, the more beneficial it will be for you. Actually, Lu Wen, Alchemist Master Lu from our Blue Forest City, will also participate in the test to enter the Floating Cloud sect this time. However, the test he will be taking requires someone to be at the peak of the early stages of the Earth grade and to be below 30 years of age. As for why the need to build connections before reaching the sect, even your father doesn't know that. My guess is that you will find out once you finally reach the Floating Cloud sect." Shenlong and Shun Fang's journey went as expected, and in just half a day, they could see it clearly in the distance. They had finally arrived at the Imperial City. Chapter 16, Inside the Imperial Palace. Monarch of Time. The outline of the Imperial City was slowly getting bigger in their eyes as the carriage was slowly getting closer and closer. After 3 more hours they had arrived in front of the gates, and Shenlong could see that the city gates and the walls were even higher than the Blue Forest City's walls. There were guards standing on the front collecting a fee from everyone who wished to enter. Each person needed to pay 1 gold coin, while each carriage had to pay an extra 10. 1 gold coin could feed a family of 3 for half a year in the Imperial City, but this was a paltry amount to a formation master like Shun Fang. The driver paid the city guards, and as soon as Shenlong's group entered the Imperial City, Shenlong and Shun Fang left the carriage. "Go and book us 2 large courtyards in the Imperial Inn to spend the next 2 nights, Shun Fang ordered the driver, who bowed and left to go to the best inn of the city. The Imperial Inn was under the Imperial family. The prices in the inn were more than 10 times higher compared to any other inn in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, but their service and courtyards were the best in the entire kingdom. However, it wasn't just anyone that could enter the inn. Only people with status like Shun Fang and their families could spend their night here. Shun Long and Shun Fang spent their next 2 days touring the imperial capital since it was Shun Long's first time arriving here. They tasted the best foods and wines of every well-known restaurant in the city during the day and Shun Long cultivated during the night. His focus was on refining the already created qi balls and bringing their quality on par with the 55th ball he had created. It was a process that required a lot of sweat and effort, but in these 2 nights, Shun Long had further refined 6 more balls of qi. His cultivation didn't advance with this, but his strength was advancing really fast. Shun Long estimated that when he finished refining all the balls of qi and entered the 7th rank of qi circulation, he could probably even beat a middle stage rank 9 qi cultivator. The morning came as the sun slowly rose from the east and revealed a city that was bustling since very early in the morning. The guards were on tight alert around the perimeter of the palace. Commoners and nobles alike would all have to wait outside today, as special guests from a famous sect had arrived for a selection test to choose outer disciples for their sect. Only the young people who met their listed qualifications were allowed to enter the imperial palace today. Shun Fang and Shun Long arrived in front of the entrance of the imperial palace where a guard stopped them and said, "Unless you are participating in the selection process, entry in the imperial palace is forbidden." It looked like he had already said that line more than 100 times today. Shun Long ignored the guard and turned to face Shun Fang as he said, "Father, I'm going." Shun Fang's eyes were proud inside but also slightly red. "What are you waiting for? Just go," he said in an impatient tone that was trying to hide his embarrassment. Shun Long smiled as he turned around and walked towards the guard. Then he revealed his aura of a middle rank 6 qi condensation as he ordered the guard. "I am here for the selection test of the Floating Cloud sect, lead the way." The guard was astonished and a bit angry at the same time that a kid dared to be rude to him, an imperial guard, especially a kid with a much lower cultivation than him when he himself was at the early rank 9 of qi condensation. But he couldn't do anything about it. The orders were that anyone who wished to participate in the selection process and met the requirements of the Floating Cloud sect had to be brought to the palace hall. The guard brought Shun Long inside the palace and from there through a mass of complicated corridors, they went straight to the palace hall. On the way Shun Long could see plenty of other guards making it obvious that the security was very tight today. There were even a few Earth-grade guards that were holding their positions when they headed deeper inside the palace. When Shun Long and the guard finally reached the end of the corridor, the guard said in an impatient tone, "Here, at the end of this corridor is the palace hall. I am not allowed inside, so I'm returning to my post." Shun Long ignored the guard for the second time today, who felt as if he had just swallowed a fly. "How is this kid so hateful?" he thought as he turned to return to his post. Shun Long arrived at the end of the corridor and pushed open the large door in front of him. 21 young men and women were in the room in front of Shun Long. The room was decorated with many jewels and stones, golden tables, and luxurious chairs along with many couches and sofas. When Shun Long entered, all the young men and women inside turned their eyes to look at him. Most of these people seemed younger than 20 years old, but there were also a few that seemed older than 20. Shun Long then heard a familiar voice speaking to him. "Wow, little brother Shun, I didn't think that we would meet here." A smiling young man dressed in white approached Shun Long. Shun Long's blue robes and his handsome face, along with the young man dressed in white, created a scene so dazzling that made all the young ladies in the room blush. Shun Long turned around and saw Lu Wen smiling at him. Lu Wen walked towards Shun Long's side and patted his shoulder as he said, "Ha ha ha, who would believe it that in such a short amount of time you would advance so much? This is practically unbelievable." Then he whispered and asked, "Is it because of the pill that expert gave you?" Lu Wen knew that although he couldn't sense Shun Long's cultivation, he must definitely be at the 6th stage of the qi condensation, or he couldn't enter the palace. In reality, Lu Wen was an arrogant person deep inside, but he had benefited a lot from the cauldron that Shun Feng had gifted him back at the Shun estate, so his opinion of the Shun family was especially good. Lu Wen's mindset was actually extremely simple: if you help me, then I treat you as a friend, but if you don't expect me to give you any face. After all, I'm a talented grade 2 alchemist. And that's why he was so warm towards Shun Long this time. Shun Long nodded at Lu Wen, and as they were both ready to find a place to sit, the voice of an unfamiliar man that was oozing hatred came from behind them. "So you are Shun Long." Chapter 17, Infuriating Words. Monarch of Time. Shunlong and Lu Wen turned around only to see a relatively handsome young man in red clothes walking towards them. This man had a frosty look in his eyes as he stared at Shunlong threateningly, and if looks alone could kill, Shunlong would have probably died once or twice by now. A young woman in a flowery dress was walking by this young man's side. Although this woman was pretty, her practically flat chest was unique in this entire room. Master Lu, greetings to you, the young man said as he cupped his hands at Lu Wen. Today I have some personal matters to settle with this punk, and I hope that Master Lu won't intervene. My Marquis estate will definitely not forget this favor. Lu Wen directly ignored Xiao Shitu, the second son of the Xiao Marquis, and turned to ask Shunlong, "Do you need my help, little brother?" Xiao Shitu, furious that Lu Wen had disregarded him when he himself was so polite to him, began to gnash his teeth in anger, but in the end he couldn't do anything about it. Although his father was a Marquis, he couldn't do anything against a talented alchemist like Lu Wen, especially now that he was about to leave the Sky Fortune Kingdom and enter the Floating Cloud sect. Shunlong waved his hand at Lu Wen, indicating that he doesn't need any help. Was this a joke? Why and when would he ever need of other people to take care of his business for him? Of course, Shunlong had recognized the young woman by this young man's side as Lin Wu. There wasn't any other woman he had met so far that had such a small chest. While the young man by her side was the second son of the Xiao Marquis of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Xiao Shita. Although Shunlong hadn't met the man before, he had heard that this person was one of the two geniuses of the Xiao Marquis estate. If you are asking for a beating, then you can't blame me, Shunlong thought, as he imitated Xiao Shita's tone and Lin Wu's arrogant and straight posture as he first looked at her and said, "Hey small boobs, I almost thought that you were a man there for a second. You really did come to participate. But I heard that the Floating Cloud sect doesn't accept people below the 6th stage of qi condensation," Shunlong said puzzledly. He then paused for a while as if he was pondering something, and then with a shocked expression on his face, he shakingly pointed his hand at Lin Wu and asked in a tone full of disbelief, "Why, you don't tell me you are here to apply to become a female dog in the Floating Cloud sect? You bitch. That's too immoral." Pfft. Lu Wen couldn't help himself as he spat out a mouthful of wine that had just entered his mouth. The rest of the people inside the hall who had heard this couldn't keep a straight face and hurriedly tried to suppress their laughter, leaving behind loud muffled sounds. Most of these people already knew Xiao Shitu and didn't want to offend him over nothing, but that scene was just too comical for them. "Fuck you, Shunlong. I am already an early rank 6 cultivator, you are the female dog." Lin Wu shrieked at Shunlong. Of course Shunlong could tell that Lin Wu was already an early rank 6 cultivator. To have gone from the early rank 5 straight into the early rank 6 in just a month, her tiny Lin family wasn't enough to help her do something like that. She must have definitely consumed some high-level pills, and judging from how she was walking side by side with Xiao Shitu in the hall, it wasn't hard to imagine who the person that had helped her was. Just as Xiao Shitu pointed at Shunlong and was about to curse at him, Shunlong instantly turned his eyes to look at him as he said, "Now what should I do about you, you leftover eater?" Shunlong then shook his head as he looked at Xiao Shitu with a pitiful gaze and continued, "You are obviously the son of a Marquis, but you are chasing behind and trying to eat my leftovers. Ah, how pitiful. Don't you know that this young master only throws away food that's spoiled? Why would I throw it away if it was anything good?" Tisk tisk tisk. Shunlong clicked his tongue as he shook his head while looking at Xiao Shitu with a face as if he was looking at a beggar. Even the most common people of Sky Fortune Kingdom knew about Shunlong, shamefully divorcing Lin Wu before they completed their engagement, so saying that Xiao Shitu was chasing about his leftovers implied that he had already eaten something but it was bad inside and he ended up throwing it away, insulting both Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu in one sentence. People in the hall tried to suppress their laughter again, but this time it was even harder than before, as it came one slap in the face right after the other. "Shunlong, you fucker, shut your mouth. Everyone knows that nothing happened between you and Lin Wu." Xiao Shita's and Lin Wu's eyes were red, unknown if it was from shame, anger, or both. Xiao Shita couldn't hold himself back anymore as he roared, "Today you will apologize to Lin Wu on your knees in front of everyone here and admit that nothing has ever happened between you two, or I will break both your arms and legs and send you crawling back to your home. Now choose before I end up choosing for you, or you won't like the end result." Xiao Shita then unleashed his aura of a rank 6 peak Qi cultivator. Oh! Shunlong's eyes instantly turned cold. He would never take threats from other people lying down like that. His oath was to become strong enough so others wouldn't be able to ever trample on him, so why would he back down when others provoke him so blatantly? Shenlong moved towards the empty space at the center of the hall. His chilly eyes looked straight at Xiao Shitu, as Shenlong said in an apathetic voice that made people's hair stand on edge. Come and show me how you will break my arms and legs today. He then released the aura of a middle stage rank 6 Qi cultivator and people in the room started to feel suffocated from its density. Chapter 18, The Monarch's Domain. Monarch of Time. Shenlong unleashed his aura of a middle rank 6 Qi cultivator and most people in the hall instantly started to feel suffocated. The person who had it the worst was Xiao Shitu as he felt the brunt of Shenlong's aura directly. Shenlong's aura was just too pure compared to Xiao Shitu's and that created a natural form of suppression. He had refined 8 out of his current 55 Qi balls which made the energy inside them even purer. But the most important thing that made his aura this terrifying was the hint of heavenly energy that he had absorbed from the Golden Book. Even the 3 people that were already in the Earth level, Lu Wen included, could sense this feeling of suppression, but they could easily resist this by circulating their Qi inside them. Xiao Shitu really hated Shenlong right now, but he hated himself even more for becoming afraid after sensing his opponent's aura. When Xiao Shitu saw that his opponent was just a middle rank 6 while he was already a peak rank 6 Qi cultivator himself, what he felt turned into rage and humiliation. He circulated all of his Qi inside his body, and burst it out of his body, forcefully removing that horrible feeling of suppression that was plaguing him. Xiao Shitu laughed as he said, "Ha ha ha, Shenlong, is that all you have? In that case prepare yourself, I will make you." In an instant, everyone and everything in the room turned still. Only the 3 early Earth rank experts could move, but obviously much slower than before, and it was obvious that they had to expend quite a bit of their energy to do so. This was a technique that had appeared in Shenlong's mind 2 days ago when he had created the 55th ball of Qi through the Monarch's hourglass. This was the first time that Shenlong was testing this technique in a real battle, and as soon as he activated it, 2 words instantly appeared in his mind. Monarch's Domain. This name was truly accurate. As soon Shenlong activated this technique, he could feel from inside him the transparent figure of an hourglass that only he himself could see, slowly expanding and covering the entire palace hall. Inside this invisible hourglass, time obeyed Shenlong. Imagine this technique just like when Shenlong creates the figure of the monarch's hourglass to cultivate, but this time instead of creating Qi balls and putting them at the top part of the hourglass where he stored his energy, he actually drawed energy from his Qi balls and used it to sustain the monarch's domain. This technique truly was godly, especially if it could even affect Earth rank cultivators while he himself was only a rank 6 Qi condensation novice. However, Shenlong had just understood the huge drawback of this technique. His Qi was being sapped at an alarming rate to keep up with the consumption of the monarch's domain. Shenlong estimated that he could only keep the technique active for 6 breaths of time since its activation before running out of strength. Shenlong didn't waste any time as he walked in front of a terrified Xiao Shitu whose face was still frozen in a laughing state. Shenlong raised his right hand, and ignoring the terror that sprung up inside Xiao Shitu's eyes, he brought it down in full force. Slap! His right hand directly collided with Xiao Shitu's left cheek, sending him tumbling on the floor. His mouth was now flowing with blood as his left cheek and even his lips were suddenly swollen. This slap only contained Shenlong's physical strength as he couldn't use any Qi while maintaining the monarch's domain, or the technique would have collapsed before he even finished slapping Xiao Shitu. Shenlong's hand stinged a bit from the force of this slap of his. Xiao Shitu must really have a thick face, he thought. Shenlong stopped circulating the monarch's domain and the people in the palace hall could move again, but everyone stayed silent, as if they were still under the effect of the monarch's domain. Such was their shock and dismay that nobody had yet recovered from their terror. The feeling of being unable to move was truly daunting. I don't like threats and I do not know how to bow my head to anyone or anything. You can't force me to do something I don't want to do even if you were stronger than me, let alone you who is so much weaker in comparison that you were sent rolling on the floor with a single slap. The room was so silent that his voice echoed through the hall. Shenlong looked at Xiao Shitu disdainfully as he continued. Do not think for a second that I'm kind-hearted or that I won't dare to break your arms and legs just because your father is a marquis. You are simply not worthy of me putting my spot in the floating cloud sack at risk to deal with you. Shenlong's voice was placid but firm, when his tone changed all of a sudden and abruptly became chilly as he said. However, if you dare to provoke me again then you can only dream of getting away with just a single slap at that time. Everyone in the hall was stupefied by Shen Long's astonishing display of dominance. Even the 3 Earth-rank cultivators were unwilling to offend him after this display of power. Although they could probably beat him now, why would they offend a monster like Shen Long for someone like Xiao Shito who they had no relationship with? Unexpectedly, the first one to react after Shen Long had finished speaking and turned away, was Lin Wu, who rushed to Xiao Shito's side to support him. She knew that if she lost his support, there was no way she could live a good life in the Floating Cloud sect. All of a sudden the main doors of the palace hall opened, and an old man with black clothes along with 2 young men and 1 young woman dressed in yellow arrived at the hall, all with the same insignia on their chests. Behind them was the Crown Prince of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, who bowed flatteringly to the old man leading the group and said as he gestured towards the palace hall, "Senior Lu, these are the young men and women from my Sky Fortune Kingdom who passed your requirements and wish to join the Floating Cloud sect." Nobody dared to talk in front of Senior Lu, whose gaze swept everyone inside the hall. Everyone inside the hall had stood up. Nobody dared to remain sitting in front of this senior from the Floating Cloud section. Senior Lu's gaze planted itself on Lu Wen, who showed a rare smile as he took a step forward and bowed as he said, "Greetings Uncle Chang." Chapter 19, Connections. Monarch of Time. Senior Lu's real name was Lu Chang, and from the looks of things he probably had a close relationship with Lu Wen, or else Lu Wen wouldn't have called him uncle. Lu Chang walked into the hall and he patted Lu Wen's shoulder as he said, "Good kid, it's time for you to return home." Everyone around them was stunned, but the most stunned of them all were the 3 disciples that followed Lu Chang. They didn't understand how Lu Chang could have an acquaintance in such a backward place like the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The 3 of them were all outer disciples of the Floating Cloud sect, and as they traded some stealthy glances between them, it was the young woman who respectfully walked up and cautiously asked, "Elder Lu, you happen to know this young man from the Sky Fortune Kingdom?" Only now did the people in the hall understand that this Senior Lu was actually an elder in the Floating Cloud sect. Usually, outer court disciples didn't have the qualifications to freely speak to elders of the sect, especially like this when this woman directly asked Elder Lu about his relationship with this young man. But since they could all see that Elder Lu was feeling very happy after meeting Lu Wen, the 3 disciples couldn't help but ask. Elder Lu then proudly puffed his chest as he said to them, "Haha, this is my, Lu Chang's nephew, Lu Wen." Elder Lu's words were spoken proudly, but the 3 disciples following behind him were even more shocked as this young man seemed to have a direct blood relation with Elder Lu. They quickly walked forward while cupping their hands and slightly bowing as they said, "Greetings Senior Brother Lu." Lu Wen nodded his head at them and then said to Lu Chang, "Uncle, this is a talented brother I am very fond of. His name is Shen Long." As Lu Wen introduced Shen Long to Elder Lu, Lu Chang couldn't help himself but take a few more glances at the young man beside his nephew. He wasn't near the hall earlier, so he hadn't observed Shen Long's fight with Xiao Shitu, or he would have already started paying attention to him even without Lu Wen's mention. Shen Long cupped his fist as he said, "Greetings Elder Lu." Lu Chang laughed as he patted Shen Long's shoulder and said, "Good kid. If you need anything when you enter the sect, you can directly come find me. Since Wen'er has a good relationship with you, you don't have to be so polite with me." The faces of 3 people instantly sported different expressions when Elder Lu finished speaking. Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu's faces instantly turned pale while the Crown Prince's face had slowly turned green. The Crown Prince already knew that there was a talented alchemist named Lu Wen in Blue Forest City, but he never paid any attention to the matter. If he knew that this alchemist had a relationship with an elder of the Floating Cloud sect, he would have definitely done everything he could to build a good relationship with him. But now it was already too late for that, as Lu Wen was already leaving the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Although Lu Chang said that Shen Long could directly come and find him if he needed anything after they entered the Floating Cloud sect, Shen Long didn't really take it to heart. He knew that Lu Chang was only acting cordial towards him because of Lu Wen, or else there was no way for Lu Chang, who had never even met Shen Long before, to be so warm towards him. Shen Long himself wasn't planning to count on others' help to get a good and comfortable life in the Floating Cloud sect. Nevertheless, he cupped his hands again at Elder Lu as he said, "Many thanks to Elder Lu." Elder Lu nodded and then turned his head, scanning the rest of the people in the hall almost as if he was inspecting them before saying, "To be honest with you all, your batch is average among the batches that enter the sect this year. There is no one among you who particularly stands out to me as a genius, so I guess you will all be at the bottom of the sect when you enter. But there is one important thing you need to know before entering the section." Elder Lu's voice had been indifferent when he was talking, but it suddenly turned serious as he continued. "Those of you who decide to enter the sect, be warned, no one is allowed to leave the sect by themselves until you have reached the late stages of the Earth grade, with the only exception being that you have formally accepted a sect mission. This is an ironclad rule of the sect, and with the exception of undergoing missions, disciples aren't allowed to leave the sect. Now those of you who still wish to enter the sect, take a step forward. Remember, the Floating Cloud sect won't force you to join, but if you do join it, you have to follow the sect rules." The first to take a step forward was Lu Wen, who already knew the rules beforehand. Surprisingly, almost at the same time as Lu Wen, Shen Long, and Xiao Shitu also took a step forward. In the end, all the disciples here took a step forward as they had all decided to join the Floating Cloud sect. Elder Lu faintly smiled as he nodded and said, "Good, then all of you can come outside the palace, it's time to leave." "Elder, how are we going to reach the Floating Cloud sect?" A young man with short spiky hair and a knife on his waist couldn't help asking the question that most people here were also pondering. After all, they had 24 people here and most of them had some kind of luggage with them. If you also counted Elder Lu and the 3 disciples with him, they were 28 people. How were they going to travel to the Floating Cloud sect? Elder Lu didn't answer, but the 3 disciples in yellow robes that had come along with Elder Lu all sniggered as they said, "Country bumpkin." The young man's face reddened, but when they arrived at the palace gardens, his mouth, along with everyone else's that were in the palace hall before with him, were all wide open. A huge red bird over 20 meters 66 feet long was sleeping on the ground inside the palace gardens. Elder Lu ignored everyone's stunned gazes as he walked towards the huge bird and petted it gently on the head before saying, "This is our ride to the Floating Cloud sect. All of you, get on." Chapter 20, Shocking Secrets. Monarch of Time. "All of you, get on," Elder Lu said, and although these kids were a bit afraid of sitting on such a big beast, eventually everyone climbed on top of it. When everyone was finally on it, Elder Lu patted the bird's head as he said, "Let's go." The bird's eyes snapped open as a terrifying pressure crushed on the people inside the royal palace of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The bird then stretched open its giant wings of a wingspan more than 45 meters 147 feet, and as it flapped them, strong gusts of air hit the ground and blew away everyone in its perimeter that had dared to stand underneath it. Elder Lu was standing atop the bird's head as he explained to these soon-to-be disciples of his sect. "This is a red-winged condor, a rank 3 magic beast. It can even fight head-on against a heaven-grade expert, so its power is truly terrifying." The people sitting atop the condor were startled. A rank 3 magic beast? Nobody had ever seen one in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if there was any, it was probably deep inside the Blue Forest if anywhere, but no one had ever seen it or at least lived to tell the tale of it. The condor didn't fly in a straight line but instead kept flying higher and higher. These kids had never reached such an altitude before in their lives, and most of them could feel their legs trembling atop the condor's back. Elder Lu looked at these kids and said, "All of you can be considered as outer sect disciples of my Floating Cloud sect now, so I guess I should tell you a few things. First of all, it is only now that you kids will enter the true cultivation world. Take a look at the scenery below you." The condor had already flown up so high that every person seated on its back had a panoramic view of the scene below them. When everyone looked down, they had noticed that the place they were looking at was so big and their altitude was so high that they couldn't even spot the Sky Fortune Kingdom anymore. Elder Lu then said, "Do you see this? There are over 170 kingdoms down there. But what you people don't know is that these are only mortal kingdoms." This number astonished everyone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Their own kingdom was already so big, and they were now being told that there were more than 170 other kingdoms on par with their own Sky Fortune Kingdom. Their minds couldn't accept this shocking revelation that easily. "Elder, what do you mean by mortal kingdoms?" This time it was a short girl with an immature face and her hair fixed in a ponytail who asked this question. Elder Lu then said, "It means that these kingdoms of yours are mainly comprised of mortals who haven't even embarked on the path of cultivation. This entire continent that you think your kingdom is on, is in reality just a tiny mortal island in the face of my Floating Cloud sect." If these people were shocked before, when they learned that there were 170 more kingdoms on this continent, then this time they were truly speechless. Even Shen Long was shocked, as his mind couldn't process yet the enormity of the floating cloud sect. Elder Lu then continued, sounding completely apathetic about it. That's why I said that you will only now have the chance to actually enter the true cultivation world. My floating cloud sect is in charge of this island, and every 3 years we come down and search for the talented people of every kingdom, allowing them to become outer sect disciples. Elder, may I ask, what do you mean when you say that you come down every 3 years? The spiky-haired kid asked again. Elder Lu then answered the question with a question of his own. Have you ever wondered why there are so few heaven-grade experts on this island? Even your Sky Fortune Kingdom didn't have a single heaven-grade expert. Not just the spiky-haired kid, nobody there knew the answer to this question. Elder Lu seemed to obviously have expected that as he continued. Heaven-grade experts can fly, and they can also absorb the chi in the air around them when they cultivate. Earth-grade experts can absorb the chi from the earth, in a certain radius around them when they cultivate, whereas cultivators in the chi condensation grade can only absorb the chi in the air that comes in direct contact with their bodies. They can't actively seek chi in the air or in the ground as the heaven or earth grade experts do. When cultivators in your island reach the heaven grade, they will notice a barrier high up in the air. This barrier is the dividing line between the mortal world and the cultivation world. Aside from your island, there are many other islands in this sea, many of them belonging to other powerful sects similar to my floating cloud sect. When cultivators from any island reach the heaven grade and fly high enough up in the sky, they can use their energy and pass through the barrier to enter the true cultivation world where my floating cloud sect and the other sects are. Shenlong was truly stunned this time. He didn't expect that he would learn such secrets so soon after leaving the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He now understood why the crown prince of a kingdom would act so subserviently towards the members of the floating cloud sect. At the same time, Shenlong also rejoiced in his choice to leave the Sky Fortune Kingdom and enter the floating cloud sect. Shenlong had sworn to become strong enough to protect his own life, never allowing others to control him, but if he had chosen to stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, wouldn't that mean that he allowed the floating cloud sect to have absolute control over his life? If they could control the crown prince, then they could definitely control everyone else in the kingdom. The red-winged condor finally arrived at the place where the barrier was located in the sky. He stopped in front of it, and Elder Lu suddenly warned everyone. Prepare yourselves. Shenlong grabbed the condor's feathers tightly as he could sense it gathering its energy. A few breaths later, the red-winged condor's wings were shining brightly with a red light as it exploded forth with an astonishing amount of speed, instantly piercing the barrier. Chapter 21, Arriving at the Floating Cloud Sect. Monarch of Time. As soon as the barrier was pierced, Shenlong didn't hear any crashing sound, but an enjoyable feeling rushed through his body. Earlier, when they were above the clouds, the pressure from the high altitude had even made the Earth-grade experts feel some annoyance, let alone the chi condensation rookies. Although Shenlong wasn't heavily affected by this pressure earlier, he had still felt some discomfort. But as soon as the red-winged condor pierced the barrier, every deep breath he took had the feeling of a gentle wave of chi, slowly inserting itself in his body. As soon as their group pierced the barrier, a blinding light suddenly forced Shenlong to close his eyes, and by the time he reopened them, Shenlong noticed that the scenery in front of his eyes had changed. A huge city had appeared in the distance in front of their group, and the red-winged condor was heading straight at its direction. Have you noticed yet? Lu Wen asked. Shenlong nodded in understanding. The aura truly is much purer in the air here compared to the Sky Fortune Kingdoms. Shenlong answered. Lu Wen nodded at Shenlong's deduction and said, but of course, otherwise wouldn't the cultivation world be just like the mortal world? Lu Wen then paused for a bit before asking a sudden question. Shenlong, what do you think about my uncle? Shenlong pondered for a bit before saying, from what I have seen so far, he seems to truly care about you. As for you though, you don't seem to like your family very much. When Shenlong finished his words, he saw a shocked expression on Lu Wen's face. Actually, that wasn't hard to guess, Shenlong said. When your uncle said that it's time for you to return home, I was right next to you and could see your reluctance. Shenlong stopped for a bit before continuing to say, so my guess is that someone from your family wanted you to return home and you didn't have much of a choice but to listen to them. Sigh. Lu Wen didn't know what to say at this point. Shenlong, just from observing his reactions and body language, had already figured out most of his situation. Lu Wen took a deep breath as he said, actually, there is a huge struggle in my family over who will become the next family head of the house. I have a younger brother who is extremely talented, and I also have an older brother who is very smart as well as strong. They both want the position of the family head, while I am not interested in it. That is why I decided to leave my home 3 years ago and descend to the mortal world while I study alchemy. However, my father ordered me to return home with this selection process, and he said that in the next 3 years he will pass the position of the family head to one of my brothers. Originally I objected, as returning home would only mean that I would have to be involved in my brother's struggle, but in the end, I didn't have a say in this matter, so I had to come. Shenlong didn't ask anything about Lu Wen's family from the start. He didn't want to involve himself in their family struggle, as he had already understood the gist of it even without Lu Wen explaining anything. Lu Wen then left behind one last sentence before heading towards his uncle, who was sitting at the head of the red-winged condor. If you need my help inside the city, you can always find me at the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. Shenlong was about to ask something when Elder Lu's voice was heard. Soon we will be arriving at the Floating Cloud Sect. First off, I'm sure that many amongst you have brought plenty of gold coins with them. When Elder Lu finished his sentence, plenty of people puffed their chests proudly, wanting to show off, as they had already prepared thousands and thousands of gold coins. Elder Lu didn't praise them as these people had expected. Shenlong even noticed the traces of a mocking smile on his face as he said, "Let me explain some things beforehand, or you may find yourselves feeling lost when we arrive in the city. First of all, my floating cloud sect is this city." Everyone was speechless until one person suddenly asked, "Elder Lu, do you mean that the floating cloud sect is located inside the city?" Elder Lu looked at him with contempt as he asked, "Is it that this old man didn't make himself clear, or that your ears are useless, kid? My floating cloud sect isn't inside the city, it is the city. The entire city belongs to my floating cloud sect, and everyone inside is a member of the section." Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Only now did Shenlong understand the reason Lu Wen told him that he could find him at the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. That's because the entire city belonged to the Floating Cloud Sect. Elder Lu continued, "Everything inside my Floating Cloud Sect can only be bought using sect points. You can obtain sect points by doing missions for the sect, helping other disciples, or conducting transactions with others directly. When you enter the city, each of you will be given a sect-identifying jade. This jade has two main uses. Firstly, it is the symbol of your identity as a disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect, and at the same time, it is also the place where your sect points are stored. Each person's sect-identifying jade can only be used by themselves. If you lose yours, then even if others find it, they won't be able to take your sect points from it." Elder Lu continued, and with a mocking smile he said, "As for all of you who have brought thousands of gold coins with you, did you think that gold has any value to a cultivator? Disciples can use sect points to obtain resources, techniques, skills, or even to eat and drink. What value would gold have in such a scenario?" Only now did Shenlong understand why his father had insisted on him making connections in the Sky Fortune Kingdom before entering the sect. It was for him to get acquainted with the rest of the people entering the sect from the Sky Fortune Kingdom so they could help each other when they are inside. Nobody said anything to refute Elder Lu, as they all knew he was right. Shenlong then thought, "This old man is right. Did these people think that the others in the Floating Cloud Sect wouldn't have any gold themselves? However, this is a good opportunity. There should be plenty of ways for me to gather sect points inside. Perhaps, I can even try out my skills as an alchemist." While Shenlong was lost in thought, thinking of the best way to gather sect points for himself, Elder Lu's shout interrupted him as he said, "Prepare yourselves, we have arrived in the Floating Cloud Sect." Chapter 22, How to Get Sect Points. Monarch of Time. The red-winged condor landed in front of the city gates, and Elder Lu turned to look at the people beside him as he said, "Follow me, we will go and get your sect robes as well as your sect-identifying jades." Shenlong and the rest got off the red-winged condor, who let out a screech as it flew up and slowly disappeared in the horizon. Shenlong and his group followed Elder Lu, who walked through the city gates. On the way, they saw countless disciples in yellow robes. The city itself looked to be even bigger than the imperial city of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and even more bustling as well. Elder Lu then said, "Actually, just from the island that you kids came from, every 3 years my Floating Cloud Sect recruits almost 60,000 outer disciples. Every disciple with average talent will usually take approximately 30 to 40 years to reach the late levels of the Earth grade. And unless these disciples particularly stand out in some way, then until and if there comes a day where they can reach the heaven grade in order for the sect to give them the chance to become sect elders, they can only stay as outer disciples until then, even if they are at the peak of the earth grade. And that's just the disciples that came from the same island as you. Overall, the sect has more than 1 million outer disciples. Shenlong was shocked as he thought inside that this is not a sect but a small kingdom instead. Elder Lu guided them deeper inside the city as he continued explaining. The city is called the Floating Cloud City and it is divided into two parts. The outer city where you disciples will stay and the inner city where the inner disciples and the elders of the sect reside. Inner disciples and elders do not meddle in the affairs of you outer sect disciples, but that also means that you have only yourselves to count on if you get in trouble with other disciples. However, murder in the Floating Cloud City is forbidden unless it is in the arena, so you don't have to be afraid of getting killed over minor things. As Elder Lu was speaking, they had already arrived in front of a huge building with two big words written on it. Administration Building. Elder Lu then explained as he headed inside. This is the administration building and it is also the most important place in the entire outer city. This is where you will get your disciple robes as well as your sect identifying jades. Administrator Feng will explain the rest to you. The administration building had 5 floors, and Shenlong noticed that each floor was as wide as a football stadium. By the time they arrived on the 3rd floor, a middle-aged man wearing black robes similar to Elder Lu's had come out to receive their group. Elder Lu cupped his hands at Administrator Feng as he said, "Administrator Feng, this is the recent batch of disciples that I was in charge of. Now that I have delivered them to you, this old man will take his leave. I hope you don't mind." Then Elder Lu grabbed Lu Wen from his left arm as he said, "Kid, you are coming with me now." He then looked at the 3 disciples that had followed with him when he descended to the Sky Fortune Kingdom and said to them, "You 3 can go collect your rewards for this mission." He then grabbed Lu Wen and disappeared from the room like a gust of wind. Administrator Feng seemed to not mind Elder Lu as he looked at Shenlong and the rest before saying in a deep voice, "I assume that Elder Lu has explained to you the most important things regarding the city." Then by waving his left hand he magically took out 30 or so yellow robes as he said, "These are your outer sect disciples' robes. You are required to wear them inside the sect, as they prove your identity as an outer disciple. Remember, sect robes are also a classification of your status inside the sect. Yellow robes are the outer sect disciples, green clothes are the inner sect disciples and black robes are the sect elders. A sect elder or an inner sect disciple will not come to the outer city and outer sect disciples are also forbidden from entering the inner city. There are always some exceptions however, for example, my administration building. All of you, come and take a sect identifying jade." Then, Administrator Feng pointed at a desk beside him where a pile of crimson-like jades were arranged in rows. Shenlong walked forward along with the others and as his hand touched the red sect jade, a cooling feeling rushed through him. Administrator Feng said, "Circulate your qi and send a strand of it to your jade to bind it." As soon as Shenlong had binded his sect jade, he sent inside his spiritual energy to examine it and noticed a number inside the jade. 30. In your jades, you will all see a number if you send your spiritual energy inside. This is the number of sect points that the sect gives to all the newly accepted disciples. Administrator Feng's voice was heard as he continued to explain. This is the only time the sect will ever give you sect points for free. Remember, sect points are your resources in the sect. Without sect points, you can't do anything. Administrator, how can we get more sect points? A young man dressed in golden robes asked. This was one of the disciples who was feeling the most sulky in the group, as he had already prepared thousands of gold coins but they had turned out to be useless. The most important thing for these young people was to get more sect points and get more things from the sect. When Administrator Feng heard this question, he had a crafty smile on his face as he answered. There are 4 different ways to get sect points inside the section. Chapter 23, Alchemist's Guild. Monarch of Time. There are 4 different ways to get sect points. The first and safest way would be to become a miner for the sect. There are many outer disciples who decide to work at the spirit stone mines of our sect. The sect will pay you 50 sect points a month for you to help us mine spirit stones. Of course, there is a quota you need to meet when mining, so those who work harder than others can also obtain more sect points at the end of the month. Shenlong wondered for a second whether his triangular-shaped stone was some kind of spirit stone, but he quickly discarded the idea. This stone has a special space inside it that I can enter to cultivate the monarch's hourglass, and it has also integrated itself in my spiritual space. I doubt it is anything even remotely similar to a spirit stone, Shen Long thought. Administrator Feng, we have never heard of spirit stones before, said a disciple with a shining bald head and a burly physique. Right. I forgot that there are almost no spirit stones on the island where you all came from, Administrator Feng said, and then he took out a glistening white stone in the shape of a rhombus as he showed it to these disciples and said, Spirit stones are stones that are full of pure qi which cultivators at the heaven grade and above can absorb to aid their cultivation. So what do you think, children? Do you want to work in the spirit stone mines? You can get up to 100 sect points in a month if you work really hard. When Administrator Feng finished his sentence, he looked like an old man trying to tempt a child with candy, but the look on his face only served to frighten these disciples. The young girl with the ponytail then asked him nervously at Admiral. Administrator 3, isn't there any other way for us to get sect points? Only then did Administrator Feng notice that most of these kids were already frightened by him. Tisk cowards, he then clicked his tongue disdainfully as he said. There are 3 other ways to get sect points, but they are not as profitable for you as the spirit stone mines. Administrator Feng tried to throw his bait once more before saying. The second way would be to help an alchemist or to be one yourself. But that would probably not work for any of you. Alchemists are rich and they could always use some help to finish their pill refinement a bit faster. There are even some rank 3 bronze alchemists that were looking for helpers the other day, but their requirements are of course for you to be an alchemist yourself. For a rank 1 alchemist, they would pay 20 sect points a month. For a rank 2 it would be 50, while for a rank 3 alchemist to help them the price could go as high as 200 sect points for a month. When Shen Long heard this, his eyes shone brightly, not because he wanted to help other alchemists, but because he was already planning to become one even before entering the Floating Cloud sect. Otherwise wouldn't all the information he had gotten from the Golden Book and all the pain he had suffered from it be all in vain? Shen Long then thought. So far alchemists really do seem to be the most profitable path to follow if I want to gather sect points, but I should still probably listen to the rest of what this old man says. Administrator Feng continued. Aside from alchemists or the spirit stone mines, you can accept sect missions. Some of these missions are outside the sect and they require you to hunt some strong magic beasts or find specific herbs that alchemists may need, while the missions that can be completed inside the sect are usually requests for alchemists to refine specific pills that the treasure pavilion doesn't have. These are only some examples, as anyone inside the sect can put a request for a sect mission, but the rule is to first deposit the amount of sect points that you are willing to pay for your request to be completed in the administration building before your mission can be officially listed. However, I suggest that you don't visit the mission section just yet, as no one of you should be strong enough to undertake any missions right now. Lastly, you can apply to work in places like my administration building, the treasure pavilion, and others. Now, those of you that are interested in working at the spirit stone mines can stay behind. The rest of you leave. In the end, 11 out of the 24 people stayed behind to apply to work as miners in the sect. Shen Long had decided to check the mission section that was on the first floor. What Administrator Feng had said earlier was correct, most of the missions were related to alchemists. After having a look at the listed missions, Shen Long rented a somewhat decent courtyard on an inn that was a few hundred meters away from the administration building before he decided to take a look around the floating cloud city. On the way, he saw a lot of street stalls, but instead of selling food like the street vendors in the mortal world would, this time it was the outer disciples of the sect and they were selling everything a person could imagine. Shen Long saw swords, sabers, and spears for sale, and almost all of them had been engraved by runes from high-level formation masters, most of whom were at least of rank 3 in the bronze level. He even saw a saber from a rank 1 silver grade formation master for sale. The seller was a middle-aged looking man, probably around 45 years old, with arms as big as a person's thighs. The price he was asking for this saber was more than 1,000 sect points. Other stalls were selling medicinal ingredients while some even directly sold medicinal pills. However, the cheapest item that Shen Long had spotted today was still above 50 sect points. Only now did he understand that the 30 sect points that the sect had given to him was truly a minuscule amount. Unknowingly, after walking for a long time, Shenlong saw that he had arrived in front of a huge building that was on par with the administration building in size. It had 2 gigantic doors that even carriages could fit inside and 2 huge cauldrons placed on either side of the doors. There were 2 eye-catching words plated in gold at the top of the building that everyone inside the floating cloud sect respected. Alchemist's Guild. Shenlong hesitated for a second before walking towards those gigantic doors. Chapter 24. Conflict in the Alchemist's Guild. Monarch of Time. As soon as Shenlong entered the Alchemist's Guild, his nose was assaulted by the fragrance of freshly made pills. His body slightly twitched and his pores opened as if they were trying to breathe the medicinal essence in the air. A young girl around 18 years old approached Shenlong. Her aura was at the early rank 8 of Qi circulation. Her face wasn't that pretty, but her big boobs and curvy buttocks made every young man who saw her feel a heat on his crotch. Her yellow robes were tightly wrapped around her body, accentuating her curves even further. As she bowed at Shenlong, her cleavage was partly exposed, which made Shenlong's body to start heating up as she said, "Welcome, junior brother. Do you need a cauldron or medicinal ingredients? My name is Jingfei and I am here to help you. Our Alchemist's Guild has everything you will need." In every important building, there were some cultivators responsible for receiving and guiding guests, and obviously this girl was one of them. Shenlong then said, "I am here to take the rank 1 alchemist examination." When he finished his sentence, the woman's expression changed into one of disdain as she said with a mocking look on her face, "Hey kid, do you know how many people take the rank 1 examination every day? More than 300 people. From those 300 people, less than 1% pass. Have you ever studied alchemy before? I can't be bothered with you, just scram to the reception over there if you want to apply for the examination." Her tone had changed all of a sudden from the friendly senior sister to an annoyed shrew, as if Shenlong was wasting part of her precious time. Shenlong said in an annoyed tone, "It's your job to guide guests and yet you are this rude and irritable. Your face is unpleasing to the eye, to say the least, and your only redeeming quality is your body. Then again, I'm sure that I entered the Alchemist's Guild, not a brothel, so I'm not exactly sure what you are doing here showing your boobs to your guests. Sadly, I don't sleep with sluts. Who knows how many people have already used you down there. I wouldn't touch your filthy body even if you begged me." Then, without taking a second look at this annoying woman who had already ruined his mood, Shenlong walked towards the reception to register himself. Just then the woman behind him screamed as she said, "Wait. You are not allowed to take part in the examination anymore." Shenlong's eyebrows were raised as he looked at her, and his gaze suddenly turned cold and piercing as he was about to speak, but an authoritative voice was heard from behind him that said, "If she said you are not allowed to take the exam, then you won't take the exam. Scram out of the guild." An obese man around his 50s with a belly so big that he resembled a rugby ball appeared behind Shenlong and Jingfei. His clothes were white, exclusive only to alchemists inside the sect. The man wasn't exactly short, but because of how big his belly was, he truly resembled a rugby ball. "Alchemist Bulletin," the woman exclaimed in an overjoyed tone as she rushed towards the man and linked her arms with his. Then she looked at Shenlong as she said in an impatient tone, "Didn't you hear Alchemist Bulletin? He told you to scram, kid." Shenlong was extremely angry at this point. First, he comes to the Alchemist's Guild to take a test, then he gets verbally attacked by an aggressive shrew, and then a fat rugby ball had come to abuse him. Shenlong's eyes turned red as he unleashed his aura of a peak rank 6 Qi condensation. This time he had truly unleashed his aura, unlike the time he fought with Xiaoshita where he had only unleashed an aura in the middle of rank 6 in Qi condensation. Jingfei was happy that Shenlong was only at the peak of rank 6 as she hadn't used her spiritual strength earlier to probe him. Although she could feel a suppressive effect from Shenlong's aura, she didn't pay much attention to it as she was already more than a full minor realm stronger than Shenlong. She then walked forward as she said, "Elder Bulletin, watch as I teach this kid a lesson." "What do you mean by Elder Bulletin? Fei, how many times have I told you to simply call me Duyi? Don't worry, just let me take care of this brat for you," Alchemist Bulletin said in an endearing tone, as the fat on his face jiggled every time he opened his mouth. However, Jingfei didn't listen to Alchemist Bulletin as she rushed to attack Shenlong. She already knew what Bulletin Duyi wanted if he were to help her, and she wasn't willing to pay that price just to handle a small rank 6 Qi condensation rookie. However, Jingfei had really underestimated Shenlong. His aura had exploded and Jingfei was stopped on her tracks, But that wasn't the end of it. Shenlong then unleashed his monarch's domain as well, but he didn't target alchemist Buledin as he knew that their difference in cultivation was at far too big of a level to cover. Alchemist Buledin had an aura at the late stages of the earth grade. The difference in both their quality and their quantity of their qi couldn't even be mentioned together. But Jingfei was a different matter altogether. In front of the monarch's domain, with less than 2 minor levels of difference between them, she was incapable of even opening her mouth in front of Shenlong. Shenlong appeared in front of a terrified Jingfei who couldn't move a single muscle, and his left hand slapped down on her face with so much force, that as it fell on her cheek, bones were heard breaking from the impact. Alchemist Buledin's aura then completely exploded as he recovered himself from his stupor. He couldn't understand how could Jingfei be beaten so badly by Shenlong, but he knew that it was now his chance to get revenge for her as well as having her owe him at the same time. Buledin Duyi had arrived in front of Shenlong in the blink of an eye, as he clenched his hand tightly before punching Shenlong straight on his chest. Shenlong's body flew backwards as it collided with the wall behind him, before vomiting a mouthful of blood. Chapter 25, Sudden Changes. Monarch of Time. Shenlong could feel his insides shaking as he crashed on the wall and fragments flew around it collapsed. His sternum had nearly caved in from that punch as he spat another mouthful of blood before exerting all the power he had left in his body to stand up from inside the debris. Shenlong could feel inside him a power that was rapidly healing his injuries, however at the same time, his qi was being depleted at an astonishing rate. Buledin Duyi was startled. "How are you still alive?" he asked, the astonishment evident in his voice. Buledin Duyi's aura made it obvious that he had already reached the early rank 9 of the earth grade. Shenlong surviving a punch from him and still being able to stand after that was already nothing short of a miracle. "Kill him!" A shrill voice was suddenly heard from behind Buledin Duyi. Jingfei had appeared behind him. The entire right side of her face had now turned similar to a pig's, red and swollen from Shenlong's slap. "I can't kill him inside the floating cloud city or the punishment I will receive will be too big of a price to pay," Buledin Duyi said regretfully. I will give you what you want, so kill him," Jingfei said venomously as she grinded her teeth. If you insist, my little Fei, then I will take care of this kid for you," Buledin Duyi said as he looked at Shenlong and said. "Kid, blame your own bad luck for meeting me today and offending my little Fei." Shenlong's mind was filled with endless anger as well as a feeling of powerlessness. He had left the Sky Fortune Kingdom to become stronger so that he can protect his own life, but in the end, he was just a few steps away from death after just one day in the floating cloud sect. His mind suddenly shook, as both the triangular-shaped stone and the golden book buzzed simultaneously. Out of nowhere, a silver-white page had appeared in his spiritual space. This page's appearance was just like the one that had sucked him inside the golden book, but the aura it was exuding was millions of times greater than that of Buledin Duyi's. If Buledin Duyi was a tiny ant crawling on the ground, then this silver-white page was a divine dragon soaring the skies. Shenlong could instantly feel that his mind was connected with this silver-white page, and he was sure that if he were to take it out of his spiritual space, he could definitely kill Buledin Duyi in one shot. The triangular-shaped stone, however, was still buzzing inside his spiritual space. The pressure coming from it even overshadowed the golden book and the silver-white page that had just appeared. Buledin Duyi was slowly walking towards Shenlong, trying to torture him with anxiety. What Buledin Duyi most wanted to see was the expression of despair on Shenlong's face before he killed him. Shenlong understood what Buledin Duyi was trying to do, and he thought inside, "What a shameless old man, he first wants me to feel despair before killing me. Well, if you want to be that vicious, then you better watch how I play you to death today. Even if I have to flee from the floating cloud sect, I can't just sit and die like this." Shenlong then put on an expression full of fear on his face, as Buledin Duyi came closer and closer. As long as he was close enough to him, Shenlong was sure that he could slash him with the silver-white page, even if Buledin Duyi was a rank 9 earth grade cultivator. What is going on here? An old man with a white long beard had arrived at the Alchemist's Guild doors and asked in an authoritative voice full of displeasure. This old man was dressed in silver robes, and there was a silver badge of a tiny cauldron on his chest with 1 star embedded on it. Buledin Duyi's face instantly changed as he walked fawningly over to the old man's side and said respectfully, "Senior Li, what a pleasant surpair. Stop the bootlicking, Buledin Duyi. I asked you what happened here." Buledin Duyi's face twitched, and while his expression didn't change, his eyes turned cold inside. However, he instantly suppressed that feeling as he answered. Senior Li, it was all this kid's fault. This kid has disrupted the peace and quiet inside the Alchemist's Guild, so I asked him to leave but he refused. Thus I had no choice but to teach him a lesson. I hope that you will forgive me. The old man snorted as he looked around, his eyes instantly falling on the female receptionist. He walked over as he asked her what had happened, with a stern expression on his face. Boulet-Nduyi tried to give a threatening glare to the receptionist, but as soon as Senior Li turned to look at him, he instantly felt his heart turning cold. Fuck, if this bitch doesn't keep her mouth shut, I'll be in trouble later. The receptionist didn't dare to lie in front of Senior Li. After all, there were plenty of other people here that had seen what happened earlier, and if any of them were to step forth and tell the truth, even her life could be in trouble then. When Senior Li heard from the receptionist what had happened, he turned his head to look at Boulet-Nduyi and Jingfei threateningly. How dare you lie in front of Senior Li, you insolent waste! You deserve death. Boulet-Nduyi rushed over at the receptionist, but before his palm could strike her, Boulet-Nduyi felt a heavy feeling on his waist. Senior Li's foot had already landed on him from the side, and Boulet-Nduyi's fat body was sent flying as he destroyed a very thick wall. Senior Li didn't even turn to look at Boulet-Nduyi, whose eyes were closed as his body was twitching, while his white robes had turned gray from the dust. Instead, he turned his head to look at Jingfei, who abruptly started trembling as she heard Senior Li's next words. I'll deal with you two later. Then he turned his head to look at Shenlong as he said in a cold voice. As for you, although you were partially the victim here, you are too cruel and your mouth is too poisonous. You spat curses at an employee of our Alchemist's Guild. Although I won't ask you for any compensation about the broken walls or the trouble you have caused, you are hereby forbidden from entering the Alchemist's Guild in the Floating Cloud City ever again. Shenlong's eyes instantly turned frosty as he looked at this disgusting old man, who was trying to cover his subordinates' wrongdoings even at this time. Ha 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 ha. However, just then, sudden melodious laughter was heard from a corner of the room, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 26, Lume, Monarch of Time. Just then, sudden melodious laughter was heard from a corner of the room, drawing everyone's attention. An enchantingly beautiful woman was standing there, painting a picturesque scene. Her flawless face had left both men and women in the room dazed. Her breathtaking black eyes resembled the starry night, while her perfect red lips were simply mesmerizing. She wore long green robes that indicated her status as an inner disciple in the sect. Shenlong had never seen a woman more beautiful than her in his life. Even those celebrities from my past life couldn't compare with this woman in front of me, he thought while he was looking at her peerlessly beautiful face when a voice suddenly woke him up. Hey, what are you all looking at? The voice was full of displeasure as it reverberated inside the room, coming from behind this peerlessly beautiful woman. Shenlong then noticed another pretty woman in green robes, standing even further behind in the corner. It was this woman who had spoken just now. This woman may be slightly lacking in terms of appearance if I were to compare her with the peerlessly beautiful girl beside her, but to be honest, she is also a great beauty as well, Shenlong thought as his gaze turned to examine this girl too. Senior sister, look, now everyone is looking at us apparently. This peerless beauty was the senior sister, while the other beauty standing closer to the corner earlier was the junior sister. Nobody knew what method these two girls had used to conceal themselves inside the room. Otherwise, with their extraordinary appearances, it would be impossible for people to not have noticed them. So what if they are looking at us? I didn't expect that the Alchemist's Guild in our floating cloud city to only be at this level. How dare you? Boulet-Nduyi, who had only just recovered from Senior Li Wei's kick on his waist, and was enraged as he heard what this girl had just said. She directly implied that there was something wrong with the Alchemist's Guild and Boulet-Nduyi wouldn't allow them to expose him like that when even Senior Li Wei had covered for him earlier today. But contrary to all expectations, it was Li Wei who had cut off his words, by sending a heavy slap at his face. Before Boulet-Nduyi could even react, Li Wei warned him in a threatening tone. If you speak one more sentence, you will have to collect your rolling head from the floor. Then Li Wei put on the best smile he could muster, and even though it looked like he was half smiling and half crying, he approached the two green-robed girls as he said, Miss Lu Mei and Miss Lan Jingjing, it is an honor for you to visit my Alchemist's Guild. Please forgive that ignorant idiot who is too blind to see who you are. If you wish to punish him, however, you can do so freely. I will definitely not object to it. Boulet-Nduyi, whose heart was blazing with flames of rage, now felt like he had just been showered with a bucket full of ice. Shenlong was also speechless by how shameless Li Wei could be. These two girls must definitely have some extraordinary origins, or this shitty old man wouldn't be so polite to them, he thought. The junior sister of the two, Lan Jingjing, looked at Buletin Duyi as she said coldly, "For daring to speak like that to my senior sister, you deserve death." Lan Jingjing's eyes were bursting with anger and she looked like she was just half a step away from tearing Buletin Duyi's body apart when Lu Mei stopped her and said, "We shouldn't kill anyone inside the city, even if it is scum like this person, or we too would become the same as them in that case," Lu Mei said in a cold voice that didn't hide her displeasure towards Buletin Duyi, before she turned her head to look at Senior Li Wei, saying, "Mr. Li, you should allow this junior brother to participate in the test. Everyone inside the hall knows the truth about this matter and it could possibly affect your reputation." This junior brother only intended to take the test when this woman first insulted him, Lu Mei said as she pointed at Jing Fei. Jing Fei's face had turned completely white. She knew that these two stunning women were definitely inner sect disciples and this time she was most likely doomed. Shenlong was also surprised. Lu Mei's bluntness astounded him. Nevertheless, he politely cupped his fists at her before turning and leaving the Alchemist's Guild. His meaning was obvious. Shenlong had refused Lu Mei's goodwill as this was a matter of pride for him. Since the Alchemist's Guild had kicked him out the first time, he wouldn't return even if Li Wei had begged him. Besides, all that he wanted to do this time, aside from participating in the examination for the rank 1 alchemists, was to verify some of his theories about medicinal ingredients and see whether a few of his hypotheses were correct or not. But even without the Alchemist's Guild he could still do it, it would just take a bit longer to do it. Lan Jingjing was tongue-tied. It was the first time someone hadn't accepted her senior sister's polite intentions. People would usually rush to fawn over her, but this guy did the complete opposite. Lu Mei wasn't offended by Shenlong's refusal to her. It was actually the first time that a young outer sect disciple had piqued her interest, her sparkling eyes looking at Shenlong's lonely back as he walked out of the guild. Just as Shenlong had left the Alchemist's Guild, a big ball of meat could be seen rushing towards him. Shenlong instantly turned around and was about to curse Buletin Duyi before turning to run since he couldn't beat him just yet, when he noticed that this person's shape was different from Buletin Duyi's. If Buletin Duyi was like a rugby ball, then this person resembled more like a football/soccer ball, since his belly was completely round. Despite being fat, this person had arrived in front of Shenlong almost instantly, as he panted a bit before saying, "Brother, you were really impressive back there," the fat person said as he pointed behind him at the Alchemist's Guild. Shenlong looked at this person who was also wearing green robes and thought, aren't the inner disciples supposed to all be in the inner city and only rarely to come to the outer city? Then how come I've already seen 3 today? This fat disciple then cupped his hands as he said, "My name is Fu Li and I'm from the inner sect. How can I address you, junior brother?" Shenlong was still on his guard towards this Fu Li, but he didn't sense any ill intentions from this person, so he too cupped his hands as he said, "My name is Shenlong." Just as Fu Li was about to respond, a familiar white-robed man approached them as he said, "Brother Shen, haha, what a coincidence. Will you accompany this elder brother for a drink at the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion?" Chapter 27, Friends. Monarch of Time. The young man in white was of course Lu Wen. Fatty Fu, what are you doing here? I was just going to ask you the same thing. How do you know Brother Shenlong? Asked Fatty Fu. Alright. Fatty Fu continued, "Brother Shenlong, let's go to the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. Just now I heard Lu Wen invite us, which means he is obviously going to pay. We need to order the best food and wine. Especially the Mystifying Fragrance wine. Its taste is truly heavenly." Fatty Fu quickly started salivating as he thought of the food and wine in the Mystifying Fragrance Pavilion. "Hey Fatty, who invited you? I only invited Brother Shen. As for you, take a hike? Don't even dream of having me pay for your meal or I'll go bankrupt." Shenlong smiled as he saw the two bantering like old friends while they were walking towards their destination. Although Fatty Fu seemed to be closer in age to Shenlong, he was still great friends with Lu Wen. After all, in the cultivation world, 10 years were nothing. When a cultivator reached the Earth grade, they could already live for 500 years. Their group walked for almost 30 minutes until they finally reached a very large and luxurious building. The building wasn't as big as the administration building or the Alchemist's Guild, but it was definitely far more luxurious than both of them. After all the previous two involved pills and administration of the city, while this one was probably the most luxurious building in the entire sect, the mystifying fragrance pavilion. Shenlong, Lu Wen, and Fatty Fu all walked towards it, and as they got closer, Shenlong noticed that the gates of the pavilion looked like they were made from pure gold with many runic lines engraved inside. Lu Wen knew that Shenlong would be curious since it was his first time visiting the mystifying fragrance pavilion, so he explained. This metal isn't gold, but it's a formless liquid that only high-grade formation masters can create. It is first formed in a liquid state, and the formation masters need to hammer it and create the runic inscriptions inside it before it has completely solidified its shape. Fatty Fu interrupted Lu Wen as he said, "The gates of the mystifying fragrance pavilion are all created from this metal, and even a full-powered punch from a peak rank 9 Earth-grade expert probably can't destroy it. After all, this gate requires at least a formation master of the silver level to CRE. Enough, Fatty, I will explain things, so wait until we get to our table first." Their group had already reached the mystifying fragrance pavilion, but Fatty hadn't noticed it and had kept blabbering. Lu Wen said to the waiter, "Bring us to the 3rd floor and bring us 3 jars of mystifying fragrance wine." The waiter bowed as he brought them to the 3rd floor and quickly brought over their wine. Fatty Fu then said to Lu Wen, "Wow, you really are willing to spend today, brother Lu. 6,000 sect points for 3 jars of wine? Impressive. This little brother will be in your care in the future. Scram, Fatty, next time you are the one paying for our wine. Today is an exception since I had to return home and I have been feeling so stifled that I couldn't take it anymore without drinking some good wine." Fatty Fu then asked, "Right, brother Lu, how did you meet brother Shen here?" Lu Wen and Fatty Fu both explained how they met Shenlong, and although Fatty Fu had expected such a normal situation, Lu Wen was astonished. "Did you really fight with Bulet and Duyi?" Lu Wen asked Shenlong, disbelief coloring his face. Shenlong instead smiled self-mockingly as he said, "Fight? That shameless old man just punched me once, but I couldn't do anything to him and I almost died from that punch of his. But I will make sure to pay him back tenfold in the future." Although his insides had almost healed by now, and his chest had no injuries anymore, his chi was almost depleted at this point. Shenlong, however, was shocked because even now, the triangular-shaped stone still hadn't stopped buzzing inside his spiritual space. That is still unbelievable. How could a rank 6 condensation rookie survive a punch from a late Earth stage cultivator? This is a miracle. Brother Shen, you are truly amazing, Lu Wen said as he cupped his fists in respect to Shenlong's feet before they all opened their jars of wine to drink. As they were all drinking, the atmosphere in the table became even friendlier, and at this point, the three of them really regarded each other as true friends. After all, there was an old saying in the cultivation world: men become acquaintances after meeting each other, they become friends after drinking with each other, and they become true brothers after sharing life and death with each other. Lu Wen then asked Shenlong curiously, "Right, brother Shen, why did you go to the guild? I remember that you only started cultivating less than 2 months ago. Could it be that you are interested in studying alchemy? What did you say?" Now it was Fatty's turn to be astonished, as Shenlong needed less than 2 months to reach his current level. "Ha ha ha, my Fu Li's brother is a genius that needed less than 2 months to reach the peak of rank 6 in chi condensation? Brother, you have to come and meet my grandfather. If he knew that I have a brother who advanced so fast in his cultivation, perhaps he wouldn't beat me every time he saw me before telling me to go cultivate harder." Fatty Fu thought for a bit before saying, "Yes, that's it. It's not my fault that I am not progressing fast enough in my cultivation, it's just that I'm not a genius." Chapter 28, Another Alternative. Monarch of Time. Shenlong and Lu Wen looked at the fatty and both laughed at the same time, before Shenlong responded to Lu Wen, "Actually, I need some books to practice alchemy. Although I have learned a few theories already, I still need to expand my horizons. That's why I was at the guild intending to take the examination to become a rank 1 alchemist." Lu Wen then said, "I can give you my own books both for rank 1 and rank 2 alchemists. I don't need them anymore, and hopefully, I will soon become a rank 3 alchemist. I have already learned all that I needed to from these books, therefore the only thing that is currently hindering me from becoming a rank 3 alchemist is my cultivation realm." This was the first time that Shenlong had heard something like that. So one needs to advance their own cultivation to advance in ranks as an alchemist? Shenlong asked curiously. "It's not that you have to advance realms necessarily, but it's more like, that you can't advance as an alchemist unless you advance in your own realm first. Lu Wen's answer was puzzling and didn't make a lot of sense, so he continued explaining. Alchemists rely on their spiritual strength to refine their pills, but every higher rank pill also requires even more spiritual strength from the alchemist in order to succeed in the refinement of the pill. Shenlong seemed to understand where this conversation was headed to as Lu Wen continued. Theoretically, one can become a rank 1 alchemist at the early rank 1 stage in qi condensation, however, that is realistically impossible. There is no way for an early rank 1 qi condensation rookie to have enough spiritual strength to become a rank 1 alchemist. Shenlong understood what Lu Wen was trying to say and he was feeling extremely joyful inside, as his spiritual strength had already advanced by leaps and bounds after absorbing the heavenly aura from the Golden Book. However, how far he had advanced right now could only be understood when he tried to refine pills himself. I am certain that even if I can't refine rank 3 pills yet, I can definitely succeed in refining rank 2 pills. Even Lu Wen is only a rank 2 bronze alchemist, so wouldn't that put me at least on par with him if my guess is right? Lu Wen then continued. Usually, an alchemist advances 1 rank for every 6 ranks they advance in cultivation. For example, a person usually needs to reach rank 6 in qi condensation before they have enough spiritual strength to become a rank 1 bronze grade alchemist. That same person would then have to advance all the way to rank 3 in the earth grade before becoming a rank 2 bronze grade alchemist. As for becoming a rank 3 bronze grade alchemist, then that would require this person to become a rank 9 earth grade expert. Right now I am still at the peak of rank 3 in earth grade. However, my father told me that if I reach the middle stages of the earth grade before 3 months have passed, he will give me a golden eagle spirit nourishing pill. When Fatty Fu heard this, he almost choked on his wine as he asked Lu Wen in disbelief. Is that the same golden eagle nourishing pill that requires the core of a peak rank 3 golden eagle? That's a magic beast that even a peak heaven grade expert can't defeat in a one-on-one scenario. It also needs at least a rank 2 silver grade alchemist to refine it. Will your family really give something like this to you? Let alone giving it to you, where did you guys even find that? Shenlong was shocked when he learned the pill's origins, but Fatty Fu was even more shocked because he knew how rare this pill is. Even in the treasure pavilion in the city, one wouldn't necessarily find such a pill even after 10 or 20 years. This pill is actually in my grandfather's possession, and since he said that only I can have it as I'm the only alchemist in the family, none of my 2 brothers dared to object, or my grandfather would give the position of the family head directly to the other. After all, this is something that belonged to my grandfather to begin with. What right does anyone else in the family have to object if he wants to give it to me? It is also due to my grandfather's wishes that I returned back to the city from the mortal world. If I consume this golden eagle nourishing pill, then when I reach the middle stages of the earth grade, I would already be able to refine rank 3 bronze grade pills. So brother Shun, you don't have to refuse these books as they are already useless to me. Lu Wen then finished his sentence and waved his hand as 5 different books appeared from thin air. Shenlong had already seen the use of a spatial ring back when Administrator Feng had first used his own. Damn, how convenient, Fatty Fu mumbled, and Shenlong nodded his head in agreement. Shenlong then accepted the books before asking, Brother Lu, where can I find medicinal ingredients in the city? Originally I was planning to buy some from the Alchemists Guild, but there have to be other places as well in the Floating Cloud City, right? Lu Wen didn't answer Shenlong's question. Instead Shenlong noticed that he had turned to look at Fatty Fu, before the fatty stood up from his chair and puffed his chest out proudly. Then Fatty Fu put on a well-pleased smile as he looked at Shenlong and said in a satisfied tone, Actually, this brother here works for the biggest auction house in the Floating Cloud City, the Treasure Pavilion. Our Treasure Pavilion not only conducts auctions every month, but it also has access to a huge supply of medicinal ingredients. Just tell me what you need and this brother will definitely get it for you as long as it is within my abilities. Then Fatty Fu stopped talking for a bit before calculating something with his hands. After that, he embarrassingly raised 3 fingers before saying to Shenlong, Right now I can only help you this much, brother. Chapter 29, Sect Points and Medicinal Ingredients. Monarch of Time. Lu Wen looked at Fatty with disdain as he asked, Fatty, you only have 3,000 sect points. Fatty Fu replied embarrassingly, I'm almost out of sect points for this month, but I will definitely have more next time. At least this much he said as he then raised all 10 fingers proudly showing off. Shen Long understood that both Fatty Fu and Lu Wen were both very willing to help him. Shen Long's relationship with Lu Wen had only started because of his father's goodwill to gift him a good cauldron, but it evolved into something much purer. It was something that Shen Long had never experienced before. This unconditional friendship, this, was also what brotherhood actually felt like. Things were the same with Fatty Fu. He was a simple-minded man. If he liked you then you would know it, whereas if he hated you, he wouldn't even hesitate to kick you twice when you are down and struggling. Shen Long now genuinely understood that from today onwards he would have 2 people by his side who could very well be called his brothers. Although this wasn't a brotherhood forged between a life and death situation, Shen Long knew that they genuinely treated him like a brother, and he would do the same. Shen Long and Fatty Fu could both accept Lu Wen paying for the wine this time, and they would pay the next time, be it in the mystifying fragrance pavilion or in some other place. This kind of thing wasn't calculated by sect points between brothers. Sometimes you pay for them when you go out, while sometimes they pay for you. However, Shen Long would never accept charity from anyone, not even from his friends or his brothers, especially because something like that could damage their relationship. A relationship involving profits was never pure after all. Therefore Shen Long said, "Right now I only want to know whether I'm suitable to practice alchemy or not to actually train to become an alchemist. I can see how my refinement process goes and decide in the future if I truly want to become an alchemist. Also, don't speak about giving me money again. What I want to know is this. I need honey fruit, blue stripped grass, 5-leafed giant flower, and grizzly growing root. 10 sets of these. How much would they cost in the treasure pavilion? Don't even think about lying to me, or when I find out, we will definitely not call each other brother by then." Fatty Fu sighed and then he calculated for a bit with his hands before saying, "These are all rank 1 medicinal ingredients and incredibly common at that. Therefore 10 sets of these would originally cost you 140 sect points. However, if we buy them on my name we will get an extra 40% discount since I'm an employee in the treasure pavilion, which would reduce the overall cost to 84 sect points." Fatty Fu stayed silent for a bit before saying again, "But if you don't try enough times during pill refinement, how will you know whether you are really suited to practice alchemy or not? There is no way you can succeed with such a low amount of medicinal ingredients." Lu Wen also nodded as he had already experienced this firsthand, but they both didn't try to persuade Shen Long further to accept their help as they both understood his thoughts clearly. They too didn't want this brotherhood that they had formed between them to turn into a material relationship. That's why they accepted his decision. Shen Long calculated for a bit before saying, "Then for 3 sets it should be 25.2 sect points, right? There is no 0.2 sect points in the sect. If the number is closer to 10 than to 0 then it is calculated as 1 point. Since 2 is closer to 0 then it is calculated as 0 points, which brings the sum to 25 sect points," Fatty Fu answered. Shen Long thought for a bit before saying, "Then brother, help me buy 3 sets of those ingredients. Here are the 25 points." Shen Long took out his sect identifying jade as he transferred 25 points to Fatty. They all kept drinking merrily for an hour until they had finished their wine and left the mystifying fragrance pavilion. Shen Long had already told Fatty Fu and Lu Wen the name of the inn he was staying at, and Fatty Fu promised him that he would have someone deliver the medicinal ingredients in less than 3 hours. Shen Long decided to stay in his room and read the alchemy books that Lu Wen had given him. Shen Long eventually found some information that he hadn't learned from the Golden Book. So medicinal ingredients are categorized in 9 different grades, and each grade corresponds to each alchemist's ranks and abilities. For example, a rank 1 bronze grade alchemist would only be able to refine pills from rank 1 medicinal ingredients, whereas a rank 1 silver grade alchemist could use medicinal ingredients from anywhere between rank 1 to rank 4 for his concoctions. Shen Long mumbled to himself. Unknowingly almost 3 hours had passed and Shen Long had lost himself into studying, when a voice coming from outside woke him up from his thoughts. "This guest, a person from the treasure pavilion, has delivered some goods for you." Shen Long collected the goods from the innkeeper before returning to his room and spacing out for a bit as he looked at the medicinal ingredients in his hands. Then he sighed as he thought, "This is make or break now. I already spent 25 of my 30 sect points for these 3 sets, and I have also already paid the innkeeper 4 sect points to reserve this courtyard for the rest of the month. If I fail this gamble, I would probably have to go and work in the mines for at least a month. Although I am absolutely confident that I can do this, I only have these 3 sets of ingredients and I can't afford to waste them. Shenlong then tried to calm his mind before starting his first attempt in pill refinement, when the triangular-shaped stone in his spiritual space quieted down. His consciousness was once again flooded with images just like it had been in the past before 3 words appeared in Shenlong's mind. The characters were unknown to Shenlong, he had never seen them before, but he could sense an ancient aura from them and Shenlong could understand what these words meant as if their meaning was engraved directly in his soul. Monarch's Eternal Body. Chapter 30, Monarch's Eternal Body. Monarch of Time. Monarch's Eternal Body. Shenlong instantly understood everything after these images flashed through his mind. The Monarch's Eternal Body was a heaven-defying technique just like the Monarch's Hourglass. However, the Monarch's Eternal Body was completely different from the Monarch's Hourglass. This was a body refinement art. Shenlong had already learned earlier from Lu Wen's books that there were 2 types of cultivators: Qi cultivators and body cultivators. Qi cultivators gathered Qi inside their bodies by circulating their cultivation techniques, whereas body refinement cultivators would refine their bodies instead. When Shenlong had been in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, he hadn't even heard of body cultivators. Body refinement is said to be 100 times more difficult than Qi cultivation, thus it had completely disappeared from the mortal world. Despite the higher difficulty though, there were plenty of cultivators who focused on body refinement in the cultivation world. Shenlong had understood from these images in his head what type of body art the Monarch's Eternal Body was. It was an art that enhanced the body and made the person cultivating in it able to tear space with his bare hands. Shenlong knew that he already had a cultivation technique that could affect time around him, but he was just too weak to properly use it at the moment. Now with a body that could tear through space as well, he wondered, how strong will I become by then? He sat in his room cross-legged as he studied this body refinement art. In the cultivation world, it was unbelievably hard for people to follow a path of both Qi and body refinement as they were 2 completely different paths. To become a Qi cultivator, the Qi you absorbed from nature had to pass through your meridians and circulate through your body, before becoming yours to use. However, the path of body refinement was completely different. The most common way to cultivate in body refining was to train your body for many years, injuring yourself every time before then consuming medicinal pills or taking medicinal baths that could help you recover and strengthen yourself even further. Shenlong, though, knew that he couldn't follow this path of body refinement. Firstly, he didn't have enough time to do so as that would require many years to succeed, and secondly, the Monarch's Eternal Body was completely different and couldn't be trained in such a way. It required Shenlong to refine certain medicinal pills and use the immense energy they contained to destroy and then rebuild his body from the inside. However, every path had its own shortcomings. Although it would be faster for Shenlong to advance in body refinement compared to other body cultivators who have been training their bodies for years, he would have to pay the equivalent price for it. Instead of having your bones, tendons, and internal organs to slowly strengthen themselves like they usually would have during body refinement, the Monarch's Eternal Body would completely crush them before reforming them properly. This was the kind of pain that couldn't be described with just the word excruciating. Shenlong was slightly afraid inside. The smallest misstep could cause him to die this time. After taking a deep breath, he seemed to have realized something as he mumbled, "Now that I think about it, this all seems to be just parts of a bigger whole. First I had to cultivate in the Monarch's Hourglass to have enough Qi in my body as well as become a Qi cultivator. Then, when my Qi reached a certain level, the Golden Book sucked me inside and almost killed me when it filled me with all that information. And now that I have the knowledge I need regarding medicinal plants, magic beasts, and the human body, I can cultivate the Monarch's Eternal Body by refining the pills I need. Could it be that the optimal path to follow is this double way of cultivating both in Qi and body refinement? Even if it isn't, I still can't pass on such an opportunity. I have to at least try to cultivate in the Monarch's Eternal Body as soon as I can gather the medicinal plants I need for it. For now though, I should start with becoming more proficient in alchemy." Then Shenlong took out the 3 sets of honey fruit, blue stripped grass, 5-leafed giant flower, and grizzly growing root that he had purchased with Fatty Foo's help and sat down cross-legged. After that, he took out the peak rank 3 bronze grade cauldron that his father had given to him before Shenlong had left the Blue Forest City. Shenlong took a deep breath, his eyes fully focused in front of him as he said, "It's time to start." The first thing he had to do was to turn part of his chi into the fire element and start warming his cauldron. Unless a person had trained specifically in an ice-focused cultivation technique, they should be able to easily turn their chi into fire. After about an incense stick of time, the cauldron was already warm enough, so Shenlong took out the 5-leafed giant flower. According to Lu Wen's books, I first have to pluck the petals before throwing the body of the flower in the cauldron. After it is fully converted to medicinal essence, I have to throw in half of the grizzly growing root before adding the honey fruit and the blue stripped grass. But this doesn't make any sense. If I pluck all the petals from the 5-leafed giant flower, although its energy will be easier to be refined into a pill, the pill would at least be 20% less effective due to this, and the medicinal efficacy will fall even further if you throw in only half of the grizzly growing root as well. The root grows under rocks and absorbs the energy of the earth to mature. Throwing half of it makes no sense if it is just to balance out the wood energy from the 5-leafed giant flower with the grizzly growing root as earth element. Shenlong pondered for a bit before he decided. I will first add in the blue stripped grass before plucking one leaf from the 5-leafed giant flower to balance out its energy and refine it faster. Then I will put in the rest of the flower along with the grizzly growing root, and I will add the honey fruit last. This way the chi barrier breaking pill will at least be 60 to 70% more effective compared to the book's recipe. If any competent alchemist had heard Shenlong's thought process this time, they would definitely spit on his face. If it was that easy to modify alchemy recipes, wouldn't everyone just do that? Chapter 31, Refining Pills. Monarch of Time. Nevertheless, what others may consider as madness, to Shenlong it seemed completely logical after having understood every single aspect of these medicinal ingredients he was handling. Shenlong added the blue stripped grass first and he noticed that it instantly started to wither. Before all of the essence had left the grass though, Shenlong threw in one leaf from the 5-leafed flower. The shocking result was that after throwing in the leaf, the blue stripped grass had a reaction as the half-withered grass coiled itself around the leaf while it was being refined. Shenlong smiled proudly as he said, "Ha, I knew it that this was the correct way to refine the blue stripped grass." By adding one leaf from the 5-leafed flower, the medicinal essence of the blue stripped grass that would have been lost in the air is now all focused around the leaf. The refinement is faster and the efficacy of the chi barrier breaking pill will be higher in the end. But I have to throw the rest of the flower inside soon or its quality will quickly drop after it has lost one of its leaves. When he finished speaking, 5 breaths of time had already passed and Shenlong threw the rest of the 5-leafed flower inside the cauldron. When a medicinal ingredient was purified, a sizzling sound could be heard as its body would wither and it would leave behind its medicinal essence in liquid form. The 5-leafed flower was quickly being refined and Shenlong used his spiritual energy to lower the flame's temperature. The grizzly growing root has to be refined slower than the previous 2 ingredients or its essence would evaporate with only a very small amount remaining in the cauldron in the end. However, even though Shenlong had already lowered the flame's temperature, when he threw in the grizzly growing root, more than half of the root's essence was instantly lost and his first attempt to refine the chi barrier breaking pill was a failure. Shenlong sat down with his legs crossed as he pondered for a bit. Although the recipe was perfect, I should have adjusted the temperature of the flame even more. If I had lowered it just before the 5-leafed flower had finished its refinement process, then I wouldn't have failed like this. Even though Shenlong had absolute knowledge regarding the materials he was currently using, alchemy was in the end a process of trial and error. Even if your theoretical knowledge was perfect, you still had to adapt to any sudden changes during the actual refinement of the pills. Although Shenlong had failed, he wasn't demotivated in the least. Instead, he was eager to find out if his guess was correct this time. He rested for an hour to recover the spiritual energy he had expended, before starting the refinement process again from the beginning. This time Shenlong followed the same steps that he took during the first time, but he lowered the temperature of the flames before the 5-leafed flower was completely turned into essence. It took 20 breaths of time for the grizzly growing root to be refined after he had thrown it in. Now there were 3 different colors moving inside the cauldron. Blue from the blue stripped grass, light green from the 5-leafed flower and a dark brown from the grizzly growing root, each of them guided by Shenlong's spiritual strength to rotate inside the cauldron in a circular motion. All I need to do now is extract the honey fruit's juice before adding it inside the cauldron. I guess that's why other alchemists need helpers. It really is a tricky situation since you can't remove the juice before you start the refinement process or the fruit will wither and die before a few breaths of time have even passed. Shenlong was having a really hard time right now. If he stopped the refinement to extract the juice from the honey fruit, the rest of the essence inside the cauldron would become useless without the support from his chi flames and the support from his spiritual power, eventually dissipating in the air. If he didn't do this though, the entire refinement process will still go to waste eventually without the honey fruit's needed support to complete the pill. Can I perhaps? Shenlong had a crazy idea in his mind. And yet, although it sounded crazy, once it was stuck in his mind, he couldn't get rid of this feeling. It seemed like something inside him was pushing him to try this idea. Shenlong took a deep breath, his eyes shining brightly. He circulated the chi inside him as he activated the monarch's hourglass. Then he shouted inside his mind. Monarch's domain. The indistinct figure of an hourglass expanded from his body and covered the entire room as time went still. Monarch of Time. Chapter 32, Chi Barrier Breaking Pills. Monarch of Time. The indistinct figure of an hourglass expanded from inside his body and covered the entire room as time went still. Crazy. Shenlong couldn't help but exclaim after time had stopped in the entire room. It really worked. I can manipulate time, forcing everything to go still, before finishing the refining process myself. Although Shenlong was inwardly thinking how much of a cheat his monarch's hourglass technique really is, he didn't lose any time daydreaming as he quickly moved to extract the juice from the honey fruit. Right now, he could only keep the monarch's domain active for 6 breaths of time. After that, his chi would be sucked dry from the huge consumption of the technique. A yellow color had added itself into the mix of blue, light green, and dark brown. Guided by Shenlong's spiritual power, the yellow liquid moved inside the cauldron, before it followed the other 3 colors that were already revolving around each other in a circular motion. Shenlong stopped the activation of the monarch's domain as the invisible figure of an hourglass returned back in his body. And yet, even though less than 3 breaths of time had passed between the activation and the deactivation of the technique, Shenlong still felt that his chi was severely drained. Just activating the monarch's domain requires so much of my chi. I need to solidify my cultivation at the 7th rank of chi condensation soon. I will definitely have more chi then, and sustaining the monarch's domain will be easier. The 4 streams of liquid inside the cauldron were guided by Shenlong's spiritual power as they tried to merge with each other. Shenlong knew that he had reached the most crucial phase in his refinement process. The lid of the cauldron was now closed as it buzzed incessantly, while Shenlong's mind was fully focused on merging the 4 liquids into one. A burst of fragrance came from inside the cauldron as the scent of medicinal herbs suddenly filled the room. Shenlong stood up and opened the lid of the cauldron as he looked inside. 2 small cyan-colored pills could be seen inside as they emitted a sweet-smelling aroma. Shenlong quickly gathered both of them and put them inside the bottle that Fatty had sent over along with the 3 sets of medicinal ingredients. Alchemists stored their pills and herbs in airtight bottles, or else the pills would lose their effectiveness by coming in contact with the air for a prolonged period of time. After resting for an hour to recover his chi and spiritual energy, Shenlong decided to refine the last batch of ingredients he had left. Now that he had already succeeded once, the concoction of the pills was even easier the second time around. The refinement process was even faster than before, and there was 1 more pill inside the cauldron when he opened the lid this time. Shenlong now looked at the 5 chi barrier breaking pills inside his bottle and was overjoyed as he thought of the price that they could fetch. Normal chi barrier breaking pills have a 50% chance of allowing someone at the peak of rank 6 to enter the early rank 7 in chi condensation. My pills, however, have a 70% chance of allowing the people consuming them to directly reach the middle stage of rank 7. Shenlong thought out loud as he looked at the 5 cyan-colored pills in his hand. As for reaching the early stages of rank 7, Shenlong had absolute confidence that anyone consuming his pills would experience a breakthrough in less than 15 days. This was absolutely unheard of in the entire floating cloud sect. It had to be known that rank 7 was a dividing line, and a cultivator with mediocre talent would need to cultivate for more than a year to reach the early stages of rank 7 from the peak of rank 6 if they didn't use any pills. But Shenlong's pills could help someone, regardless of their talent, to directly reach the 7th rank in chi condensation in less than half a month. Shenlong himself understood that his pills would easily fetch a price of 100 sect points each. The problem was how to go about selling these pills. He couldn't tell people that he had just refined these himself. The efficacy of his qi barrier-breaking pills and the ones that were out on the market were on a completely different level. Shenlong then thought, I will first try to enter the 7th rank in qi condensation. Then I will consider the matter of selling the qi barrier-breaking pills. The treasure pavilion should be my best option, but I will think about it again after I complete my breakthrough. Shenlong sorted out his thoughts before entering seclusion to reach the 7th rank of qi condensation. Chapter 33, Breakthrough to Rank 7. Monarch of Time. Shenlong had already received enough food and water from the innkeeper this time, before entering seclusion to reach the 7th rank in qi condensation. The bottleneck that other cultivators would meet at the peak of rank 6 wasn't a bottleneck for Shenlong at all, hence why he didn't need the qi barrier-breaking pill for himself. He sat down cross-legged as he entered inside the space of the triangular-shaped stone. There were 55 balls of qi above his head, 8 of which were shining more brightly than the others. Shenlong took a deep breath as he said, "It's time to start." He then started purifying the rest of the qi balls. His goal was to make them all at the same level as the other 8 above him. Days passed while Shenlong was in seclusion, and soon, it was already the 21st day since he had arrived in the floating cloud city. Shenlong had already reached the early stage of rank 7 but still hadn't exited his seclusion. After one more week, Shenlong finally stopped cultivating and stood up from his cross-legged position. His body that should originally be feeling sore after sitting cross-legged for almost a month, was brimming with energy as Shenlong had already reached the peak of rank 7 in qi circulation. Inside the monarch's hourglass, there were now 63 qi balls of light all at the same level of power. As Shenlong stood up and stretched himself, he started pondering on how to sell his 5 qi barrier-breaking pills. Suddenly he slapped his thigh as he exclaimed, "Damn, why didn't I think of this earlier?" He opened the chest he had carried all the way from the Blue Forest City and searched among the clothes he had brought with him and found a black robe that covered him perfectly. Shenlong tried wearing the black robe, and after making sure that his face and body were both completely covered, he removed it as he stuffed it inside a small bag that he hanged on his left shoulder. Shenlong then stuffed the bottle with the qi barrier-breaking pills inside his robes and left his courtyard. The innkeeper looked at Shenlong, who was just leaving his courtyard, and approached him as he said, "Guest, you have used almost the entire month that you paid for. There are 3 more days left. Please remember that the courtyard you are staying in costs 4 sect points each month, so make sure to renew the payment if you wish to extend your stay for another month." The middle-aged innkeeper said somewhat amiably, but his eyes betrayed the scorn he felt. He had seen plenty of new disciples like Shenlong, who had just arrived from the mortal world, and instead of looking for ways to gather sect points, they only looked at the short-term benefits of cultivating in the richer aura of the cultivation world. Only when these people's sect points fell to 0 would they understand their mistakes, but it would be too late by then. Shenlong heard the innkeeper, but he didn't really pay any attention to him. His mind was fully occupied with the matter of the qi barrier-breaking pills. Although Shenlong's plan was good in theory, he didn't know if it would actually work. After asking for directions, he walked for half an hour before arriving at the treasure pavilion. The structure of the pavilion was huge, just as big as the mystifying fragrance pavilions. The treasure pavilion could be considered slightly inferior to the mystifying fragrance pavilion in terms of luxuriousness, but it was definitely above it in terms of grandeur. Its outer appearance wasn't any inferior to the mystifying fragrance pavilions actually. The biggest difference between the mystifying fragrance pavilion and the treasure pavilion was that while only filthy rich disciples like Lu Wen and Fatty Fu tended to visit the first, everyone, whether they were rich or poor, would always need to visit the second. That was because the mystifying fragrance pavilion was a center for entertainment, while the treasure pavilion was a place for disciples to buy what they needed. Shenlong didn't directly walk inside the treasure pavilion. Instead, he took a detour and found a secluded alley a few dozen meters away from it. After making sure that no one was looking at him, Shenlong put the black robe on his body as he headed towards the treasure pavilion. The streets were bustling, and as a result, not many people paid attention to his black robes. After all, it wasn't that uncommon for people to put on a disguise inside the floating cloud city. Chapter 34, Treasure Pavilion. Monarch of Time. Shenlong walked straight towards the treasure pavilion's entrance. As soon as he entered the pavilion though, he noticed a drastic change in the atmosphere around him. The air inside the pavilion seemed to be richer in qi, compared to the air on the streets. Also, the loud sounds from the pedestrians on the streets were instantly isolated as soon as he had entered inside the treasure pavilion. It was obvious that the pavilion was protected by many formations, some of which even purified the qi in the air to a certain degree, while others isolated the outside noise. Shenlong noticed counters everywhere, where disciples working for the pavilion were stationed to sell the goods on display. As he wasn't in a rush, Shenlong toured around the first floor of the treasure pavilion. As he walked around the floor, Shenlong noticed that the treasure pavilion had everything that a person would need. Weapons of all kinds as well as armors were for sale in this room. Swords, sabers, spears, whips, hammers, knives, bows and arrows, and many more were up for sale, all of them forged by rank 3 bronze grade formation masters. Pills from rank 3 bronze grade alchemists could also be bought on this floor. Even rare treasures that could only be activated once but could kill someone above your level were up for sale here, but their prices were all terrifying. The prices for such treasures started at 3.000 sect points and went up to 10.000. Shenlong was elated to have even found one of the medicinal herbs he needed to refine the rank 2 internal destruction pill that he required in order to reach the first stage of the monarch's eternal body. Sadly, he only had 1 sect point on him right now, so Shenlong decided to stop wasting time and hurry and find someone to sell his qi barrier breaking pills to. Shenlong looked around the first floor, but since he didn't find anyone who purchased pills here, he decided to move up to the second floor of the treasure pavilion. The second floor had much fewer people compared to the first floor, and when he walked in he saw a few young girls in yellow robes giving directions to the people who arrived on the floor. One of the girls in yellow robes approached the black-robed Shenlong as she asked politely, "Hello, senior, welcome to the treasure pavilion. Can Mei Yi assist you?" Apparently this young girl's name was Mei Yi and she was there to offer instructions to those who entered the second floor. Shenlong coughed once, trying to change his voice in a much heavier than his usual tone as he said, "Yes, I have heard that the treasure pavilion both purchases and sells pills, correct?" Mei Yi looked at Shenlong and replied smilingly, "Yes, senior, if you wish to purchase pills, there are many pills of even better quality than the previous floor here on the second floor. However, in case you want to sell pills, chances are that you won't get a good deal as our treasure pavilion has a huge stock of many different kinds of pills. Unless of course senior is planning to sell a rank 4 pill or some other kind of rare pill, in that case, things would be different." Although Mei Yi explained everything clearly and politely, she didn't hold high hopes for Shenlong, as most alchemists who came to sell their pills here would usually end up leaving dejected. The treasure pavilion had its own alchemists to refine pills, and it didn't need to rely on unaffiliated alchemists like them. Shenlong looked at Mei Yi as he replied again in his heavy voice, "Indeed, I have some kind of special pills that I wish to sell. In that case, senior, please follow me," Mei Yi said as she took Shenlong to a relatively big room near the end of the second floor, where alchemists could get their pills appraised. Then she bowed politely as she said, "Senior, please wait until I call an alchemist of our treasure pavilion to come and appraise your pills." Shenlong nodded and Mei Yi left the room for a while. The room was relatively empty, as it only had a big table at the center, and 2 couches on each end of the table. Shenlong seated himself on one couch as he waited for Mei Yi to return. Less than 10 minutes later, she followed behind a man in white robes who had a white badge with 2 stars and a tiny cauldron on his chest. The man looked to be in his early 30s and he had a placid look on his face as he looked at the black-robed Shenlong and sat down opposite to him without asking for approval or any greetings beforehand. Mei Yi quickly introduced the man to Shenlong as she said, "Senior, this is Senior Wang Bo, a rank 2 alchemist, and an appraiser of our treasure pavilion." Shenlong nodded at Mei Yi's words, as he suddenly heard Wang Bo speaking. "Please tell me what pills you wish to sell to our pavilion. Hopefully, you won't waste my precious time." Shenlong's face smiled underneath his black robes. "I have some qi barrier breaking pills, have a look," he said as he retrieved a bottle from inside his robes. "You called me all the way here for some qi barrier breaking pills? Even our rank 1 bronze grade alchemists can create this kind of lousy pill," the arrogant rank 2 bronze grade alchemist Wang Bo exclaimed as he was ready to leave the room. Shenlong didn't reply to him. All he did was to open the bottle with his qi barrier breaking pills and Wang Bo's expression instantly changed. Chapter 35, Stunning Price. Monarch of Time. As soon as Wang Bo smelled the fragrance emitted from the qi barrier-breaking pills that Shenlong had brought, his arrogant expression instantly vanished as his eyes focused and he sat straight on the couch opposite to Shenlong. As an alchemist, he definitely understood that this pill wasn't just a qi barrier-breaking pill. Meanwhile, the young girl's Mei's expression had turned completely pale. She had forgotten to ask what pill this senior wished to sell to their treasure pavilion before she brought him at the appraisal room. She stuttered as she said in a weak voice, "Senior Wang, please forgive me. I didn't check what pill this senior wished to sell before I brought him to the room." Aye, it is. Be quiet," Wang Bo said in a serious voice as he didn't even look at Mei Yi, his eyes completely focused on the bottle of pills in Shenlong's hands. Shenlong closed the bottle but he didn't return it inside his robes. He just stood seated on the couch as he watched Wang Bo, who suddenly stood up. Wang Bo then bowed as he said, "Senior, please forgive me for my disrespect earlier. I will personally go and call Senior Yin, a grade 3 alchemist of our treasure pavilion, to appraise these pills. Please wait here." Wang Bo's voice was full of pleading, as he kept bowing and apologizing. Shenlong didn't say anything. He just waved his hand as Wang Bo flashed a relieved smile before he rushed out to call that Senior Yin in the room. Senior Yin, who was also dressed in the same manner as Wang Bo, except that the white badge on his chest had 3 stars instead of 2, arrived at the room with Wang Bo in tow, and when he entered it, his eyes turned to look at the black-robed Shenlong and the bottle of pills in his hands. Senior Yin then said to Shenlong, "This brother, I heard that you wish to sell some special qi barrier-breaking pills. Please allow me to inspect them for a while before I can give a proper assessment about their effects." "Indeed, have a look and tell me what you think," Shenlong answered as he placed the bottle of qi barrier-breaking pills on the table in front of him. Up to now, neither Wang Bo nor Senior Yin had managed to ascertain Shenlong's level of cultivation, which made them have some doubts in their hearts. Naturally, they didn't know that Shenlong was training in the Monarch's hourglass and had completely retracted his aura, and that caused them to assume that Shenlong's level of cultivation was above theirs. Senior Yin then opened the bottle and his expression was just as stunned as Wang Bo's when he had inhaled this fragrance from the qi barrier-breaking pills earlier. He took out one pill from the bottle and inspected it very carefully for a while before putting it back inside. Then he prudently returned the bottle of pills in Shenlong's hands before saying, "This brother. Oh no, I mean senior, if you wish to sell these pills to our treasure pavilion, we would be more than happy to purchase them from you." Senior Yin pondered for a bit more before gritting his teeth and saying, "There are 2 ways for senior to sell these pills. The first, if you aren't in a hurry, would be to sell them in our monthly auction, which will take place 15 days from now, here in our treasure pavilion." As Senior Yin finished speaking, he took something shiny from his spatial ring and said, "This is the VIP invitation to our monthly auction. If senior decides to attend, you will of course spectate the auction from one of our private VIP booths. I, Yin Xing, hope that senior will attend the auction as there will be plenty of good things to buy." Shenlong accepted the shiny silver-colored invitation and put it in his robes as Yin Xing continued. "The second way would be for senior to sell the pills directly to our pavilion. Although the profit won't be as high as if senior were to sell them at the auction, our treasure pavilion will still buy them at 500 sect points for each pill." Shenlong almost choked when he heard the price that Yin Xing was willing to purchase the qi barrier-breaking pills at. Normal qi barrier-breaking pills were only sold for around 50 sect points each, but Yin Xing was willing to pay 10 times the normal price for Shenlong's pills. Shenlong was shocked, but Yin Xing took his silence as a sign of displeasure, so he hurriedly said, "Senior, it is not that I'm intentionally giving you a low offer. It is just that although these pills are exceptional and something that I have never seen before, they are still rank 1 pills in the end, as they were concocted by rank 1 medicinal herbs. Hence I can only offer you this much." Low offer. Shenlong thought, how is this considered a low offer? I expected this guy to offer me around 100 sect points for each pill. This time I have struck it rich. Shenlong was lucky that he was wearing the black robes, or his delighted expression would have instantly given everything away. Shenlong quickly composed himself, and contrary to Yin Xing's expectations, he said, "All right, I will sell them directly to your treasure pavilion this time." Chapter 36, Gathering Medicinal Ingredients. Monarch of Time. Yin Xing was extremely excited. This was a never-before-seen, improved version of the normal qi barrier-breaking pill, and as a rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist, he could easily understand the effects of a rank 1 pill after inspecting it for a while. Who knows, perhaps if I'm lucky enough, this senior may even give me the recipe for this improved chi barrier-breaking pill in the end. Although Yin Xing had these thoughts in his mind, he didn't try to push his luck in fear of incurring Shenlong's displeasure. However, Yin Xing was now determined to do everything he can in order to leave behind a good impression on Shenlong. Since Shenlong had said that he will sell them directly to the treasure pavilion this time, he must have meant that he will sell more pills in the future, but he will probably put them up for auction and won't sell them directly to the pavilion like he did this time. Perhaps this senior could take a liking in me and accept me as a disciple. Then I will get to learn all sorts of precious pill recipes like this one. Yin Xing had already started daydreaming, and even his drool had started dripping from the corner of his mouth. Shenlong was a bit disgusted looking at his expression, while Mei Yi's and Wang Bo's faces had turned red from shame. Cough. Shenlong coughed once to wake Yin Xing up before he said, I also need to purchase some things from your treasure pavilion this time. Yin Xing realized his blunder as this was a very shameful display for a rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist, so he hurriedly said, Don't worry senior, just tell me what you need and I will personally go and bring everything over. Just then a sudden idea came to Yin Xing's mind, as he took something from his spatial ring before handing it to Shenlong. Senior, please accept this VIP card as a gift from our treasure pavilion. It can give you a 40% discount on everything that you directly purchase from our treasure pavilion. Unfortunately, this VIP card doesn't count inside our pavilion's auctions, but it may still come in handy for when senior visits our pavilion. Shenlong was astonished by this VIP card's features. It had the same use as Fatty Fu's privileges inside the treasure pavilion. Shenlong laughed and accepted the VIP card as he expressed his thanks at Yin Xing, before listing out the ingredients he needed. I need 40 sets of honey fruit, blue stripped grass, 5-leafed giant flower, and grizzly growing root. I also need a white root ganoderma, a blood lotus at least 50 years of age, a fire spirit fruit, a water element grass as well as half a bottle of a rank 3 black-tongued python's poison. Yin Xing was exhilarated that he could manage to leave behind a good impression after his previous blunder, but when he heard the second part of the ingredients that Shenlong had listed his face suddenly paled. He said in an almost crying tone, Senior, although our treasure pavilion has some of these ingredients, I am not sure if we have everything that you listed just now. Shenlong was a bit disappointed as he had originally thought that he could gather everything in the treasure pavilion, but in the end, he still waved his hand and said, I understand, just tell me what is available. I already spotted the white root ganoderma on the first floor, but if you don't have the rest of these herbs I will understand. Yin Xing seemed relieved that the senior was so understanding, and said, Senior, please give me a moment to check, I will be back very soon. Shenlong nodded and Yin Xing quickly left the room. Half an hour later, Yin Xing returned, and as he waved his hand the previously empty table was now almost full with medicinal herbs. Senior, here are the 40 sets of honey fruit, blue stripped grass, 5-leafed giant flower, and the grizzly growing root. Their total cost would be 560 sect points, but considering the 40% discount of Senior's VIP card, the final cost is only 336 sect points. Then Yin Xing took some more things from his spatial ring as he introduced every ingredient with great zeal. This is the blood lotus that Senior asked for and it is almost 100 years old. Its price with Senior's VIP card is only 300 sect points from the original 500, while this is the white root ganoderma that Senior requires and its final price would be 120 sect points. Yin Xing then pointed at a small bottle filled with black liquid on the table and said, Senior, this is the poison of a rank 3 black-tongued python, and its price is only 900 sect points. I also specifically inquired about the fire spirit fruit and the water element grass, and although they aren't available in our treasure pavilion right now, I actually found out where Senior can acquire them. Shenlong's eyes brightened when he heard that Yin Xing had information about the last two ingredients he needed. If he could really get his hands on the fire spirit fruit and the water element grass and refine the rank 2 internal destruction pill, he would then be able to reach the first stage of the monarch's eternal body. Just based on the scenes that Shenlong had witnessed inside his mind, the power of the monarch's eternal body was beyond shocking. Where can I find them? Shenlong asked. Although his tone was heavy, Yinsing didn't fail to notice the unmistakable excitement in his voice, and that made him puzzled. This senior is definitely someone who has reached at least the rank 1 silver grade as an alchemist, just based on the perfection of his chi barrier breaking pills. Although the fire spirit fruit and the water element grass are relatively rare rank 2 medicinal herbs, they shouldn't be that rare to such a senior or hold so much allure for him. Although Yinsing was somewhat puzzled, he still answered Shenlong's question. They should appear 15 days from now, in our Treasure Pavilion's auction. Chapter 37, Arena Match. Monarch of Time. Shenlong was already interested in participating at the auction, but now that he heard that the last 2 ingredients he needed would probably appear there, attending the auction 15 days from now became one of his top priorities. Senior, after deducting the cost for the 40 sets of rank 1 herbs, the white root Ganoderma, the blood lotus and the black-tongued python's poison, our treasure pavilion still owes Senior 844 sect points for the chi barrier breaking pills. Yinsing said, as he took out his sect-identifying jade, and transferred the remaining amount to Shenlong. Shenlong then, suddenly noticed a problem. He didn't have a spatial ring to carry all the stuff that he had bought today. He took a deep breath as he thickened his face and said to Yinsing, I will also need a big bag. Yinsing looked like he didn't understand until Shenlong pointed at a finger on his right hand and said, Recently I met with an accident and my spatial ring was stolen. Until I find the culprit and get it back, I obviously have to carry everything myself. Hence why I wear these black robes, so I don't get recognized while carrying my stuff with me. Even Shenlong admired himself and his ability to spout nonsense in broad daylight. Yinsing showed a look of understanding as if he had just now realized the senior's predicament, and he said to Mei Yi, Quickly bring a bag for Senior. Mei Yi rushed out and soon returned with a big black bag that Shenlong filled with the ingredients on the table. Yinsing's and Wang Bo's eyes twitched, watching those ingredients worth over 1,000 sect points fill a bag like they were some kind of cheap goods that you could pick up from the side of the road, but they didn't dare comment on it. Although Shenlong's face was pretty thick and could ignore their reactions, he still had bought everything that he needed from this trip of his to the treasure pavilion, so he bade farewell to Yinsing and the rest as he left to return back to his room at the inn. After Shenlong left the appraisal room, Yinsing looked at Wang Bo and Mei Yi and said, You guys did very well today, but remember, if in the future the senior returns to our treasure pavilion, you must make sure to inform me immediately. He emphasized the last words and Wang Bo and Mei Yi both nodded before they all left the room. On the way back, Shenlong first found an isolated corner near the inn he was staying at, and after switching back to his outer disciple robes, he returned to his room where he placed the big black bag that was full of medicinal ingredients on the floor. Shenlong sighed as he said, It really is difficult to walk around without a spatial ring. I need to obtain one soon, or in the future I will be in trouble if I have to carry so much stuff again by myself. Although Shenlong had said that, he knew that a spatial ring was definitely very expensive if even Fatty Fu didn't have one yet, but he was determined to inquire about it the next time he visited the treasure pavilion. After Shenlong left the black bag with the ingredients in his room, he went to find the innkeeper to pay the 4 sect points for the next month American Samoa well. As Shenlong now had 845 sect points on his sect-identifying jade, the measly 4 sect points that his room costed for a month didn't mean much to him now. After paying the innkeeper, Shenlong decided to eat outside today. Although he had eaten the food that the inn delivered at his room every day, it was food of the lowest quality, and having to eat that for a month had already made his stomach grumble. Although Shenlong couldn't be considered rich right now, with 841 sect points on him, he was definitely not poor anymore, so he chose a relatively good restaurant to eat. He ate both meat and vegetables until he was full, and although the wine here couldn't compare to the mystifying fragrance pavilions, it was still much better than the plain water he drank every day for the past month that he was locked inside his room. As Shenlong paid the bill and left the restaurant, he noticed a commotion around him, as most disciples on the street were all heading towards the east of the city. Shenlong stopped a young man who was running and asked, Excuse me brother, why is everyone in such a hurry? The young man that Shenlong had stopped looked at him as if he was an alien and said, Haven't you heard? Today is the arena match between Xiao Juyan and Lei Pong. The winner will advance into the top 100 ranks of the arena. As soon as this disciple finished his explanation, he ran towards the east of the city. Arena matches? How interesting. Shenlong thought to himself as he too followed the rushing crowd. Chapter 38, Gathering in the Arena. Monarch of Time. After an hour of walking, Shenlong had arrived in front of a huge arena. The line that the crowd had formed in front of the arena was so long that it took more than 30 minutes until Shenlong finally entered. When Shenlong entered and found a seat to spectate the incoming match, he actually noticed a pair of familiar faces staring at him from a few seats away from him. This pair was Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu. When Xiao Shitu noticed Shenlong, who had just seated himself to spectate the match, he walked over at his side as he said, "Haha, Shenlong, what a small world we live in." Then Xiao Shitu lowered his voice as he whispered to Shenlong, "I have not forgotten the humiliation from our fight in the Imperial Palace, and I will definitely make sure to pay you back now that I've advanced into rank 7. Shenlong looked at Xiao Shitu mockingly and didn't even bother lowering his voice as he said, "It's fine, if you won't learn your lesson, I'll make sure to slap you harder this time." When Xiao Shitu heard Shenlong's words, a humiliating memory resurfaced as his eyes brimmed with anger. Just then Lin Wu stepped forward as she said in a loud voice, almost as if she wanted everyone here to hear her, "Shenlong, let's see how much longer you can act arrogant for. Brother Shita's elder brother is senior brother Xiao Juyan and he is ranked 100th on the arena rankings. Brother Shitu is no longer a person that someone like you can offend." People were startled to find that this young man was actually Xiao Juyan's younger brother. Xiao Shita's spirits were lifted when he saw everyone around him looking towards them in shock, and with his renewed confidence he said, "Shenlong, if you kneel in front of me now and ask me to spare you, I may put a good word for you in front of my elder brother later. But if you refuse, don't think that the second young master of the Lu family can protect you forever. Haha, you must think that your elder brother is really powerful, huh?" Suddenly a voice was heard from behind Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu. When Xiao Shitu turned his head, he saw Lu Wen and Fatty Fu, along with another young man with a burly build and bald head standing behind them. The one who had spoken just now was obviously Fatty Fu. As they all looked at Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu, the burly man next to Fatty Fu spoke up as he asked Xiao Shitu in a disdainful tone, "Do you think that your brother is invincible in the arena? He is barely scraping at the 100th rank." Xiao Shitu was enraged at this man who dared to belittle his brother, and he asked in a furious voice, "Who do you think you are to dare talk about my elder brother like that?" Just then, some of the spectators had started whispering between each other, "Hey, isn't that Fu Piazi? What? The one who is ranked 17th in the arena rankings?" "Yes, I saw him when he challenged the 15th person on the rankings, Li Shuchan, 1 month ago." When Xiao Shitu heard who this burly man was, his courage was instantly deflated as he now resembled a popped balloon. Even his brother wasn't a match for Fu Piazi, let alone he who was just at the early rank 7 in Qi condensation. Why is Fu Piazi here to watch a match that is going to determine the top 100? Ah, you don't know this? I heard from my cousin who works at the administration building's mission section, that Fu Piazi and Lei Pong are good friends. Lu Wen's group ignored the conversations around them as they introduced Fu Piazi to Shenlong. "Brother Shen, this is my cousin Fu Piazi, and he is at the top 20 in the arena rankings." "Greetings brother Fu." Shenlong greeted Fu Piazi, but Fu Piazi didn't even nod his head in response, not bothering to really talk to Shenlong as he sat on his seat with his eyes closed. Let alone Shenlong, even Fatty Fu and Lu Wen frowned at Fu Piazi's behavior, but Shenlong waved his hand, indicating that he didn't really care, as they instead started chatting between the three of them. Fu Piazi didn't understand why his cousin would associate with this weak country bumpkin who came from the mortal world, but he didn't spare Shenlong a second look as he waited for the match in the arena to start. Shenlong was the first to speak. "Brothers, why are there so many people here for a match that is just going to determine the 100th spot in the arena rankings?" Shenlong had already heard this from the discussions around him, but he couldn't wrap his head as to why there were so many people gathered to spectate this match. Fatty Fu then sighed as he said, "In the future, you must definitely enter the top 100 ranks of the arena, if you ever want to become an inner disciple." Chapter 39, Arrogant Fu Piazi. Monarch of Time. Shenlong's interest was piqued as Fatty Fu continued explaining. "In the floating cloud sect there are 4 ways to become an inner disciple. The first way is to become a heaven-grade expert and be below 100 years old. The second way would be to be born in a big family like mine or Lu Wen's, then you can directly enter the sect as an inner disciple. However, Although this is technically possible, even families like my Fu family or Lu Wen's Lu family can only send very few disciples to directly enter as inner sect disciples. So this method is the most uncommon of them all. The third way would be for an elder of the sect to take a fancy in you and accept you as a direct disciple. But because of how strict their requirements usually are, this method is almost as uncommon as the second one. And the fourth and final way to become an inner sect disciple is to reach the top 100 ranks in the arena and get a chance to fight against an inner sect disciple. Shenlong then asked, so if someone enters the top 100 ranks, they can challenge an inner sect disciple? Lu Wen was the one who answered this time. It's not exactly like this. However, being in the top 100 in the arena usually means that you are among the 100 strongest outer sect disciples. At the end of the year, you may be given the chance to fight against an inner sect disciple then, and depending on the results of the match, you may be promoted to an inner disciple and be allowed entry in the inner city. Shenlong looked around him as he exclaimed, so that's the reason the arena is so full, even though it's just a match for the top 100. Just the top 100? The sect has more than 200,000 outer sect disciples. Is it easy to become one of the top 100? This time it was Fu Piazi who spoke with unconcealed anger in his voice. Shenlong understood that he had unintentionally belittled the top 100 and that's why Fu Piazi seemed to be angry. However, he wasn't willing to back down as he answered. I see. So the top 100 must be really amazing and untouchable by mortals like me in your eyes, right? In that case, what are inner sect disciples to you? Gods. It wasn't that Shenlong was intentionally belittling the top 100 outer disciples, but that he himself had already set far loftier goals than that. There was no way he would stop in the floating cloud sect's outer city. His goal was to become so strong that no one else could decide his fate for him, and he knew that he already had the means to accomplish that by training as hard as possible in the Monarch's hourglass technique. As for people like Fu Piazi who had already grown complacent by being in the top 20 rankings in the arena, he would sooner or later be surpassed by others with that kind of mentality. The cultivation world was a cruel one, and it wasn't that much different than the mortal world in the sense that you will either eat or you will be eaten. If you didn't strive to become stronger, others would dictate your fate for you instead in the future. Exactly? In my eyes you and everyone else from the mortal world are all ants. Even that Xiao Juyan is just a slightly bigger ant in my eyes. I only aim to become stronger as I climb through the arena ranks, and my only opponents are those in the top 15 rankings. I don't put any of you in my eyes as you aren't even fit to talk to me. I don't know what the young master sees in you, but in my eyes you will never amount to anything more than an ant. After he finished speaking, Fu Piazi stood up and left. Brother Shun, please forgive me. He is usually arrogant, but this time he went over the line. Although I'm not strong enough to teach him a lesson just yet, I'll make sure he gets what he deserves after we return to the family. Fatty Fu's eyes were almost spitting fire at this point as he looked at Fu Piazi's back. However, Shenlong just shook his head. It's not your fault, so what are you apologizing about? It is obvious that he is too arrogant and he doesn't place anyone here in his eyes. However, I will make sure to teach him in the future just how wrong his words from today were. Right, with Brother Shun's talent you won't take too many years to reach the late stages of the Earth grades, since you are already at the peak of rank 6 in Qi condensation already. Before Shenlong could respond to Fatty Fu's words, sudden exclamations were heard from the crowd as two young men had already stepped in the center of the arena. Chapter 40, Open Secret. Monarch of Time. It's Xiao Juyan and Lei Pong. People in the crowd exclaimed as everyone looked at the center of the arena. There, two young men were standing opposite to each other. Both of them were wearing yellow robes, however each of them was carrying a different weapon on their backs. One of them was relatively handsome and was carrying an iron hammer on his back. Shenlong instantly understood who this man was, as his face greatly resembled Xiao Shita's. That person is Xiao Juyan, Lu Wen said as he pointed towards that person with the hammer on his back. Sure enough, Shenlong thought as he nodded his head. The person with the blonde hair and the spear on his back is Lei Pong, who is ranked 101 in the arena rankings. Fatty Fu interjected, and just as he was about to continue explaining, Xiao Juyan started speaking. Lei Pong, do you really think that you have a chance against me? You already lost to me once and you will definitely lose again the second time. Xiao Juyan, don't think that I'm the same person that I was 4 months ago. You were already at the peak of rank 5 Earth grade while I was only in the middle stages of rank 5. But today, the result will be different. Fine then, show me how things will be different this time around, Xiao Juyan said in a mocking tone, as his entire body started changing into a rock-like substance, while he held his hammer in his hands. This is Xiao Juyan's rock body. In the same realm, there is almost no attack that can break through his defenses and harm him. That's not for certain. Lei Peng's Thunderspear art is extremely strong. Now that he has also advanced at the peak of rank 5 in the Earth grade, he can definitely win this time. The crowd was then discussing how the battle would proceed when Lei Peng took out his spear and rushed towards Xiao Juyan. Their fighting styles are completely different. Lei Peng focuses on attacking, while Xiao Juyan focuses on defense. Just as Lu Wen finished speaking, Lei Peng had arrived in front of Xiao Juyan and his spear pierced towards Xiao Juyan's chest. Xiao Juyan stumbled 6 steps backwards as he vomited blood. There was no hole in his rock body, but parts of his rock armor were broken as they fell on the ground after Lei Peng's attack connected. Xiao Shita's and Lin Wu's faces paled when they saw Xiao Juyan being injured. Xiao Juyan, however, didn't look to be in much pain and his rock body was slowly recovering, as he looked at Lei Peng and said, "Your attacks are strong, but too bad that you are still no match for me." Lei Peng looked at him confidently and responded, "Didn't you just vomit blood from just one of my attacks? I want to see what makes you act so arrogant in front of me." Just as Lei Peng was about to attack again though, the aura on Xiao Juyan's body started to rise higher and higher, from the peak of rank 5, all the way until it stabilized at the early rank 6 of the Earth stage. Lei Peng didn't pause his movement as he attacked again, but deep in his eyes, traces of anger as well as dejection could be seen. Xiao Juyan easily parried Lei Peng's attack with his hammer, as he sent a punch at Lei Peng's chest, who was then sent flying at the edge of the arena. Lei Peng stood up, with blood flowing from his lips as he asked, "When did you reach the early stage of rank 6? Xiao Juyan didn't answer his question, but instead, he asked one himself. "Do you think that you are the only one who is improving here? Even if you are at the early stages of rank 6, you won't stand a chance against an inner disciple 5 months from now, so stop acting so smug." Lei Peng was exasperated as he said this. "Whether I'm a match for an inner disciple or not shouldn't concern someone like you who can't even reach the top 100, should it?" Lei Peng dejectedly left the arena, as Xiao Shitu and Lin Wu quickly rushed to congratulate Xiao Juyan, before they leisurely walked out of the arena. Shenlong was too about to bid farewell to Fatty Fu and Lu Wen, when Fatty Fu looked at Shenlong seriously. "Brother, you need to do your best and improve your strength as much as possible. I have heard that an alchemist in our treasure pavilion somehow found an improved qi barrier breaking pill that can allow people to directly enter the early and even the middle stages of rank 7 in qi condensation. I tried to purchase one for you, but they were all bought by some of the higher echelons in the section." Shenlong and Lu Wen were both stunned by Fatty's words, and a warm feeling started spreading in Shenlong's heart. "What I'm going to tell you is somewhat of an open secret, so pay attention. You need to improve your strength as much as you can in the next 2 months. Because there are 2 months before the Outer Sect examination begins." Chapter 41, Outer Sect Examination. Monarch of Time. Fatty Fu revealed something shocking just now. If there was an Outer Sect examination and it was an open secret, then why hadn't Shenlong heard anything about it? Fatty Fu saw that Shenlong had stayed quiet, so he explained. "It's an open secret because only people who have been in the sect for more than 3 years know about it. This test mostly concerns the newest 60.000 disciples that join the sect every 3 years, so why would the older disciples go about spreading the news of a sect examination for no reason?" Shenlong understood that Fatty's words made perfect sense. Why would the older disciples help the new ones for no reason? Although there must definitely be some new disciples that know about the sect exams, there can't be too many of them. Probably only people like Xiaoshita who have an older brother inside the sect would know about it. The rest of the disciples are most likely kept in the dark until the sect examination begins. Shenlong thought to himself and surmised that even if he wasn't completely correct, the truth probably wouldn't be that far off from his guess. When Lu Wen thought about the sect rewards, his eyes shone as he said, "Brother, don't take the sect examination lightly. Just the rewards for the top 3, and even the top 10 are enough to make me jealous." Shenlong couldn't help himself as he asked, "Fatty, do you know what the rewards are?" "Haha, I knew that you would be interested. I don't know if the prizes for this year will be different, but 3 years ago the first place winner got a spatial ring, a rank 1 silver grade sword, and 10.000 sect points. Fatty Fu and Lu Wen were both trying to rouse Shen Long's interest in the rewards, and indeed they were successful as soon as Fatty mentioned the spatial ring. Shen Long was embarrassed when he thought of his previous visit to the treasure pavilion and how he had to carry 40 sets of medicinal herbs like they were cabbages. However, Lu Wen's next words were like a bucket of cold water to Shen Long. The top 3 is probably to be impossible for you, brother. However, if you can manage to somehow reach the early rank 8, you can try to get a good place at the exam. Shen Long looked at Lu Wen, who continued, "It's not that I'm looking down on you, brother, but there will be disciples who have reached the peak of rank 3 in Earth grade, while you still are at the peak of rank 6. No matter how talented you may be, you can't fight someone who is 6 small realms higher than you." Shen Long understood that Lu Wen was only looking out for him and he was just trying to be realistic. After all, how could someone who has barely cultivated for less than 5 months by now fight against Earth grade experts? Usually, the outer sect examination takes place in the demonic mountain region, but there are some rumors circulating that this year's sect examination will be different compared to last times. After Fatty Fu finished speaking, he took Shen Long and Lu Wen to the mystifying fragrance pavilion where they spent 3 hours before deciding to split up. As soon as Shen Long returned to the inn, he entered his room and started to ponder over what he had learned today. Since the information came from Fatty, it must definitely be true. In that case, I only have 2 months to strengthen myself before the outer sect examination begins. I also need to refine the 40 sets of ingredients that I purchased from the treasure pavilion into medicinal pills before the day of the auction arrives, or I may miss the fire spirit fruit and the water element grass since I don't know what their final price in the auction is going to be. Shen Long then took a deep breath before he decided to first refine the 40 sets of rank 1 medicinal ingredients that he had into qi barrier breaking pills. He sat on the floor as he warmed up his cauldron before starting refining the pills. Refining 40 sets of medicinal ingredients was very taxing to Shen Long. After 14 days of constant refinement, he had finally refined all the herbs into pills when the day of the auction finally arrived. Chapter 42, The Day of the Auction. Monarch of Time. The day of the treasure pavilion's auction had finally arrived. It was already morning, yet Shen Long was still exhausted, lying down on his bed with his eyes closed, as he had been refining pills non-stop with barely any time for himself to cultivate. However, the results were beyond his expectations. He had managed to fill 12 bottles with qi barrier breaking pills, for a total of 120 pills. In other words, he hadn't failed once in his refinement in the past 14 days. Although part of it was due to the monarch's domain cheat-like ability that froze time around him, after refining pills for so long, Shen Long's alchemy skills had also advanced exponentially. Looking at the pill bottles that were scattered around on the floor, all of them filled to the brim, Shen Long felt satisfied with himself. After 2 hours of rest, he stood up from his bed and washed himself, before gathering all the pill bottles from the floor as he started heading towards the treasure pavilion. After checking that he had everything he needed with him, including his VIP card and the invitation for the auction, Shen Long found a secluded corner where he changed into his black robes before walking towards the pavilion's entrance. Although there were 3 hours until the treasure pavilion's auction begun, there was already a huge line outside the entrance. All of them were disciples wanting to participate in the auction. Shen Long had no other choice but to walk towards the end of the line, as he patiently waited for his turn to enter. A pair of young outer disciples who were waiting in front of Shen Long had started chatting. "Hey, I heard that the fee to enter the auction is 100 sect points. Do you think everyone in front of us has that many sect points? Tisk, what do you know? You won't even be able to buy the cheapest things with 100 sect points in the auction. This fee is just to stop people from overcrowding the auction when they don't have any sect points, and yet they still try to enter." The second young man clicked his tongue as he looked disapprovingly at the man beside him. Half an hour passed like this, when suddenly a person in green clothes walked from the side of the line, completely ignoring the people queuing up, as he headed straight for the treasure pavilion's entrance. "Hey, where is this guy going?" The young man in front of Shen Long was about to protest before the man next to him slapped his head from behind. "Do you want to die? Don't you see that he is wearing inner sect disciple robes? So what? There are other inner sect disciples here and they are also queuing up in front of us, so why can this guy walk all the way to the entrance? How ignorant can you be? He probably has an invitation from the pavilion." The man next to him was exasperated as he kicked his friend. As soon as these words left his mouth, they both fell silent, while the young man in green clothes had completely ignored the discussions around him as he walked towards the entrance. There, two young women in outer disciples' robes welcomed him, as the young man showed them his shiny silver-colored invitation. After verifying it, the two young women politely escorted him inside. As soon as Shenlong had seen the man's invitation, he understood how dumb he himself was. Of course those with an invitation wouldn't have to wait in line for so many hours. Shenlong left the line as he walked straight to the pavilion's entrance. "Hey, isn't that the man who was behind us just now? Senior brother, don't tell me that you think that he also has an invitation." The two young men that were in front of Shenlong had started conversing again as they saw him nearing the pavilion's entrance. The senior brother didn't comment, but he just quietly shook his head, indicating that this man probably wouldn't have an invitation. After all, the invitations from the pavilion weren't cabbages. Shenlong ignored the discussions around him, as two young girls in outer disciple robes asked him for his invitation. When Shenlong took out his shiny silver invitation, the two young girls inspected it before one of them rushed inside quickly. "Haha, senior brother, do you think that this guy came here with a fake invitation? Or else why haven't they granted him entry yet?" "Haha, your guess makes sense, junior brother. I think that you are probably right." Just when the crowd around Shenlong was sneering at him for trying to enter with a fake invitation, a hurried voice was heard rushing from inside the pavilion. "Senior, please excuse me for making you wait." When the people outside saw the owner of this voice, their jaws all dropped to the ground as the area outside the pavilion had suddenly turned so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 43, Putting Up for Auction. Monarch of Time. The person that was hurriedly rushing from the pavilion was Yin Xing, the genius rank 3 bronze grade alchemist of the treasure pavilion. Every invitation from the treasure pavilion had the personal mark of the person who had created it, and Yin Xing's invitation wasn't any different. Since he knew that the senior would be coming today, Yin Xing had ordered the people at the entrance to immediately inform him if a person who was dressed in black robes and was carrying his invitation were to appear today. As soon as the disciples stationed at the entrance recognized Yin Xing's personal mark in Shenlong's invitation, they rushed to inform him that the person he was waiting for had arrived, and Yin Xing in turn hurried towards the entrance. "Senior, please come in." As soon as Shenlong and Yin Xing had disappeared inside the pavilion, the people outside started whispering. "Senior brother, could it be that this person is some kind of senior alchemist who is of even higher rank than Alchemist Yin? Wouldn't such a person be at the silver grade then?" His senior brother nodded his head as he said, he must definitely be at least in the silver grade if Senior Yin came rushing and was so polite to him." While these discussions were taking place at the pavilion's entrance, Yin Xing was guiding Shenlong deep inside the first floor, towards the depths of the treasure pavilion where 2 huge doors were wide open and guards were stationed at the sides. Shenlong followed Yin Xing as they entered inside, and he noticed that there were 2 paths that they could follow. One path was leading straight ahead after entering the doors, towards the outer seats where people without invitations would sit. Yin Xing instead led Shenlong through the side entrance until they reached the private booths, where only people with invitations were allowed to seat themselves. "Senior, this way please," Yin Xing said as he pointed towards a private booth with the number 6 on it. Shenlong entered inside and Yin Xing followed behind him. Although the room was relatively small, in terms of luxuriousness it was perhaps even superior to the mystifying fragrance pavilion. The room had a luxurious red couch on the center and a table in front of it filled with food and wine. The treasure pavilion had paid a lot of attention to the decorations of these rooms, as they were all meant for important people. Shenlong took a look at the room before turning his head to look at Yin Xing, who was standing behind him and was looking at him eagerly. Shenlong laughed before saying in that altered heavy voice of his, "Do you have anything that you want to ask?" Yin Xing hurriedly shook his head as he answered, "No, senior. I just wanted to know if you find everything to your liking." "Yes, everything is good so far. Especially this couch that is made from the fur of a peak rank 2 scarlet-furred wolf," Shenlong answered. Yin Xing's eyes shone as he said, "As expected from a great alchemist such as Senior, you understood what the couch is made from just by throwing a single glance at it." Yin Xing was honestly impressed by Shenlong. A great alchemist had to know, not just how to mix medicinal herbs, but also have a wide knowledge regarding magical beasts. Shenlong of course had absorbed so much knowledge regarding medicinal herbs, magical beasts, and even the human body, that it was child's play for him to understand that this couch was made from the fur of a peak rank 2 magical beast. Yinsing looked at Shenlong eagerly as he asked, "Senior, do you happen to have any more of those qi barrier breaking pills?" Shenlong just smiled under his robes as Yinsing continued, "To tell the truth to Senior, the 5 qi barrier breaking pills that Senior sold to our treasure pavilion last time were bought by 2 high-rank elders of our sect, and they have been pressuring me about them ever since." Shenlong felt somewhat afraid inside as if his identity were to be exposed. Who knew how the sect would react if they were to learn that a rank 7 outer disciple can refine these kinds of medicinal pills? He took a deep breath to steel his nerves and said in a very heavy and stern voice to Yinsing, "I hope that there won't be any people learning of our deal. Otherwise you can forget about obtaining a single pill from me in the future." Yinsing could make out the irritation in Shenlong's voice and hurriedly said, "Senior, please rest assured. Although I said that the pills were bought from some mysterious senior, Yinsing would never leak things that Senior doesn't want other people to know." Shenlong nodded his head and said, "That's good then." Then he took out 12 bottles of pills, with 10 pills inside each bottle as he said, "Here are 120 qi barrier breaking pills. Do you think you can put them up in today's auction?" Yinsing's eyes shone with excitement when he saw the pills. Chapter 44, Auctioning the Pills. Monarch of Time. Yinsing's eyes shone with excitement as he happily nodded his head at Shenlong's question. The higher UPS of the Treasure Pavilion had pressured him quite a lot to reveal the creator of these special qi barrier-breaking pills. However, when they noticed that Yinsing wouldn't reveal anything, they eventually gave up, but they still told him that he had to do everything he can to get more of these pills. Yinsing had heard that some of the seniors in the sect had gifted these pills to their disciples, and just a few days ago, 3 of those disciples who had consumed these pills had left seclusion while their cultivations had skyrocketed from the peak of rank 6 in qi condensation all the way to the middle of rank 7. This was many months of hard work, all skipped thanks to one pill. It was natural that people would go crazy for it. Yinsing received the pills as he said to Shenlong with excitement, "Don't worry, Senior, I will definitely place the pills at the end of the auction." Shenlong shook his head as he said, "I want you to put the pills at the start of the auction. The closer to the start the better actually. I also want you to sell them in 4 different batches, 30 pills at a time." Yinsing was baffled as he asked Shenlong, "But Senior, isn't it better to put them towards the end of the auction so that they can be sold for a higher price? Usually, the more expensive goods are always placed at the ending of the auctions." Shenlong knew that Yinsing was right, but he wanted to know how much the qi barrier breaking pills would be sold for, so he could use the sect points from the profits to bid for the fire spirit fruit and the water element grass. Yinsing didn't seem to understand, but he still listened to Shenlong and left the room to quickly arrange for the qi barrier breaking pills to be auctioned as early as possible. Shenlong sat on the couch and he could see everyone below who was sitting on the outer seats, while he also had a clear view of the main stage where the auctioneer would stand on. Time quickly passed and soon, 2 hours had already gone by. The private rooms were now almost full while the outer seats below didn't have any more room for people to sit. The lights of the auction hall slowly dimmed as a beautiful young woman in green clothes had appeared at the main stage down below. Shenlong's eyes widened as he recognized her. The young woman smiled to the crowd as she said, "Honorable guests, welcome to our Treasure Pavilion's monthly auction. I, Lanjinjing, will act as your auctioneer today. I hope that you are all excited, as we have many special treasures for today's auction." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd in the outer seats started to silently discuss. "Isn't that Miss Lanjinjing? I thought that she acts as the auctioneer only for the yearly auctions of the Treasure Pavilion. Why is she participating in the auction of this month? I also saw Elder Lu Niu and Elder Meng Liang enter earlier. Could it be that there are some special treasures in this auction?" The beautiful auctioneer, Lan Jinjing, was the girl who was next to the stunning Lu Mei whom Shenlong had met when he visited the Alchemist's Guild. Lan Jinjing gestured with her hand and the crowd quietened as she started speaking. "I am certain that everyone here knows the rules. Every item starts with a minimum price, and the guests with the highest bid in the end can obtain them. Without further ado, this month's auction officially starts now," Lan Jinjing said as she clapped her hands, and 2 outer disciples carried the first item for the auction on the main stage, a black bow. "Dear guests, The first item for today's auction is a creation of Master Dugu's the air-piercing bow. As you all may know, Formation Master Dugu is a rank 1 silver grade Formation Master, and although this bow is merely at the pinnacle of rank 3 bronze grade, it is a perfect weapon for anyone below the heaven grade who is proficient in archery. The minimum bid is 1000 sect points, and every increment must be at least 50 sect points higher than the last bid. 1050, 1120, 1190. In the end, the black bow was sold for 1500 sect points to an outer disciple girl who was sitting at the outer seats. After 2 more items were sold, the auctioneer Lanjinjing took a deep breath as she said, "The 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th items in today's auction are a bit special. Originally our treasure pavilion would put them towards the end of the auction, but the senior who sold them insisted on them being auctioned at the start." A small table was carried at the center of the main stage, and 3 small bottles with 10 pills inside them could be seen as Lanjinjing continued explaining. These are some very special chi barrier breaking pills that can help people at the peak of rank 6 to directly advance to rank 7. Our pavilion has also verified that there is a high chance for those who consume these pills to directly reach the middle of rank 7 in chi condensation. As soon as these words were spoken, before Lanjinjing could list the minimum price of the pills, the crowd had already erupted in an uproar. Chapter 45, Water Element Grass appears. Monarch of Time. Lanjinjing understood how amazing these pills were. As a cultivator, directly skipping a minor stage of a rank in cultivation would save you at least a few months of work. However, she still motioned for the crowd to quiet down as she said, "There are a total of 120 pills for sale this time. All of them will be auctioned in 4 batches of 30 pills." When the crowd heard that, many people in the crowd were disheartened that they couldn't buy each pill individually, but the eyes of the richer people inside the private rooms were shining as they were eagerly waiting to start bidding. "Who knew I would be so lucky today? I came here for the Golden Lion Cub, but stumbled upon this instead. Haha, Meng Liang, I'm sure that I have more sect points than you. Can you afford to not bid for these chi barrier breaking pills? But if you do, then how are you going to compete with me for the Golden Lion Cub?" The voices originated from 2 different private rooms. The 2 people who spoke were Elder Lu Niu and Elder Meng Liang. Although the 2 of them were friends and were used to bantering with each other, Elder Meng Liang knew that Lu Niu was right. He gritted his teeth as he said to a young disciple who was standing beside him inside the private room, "Quickly return to the family and ask the patriarch for more sect points. Inform him that the chi barrier breaking pills have appeared in the auction and we probably won't have enough sect points to bid for the Golden Lion Cub later." The young man quickly acknowledged the order as he rushed back to quickly inform his patriarch. The starting price for the first 3 bottles of pills is 6,000 sect points, and every increment must be at a minimum of 100 sect points. The crowd below was startled at just the starting price of the pills, but the people in the private rooms weren't daunted at all by the high price. 7,000. 8,000. Li Wei bid 10.000 sect points. "I hope that the fellow deists will give me some face." Suddenly an elderly voice shouted. As soon as this voice was heard, many people stopped bidding. Elder Lu Niu said then, "If Senior Li Wei wishes to purchase this batch of pills, then of course I won't compete with you. Right, I am intrigued by this new recipe to create the chi barrier breaking pill. Even though it's a low-level pill, it can prove helpful in my research," Li Wei answered from his private room. Shen Long frowned that this old man wanted to purchase his batch of pills and for such a low price. Shen Long had originally estimated that every 3 bottles of chi barrier breaking pills would be sold for at least 12.000 sect points, but this old man shamelessly used his status when bidding to deter others from competing with him. As an accomplished rank 1 silver grade alchemist, people would be unwilling to offend Li Wei just for 3 bottles of pills, especially when there were 9 more bottles for sale. However, Shen Long was clearly dissatisfied with Li Wei's way of manipulating the prices, so he shouted in a heavy voice, 15.000 sect points. Everyone was agape as they heard Shen Long's altered voice. Not just because 15.000 sect points was an astonishing amount of sect points, but because someone dared to so openly go against alchemist Li Wei. Who is that person? I wonder who is this person who doesn't even give alchemist Li face. Li Wei frowned and his voice was full of displeasure as he asked, "This friend, I wonder who you are? Are you certain that you want to bid against me? Tisk, old man, you think you can get my pills for free? Today you will either lose all your face or your money." As for obtaining the recipe for my qi barrier-breaking pills, that's just wishful thinking, Shenlong, though inside as he felt that he had just released all his anger with his bid. Li Wei waited for a response, but since he received no reply, he declared in a voice that was obviously feeling extremely irritated. 20.000 sect points. If this friend is willing to offer more than this old man, then I will allow you to get these qi barrier breaking pills here, he said as he looked towards Shenlong's private room. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Alchemist Li. I wouldn't pay 20.000 sect points for a few rank 1 pills, but I must still congratulate you for being so well off that you can easily squander 20.000 sect points like that. Shenlong said laughingly. Originally, tampering with the prices by bidding for one's own treasures during the auction was forbidden, but since only Yinxing knew that the black-robed Shenlong was the seller of the pills, Li Wei couldn't find out anything if Yinxing didn't betray him. In the end, the first 3 bottles of qi barrier-breaking pills were purchased by Li Wei for the price of 20.000 sect points, but he was actually extremely angry and determined to find out who this black-robed man was. As soon as the auction was over, Lan Jingjing sent someone to deliver the pills at Li Wei's private room as well as collect the payment of the 20.000 sect points, before 2 other disciples brought forth the next 3 bottles of pills. Many people in the private rooms bid for the pills the second time around, and in the end, this batch was purchased by Elder Lu Niu for 12.700 sect points. The third batch and fourth batch of pills were all sold at 13.000 and 14.000 points each. Yinxing arrived at Shenlong's private room and he was holding a sect-identifying jade in his hands as he said respectfully, "Senior, I have come to deliver you the sect points." The final amount that the pills were sold for was 59.700 sect points. Extracting the 5% fee of our treasure pavilion, which comes at 2.985, the total amount that we owe senior comes down to 56.715 sect points. Yinxing then transferred the sect points to Shenlong, and just as he was about to speak, Lan Jingjing's voice sounded as she introduced the next item of the auction. Honorable guests, our next item is a rare rank 2 medicinal herb that I am sure many of you are interested in. It is the water element grass. Chapter 46, Terrifying Pressure. Monarch of Time. Our next item is a rare rank 2 medicinal herb, the water element grass. As soon as Lan Jingjing finished speaking, Shenlong's eyes shone brightly as his attention was all focused on the main stage of the hall where 2 disciples were carrying a bottle with a blue-colored grass inside it. The minimum bid for this water element grass will be 500 sect points, and every increment has to be at least 50 sect points. 600. 700. 1000. Shenlong's heavy voice was heard from inside the private room. 1100. Surprisingly, a young man's voice was heard from the outer seats as he competed with Shenlong for the water element grass. 2000. Shenlong said in the same tone as before. The water element grass was extremely important to him as he needed it to refine the rank 2 internal destruction pill. The young man from below contemplated for a bit but still gritted his teeth as he declared, 2200 sect points. It was obvious that this young man also needed the water element grass. 3000. Shenlong called again, making the young man in the outer seats to feel dejected. People in the hall were shocked that the price of the water element grass had reached double of its market price. Usually a stalk of water element grass would be sold for 1300 sect points. Even if the price went up, it wouldn't exceed 1500 sect points, but Shenlong had already bid 3000 sect points for it. After Shenlong's bid of 3000 sect points, no one competed with him for the water element grass any longer, and the staff of the treasure pavilion sent someone to deliver it to his private room as well as collect the payment. After Shenlong got his hands on the water element grass, he mumbled, "Now all I need is the fire spirit fruit." Yinxing looked like he something to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. Shenlong turned his eyes at him and said, "If you want to say something, just say it." Yinxing nodded his head as he responded, "Senior, although no one of the upper echelons of our pavilion would care even if they knew that you slightly inflated the price of the first 3 bottles of qi barrier breaking pills, I'm afraid that problems could arise due to Senior Li's identity. Senior Li is a high-ranking member in our floating cloud sect, and I fear that he may try to create some problems for Senior when you leave our treasure pavilion." Shenlong nodded at Yinxing's words, but he couldn't show any fear for Li Wei, or that could expose his identity. After all, Shenlong was supposedly a high-level alchemist himself as well. After thinking about it for a bit he said, although I'm not afraid of any problems that this Li Wei may try to cause me, I still don't want to waste my time with him. The unconcerned manner in which Shen Long spoke had truly fooled Yin Xing, who then replied, then if Senior doesn't mind, how about you leave the pavilion after obtaining everything that you require? Shen Long pondered for a bit before nodding his head. Not a bad idea. Then let's follow your plan, Shen Long said in that unconcerned but heavy voice of his. Yin Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead as he thought inside. Thank God that Senior is so aloof and doesn't care about fighting with others over minor matters, otherwise if I had to mediate over their fight with Senior Li I wouldn't have enough layers of skin to save myself. What Yin Xing didn't know was that Shen Long was also trying to find a way to avoid Li Wei, or that would end up exposing his identity if they were to actually fight. After all, Li Wei had definitely reached the heaven grade, being a silver grade alchemist, and Shen Long would be helpless in front of him if they were to truly fight. I have to become even stronger. The rate at which I'm progressing isn't enough. People like Li Wei, and even people like Yin Xing are already far stronger than me. If I want to establish a foothold in the cultivation world I will need to become even stronger than these people. I will do my best to reach the heaven grade, as only then will I be able to fight with people like Li Wei. Just as Shen Long was about to sort out his thoughts, with his goal of reaching the heaven grade, the triangular-shaped stone sucked in his consciousness, and an insanely strong force repelled everything around Shen Long. The decorations in the room and even the couch created from the fur of a rank 2 magical beast were all blown to smithereens, while Yin Xing, who was at the door of the room, was thrown outside like a cannonball. Everything in a radius of 10 meters around Shen Long was repelled, and the heavenly pressure that his body seemed to exude could be felt by everyone in the entire auction hall. Everyone felt like they were about to be pulverized from this terrifying pressure, as they couldn't even breathe properly. Even Li Wei was on his knees inside his private room due to this terrifying pressure. His eyes were full of terror as he looked towards Shen Long's room and thought of the man who he had wanted to take revenge against, that was now exuding such a pressure. Chapter 47, Desires. Monarch of Time. Shen Long could feel that the triangular-shaped stone was releasing a suppressive aura outside his body, but his consciousness was all sucked inside the triangular-shaped stone. This time he hadn't arrived in the space where he practiced his monarch's hourglass, but had instead been sucked inside a pitch-black space without the slightest trace of light. Shen Long couldn't see anything around him when a dignified voice that came from inside the darkness asked him, "What do you want?" Shen Long was puzzled as the voice asked him again, "Do you want power?" Shen Long didn't know if it was the triangular-shaped stone that was asking him or if it was someone else, but because the stone had directly merged with his soul, he had always felt as if the stone was part of him, so he replied, "Are you the little stone?" The voice repeated the question, "Do you want power?" Shen Long nodded his head as he answered truthfully, "Yes." "How much power?" the voice asked him again. Shen Long then thought for a bit before replying, "Enough to beat heaven grade experts at least." For the first time, the voice from the darkness showed some emotion as it laughed and said, "Heaven grade experts? Then what will you do if you meet someone at an even higher level than a heaven grade expert?" Shen Long hadn't thought that the voice would ask him such a question, and for the first time, he didn't have an answer in his mind. The voice then asked him, "What is your goal?" Shen Long thought deep and hard for a long time. "What is my goal?" Slowly Shen Long replied, "I want to be free." "What else?" the voice asked. "I want to control my own fate." "What else?" the voice repeated. Shen Long didn't know what to answer as the voice spoke again. "Search deep inside you. What do you really want?" "I want to live more. I want to experience everything in this world. I don't want to be constrained by others. I want to stand at the top of this world. I want to become the strongest person. I want to be the one in control." Desires poured out of Shen Long's heart while his voice grew louder and louder as he kept listing more and more things. Desires were easy to suppress if you kept them in the dark, but hard to control if you showed them even the tiniest bit of light. Ha 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 ha. Yes, that's it. Desire more, ask for more. Use your own hands, master. You are allowed to stand at the peak of this world this time, as the owner of the Stone of Time. Master? Shen Long asked questioningly. The voice grew weaker and weaker. "I will follow you no matter what, as you are my master." In the end, the voice was almost inaudible as the darkness slowly receded. It all condensed at the center of this space into a pitch-black egg. This egg was at the size of a human, and although it was pitch black, there were various ancient symbols on top of it, as it emanated a berserk and powerful aura. Now that the darkness had receded, Shenlong could see the space around him. It was 30 square meters big, and the only thing on this space aside from the black egg was the soil on the ground. When the darkness was condensed into the pitch-black egg, the aura that burst out from Shenlong's body had startled the entire floating cloud sect, before it returned back inside his body. Be it the outer city or the inner city, from the weakest outer disciples to the elders, everyone was alarmed by this burst of powerful aura as they fell to their knees, all of them unable to breathe. In the depths of the inner city inside a restricted area, there was a luxurious mansion. A man who seemed to be in his early 40s was sitting on his bed when he had sensed the burst of aura from the treasure pavilion as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes looked towards the location of the pavilion in the outer city, and after that horrifying aura was retracted back to its source, the man stood up. Could it be that some powerful senior has arrived in my outer city? The man mumbled to himself. This man was the strongest person in the entire floating cloud sect, the sect master Lu Jian. After sensing this aura, he issued a summons to the elders of the sect, ordering all of them to convene at the inner city's main hall. Shenlong's consciousness had been returned to his body before he had time to explore the newfound space in the triangular-shaped stone. However, he clearly remembered that the voice in the darkness had called the little stone of time, as well as Shenlong its master. Before Shenlong had time to ponder over things, heavy breathing could be heard from the entire treasure pavilion as people could finally breathe again. Chapter 48, Above the Spirit Realm, Monarch of Time. Before Shenlong had time to ponder over things, heavy breathing could be heard from the entire treasure pavilion. Everyone could now breathe again as they looked at Shenlong's private room with different emotions in their eyes. There was horror, reverence, awe, excitement, fear, worship, and more, all at the same time. Yin Xing, who had shot like a cannonball outside of the room earlier, was now looking at Shenlong's back with admiration and fanatism. As the loud gasps for air stopped, the entire treasure pavilion was bathed in silence. Nobody dared to utter a word, and most people were drenched in sweat from head to toe by now. Shenlong turned to look at Yin Xing, who still on the floor outside the room. Then he looked around the room and noticed that everything was destroyed, leaving it completely empty inside. Yin Xing, are you okay? Shenlong asked with a bit of embarrassment in his heavy voice. After all, Yin Xing was a rank 3 bronze-grade alchemist, and yet he had ended like that, just by being around Shenlong. Yin Xing waved his hands hurriedly as he stood up and said, "Of course, senior. Thank you for asking." Yin Xing felt flattered that the senior called his name directly. This person was definitely stronger than Alchemist Li Wei. The aura he had emitted earlier was definitely not in the heaven grade. As Yin Xing thought of the fact that this senior is probably above the heaven grade, he started trembling with excitement and was even more determined to forge a good relationship with Shenlong, as he then asked nervously, Senior, did something happen earlier which caused you to release your aura?" Shenlong understood what Yin Xing was talking about. Of course, that aura didn't belong to Shenlong but to the triangular-shaped stone. However, Shenlong had to give an excuse after destroying the entire room, so he said in his heavy voice, "Earlier, something happened that drew my attention, so I couldn't help but accidentally release my aura." Since Shenlong didn't explain explicitly what had happened and Yin Xing didn't ask for more details about that, if the senior didn't want to explain more, then he wouldn't mindlessly pester him about it. Instead, he switched the topic as he asked Shenlong, "Senior, about the auction, right? Yin Xing, are there any other private rooms available? If not, this one will do as well, although we may need another couch." "Senior means that you still want to participate in the auction?" "Of course, isn't that what I came here for?" "Okay senior, don't worry, I will make all the necessary arrangements." Yin Xing truly made the arrangements he had promised, as just half an incense stick of time later, he took Shenlong to another private room, and this one was even slightly bigger than the last one they were in earlier. He also informed the higher UPS of the treasure pavilion that what happened in the room was an accident, and that the mysterious senior wishes for the auction to keep going. The higher UPS of the pavilion didn't raise any questions and instead ordered Yin Xing to do his best to forge a close relationship with that person before they called Lan Jingjing and told her that she should continue with the auction. Although the crowd was still terrified by the earlier aura outbreak, Lan Jingjing's exceptional skills as an auctioneer had managed to divert everyone's attention, and people had started bidding again in no time. Meanwhile, in the inner city, the main hall was almost full as the elders of the sect were standing in front of the main seat, where the sect master has sitting on. The elders in the hall were the strongest people in the floating cloud sect. Even the weakest person in the room was at the early stages of rank 7 in the heaven grade. Sect master, what was that aura earlier? Could it be that sect master had a breakthrough? Ah yes, that must be it. Who else could release such an aura in the entire floating cloud city? Lu Jian motioned with his hand for everyone to be quiet before he said, "That frightening aura didn't come from me. Even if I managed to break through and reach the middle stages of the spirit realm, I still wouldn't be able to unleash such an aura." Then he took a deep breath as he said, "Actually, I called all of you here to ask if any of you has any idea why such a powerful person would suddenly appear in our floating cloud sect." The elders were all aghast when they heard Lu Jian's words. Silence permeated the hall until a person with white hair and a white beard said, "Sect master, do you think that this person has come here for the Vermilion Realm?" The person who asked this question was the Grand Elder of the sect, Lan Hong. His status was only below Lu Jian's and above every other elders. Lu Jian thought about it, but he eventually shook his head as he said, "Unlikely. It is too early for the Vermilion Realm to open anyway. Also, if this senior wanted to enter the Vermilion Realm, I doubt our floating cloud sect could assist him in any way. From my estimations, this senior's strength is above the late stages of the spirit realm. Perhaps even..." Lu Jian cut off his words and didn't dare speculate any further. Discussions were taking place over this matter, just in the main hall of the inner city, but everywhere in the entire floating cloud city. From the mystifying fragrance pavilion to even the cheapest inns, everyone was discussing about that sudden burst of suppressive aura. Meanwhile, the culprits, Shenlong's eyes were shining brightly at this moment as he heard Lan Jingjing saying, "Our next item for the auction is something that many alchemists need but can't easily find. Although it's only a rank 2 medicinal herb, it can help you improve your control over the element of fire consuming this fruit. It is precisely the fire spirit fruit." Chapter 49, Preparations complete. Monarch of Time. It is the fire spirit fruit. The minimum bid must be at least 5,000 sect points, while every increment must be at least 200 sect points higher than the last bid. Every alchemist sitting in the outer seats had stood up. Even the people inside the private rooms like Shenlong couldn't stay completely calm as they looked with eyes full of fervor towards the fire spirit fruit on the main stage. The only exception was Li Wei, who looked down from his private room towards those people with a mocking look in his eyes as he thought, "Look at those bumpkins getting so excited over a single fire spirit fruit. Our Alchemists Guild has at least 5 of those fruits." The bidding immediately started as people called their bids one after the other. 5,500 sect points. 6,000. 7,000. 7,500. The price didn't stop increasing until it reached the 10,000 sect points. Is there anyone who is willing to offer a higher price? If not, this fire spirit fruit will go to this honorable guest over here, Lan Jingjing said as she pointed towards a guest at the side of the outer seats who had bid 10,000 sect points for the fire spirit fruit. In reality, although the fire spirit fruit was rare, 10,000 sect points had already exceeded its value. But this was the reality of the auctions in the cultivation world. When you needed something, you would pay as much as you had to, in order to obtain it. 20,000 points, Shenlong called from inside the private room in a placid voice. The people inside the auction hall who heard Shenlong's voice and remembered the terrifying aura he had emitted earlier all started to shudder. The alchemist in the outer seats who had bid 10,000 sect points earlier, now felt dispirited. He had a bit more than 13,000 sect points and he was confident that he could obtain the fire spirit fruit, but the senior had to ruin everything. Even Yinsing couldn't help asking, "Senior, are you certain that you wish to spend 20,000 sect points for a rank 2 fire spirit fruit?" 20,000 sect points was an astronomical price to pay for a rank 2 herb. However, Shenlong didn't mind that. After selling the Qi barrier breaking pills earlier, his sect points were now more than 50,000. Shenlong just nodded his head at Yinsing's question. In the auction hall, Lan Jingjing was the first to recover as she said, "If there is no higher offer, then this fire spirit fruit will go to the senior in private room number 2. Since no one put forth a higher offer than Shenlong, the staff of the treasure pavilion sent someone to deliver the fire spirit fruit in his private room. A disciple in yellow robes arrived carrying a small wooden box with the fire spirit fruit inside. Shenlong paid the 20,000 sect points, and after receiving the box, he opened it and saw a red fruit the size of an adult's fist, with red lines all over its surface. Shenlong then closed the box and put it inside his robes along with the water element grass. After the disciple left the room, Shenlong handed Yinsing a paper as he said, although this recipe isn't as good as my original qi barrier breaking pill recipe, the pills created from this will still have a 40% chance of allowing a peak rank 6 qi condensation cultivator to reach the middle stages or rank 7. Yinsing was overjoyed when he heard Shenlong's words and held the recipe near his chest as he bowed repeatedly while thanking Shenlong. Yinsing had helped Shenlong a lot while he was in the treasure pavilion, and as an alchemist, Shenlong knew what Yinsing desired the most. Although this recipe was nothing in Shenlong's eyes, to Yinsing it was a priceless treasure that could help him improve his abilities as an alchemist even further. Shenlong then decided to leave the treasure pavilion as he had no more interest in the auction. He had already learned from Yinsing what the rest of the items in the auction were going to be, and the only interesting thing left was a golden lion cub. However, Yinsing's estimation was that the cub would be sold for at least 70,000 sect points. An adult golden lion was a rank 3 beast that could fight against experts at the late stages of the heaven grade. Anyone having such a mount would be near invincible in the floating cloud sect. Shenlong walked around the city until he found a secluded corner to remove his black robes, before stealthily returning to the inn. After paying the inn owner another 4 sect points for the next month, Shenlong shut himself in his room. He looked at the water element grass and the fire spirit fruit in his hands, as well as the rest of the ingredients that he had previously purchased from the treasure pavilion, and after taking a deep breath he said, "Finally, I now have everything needed to refine the internal destruction pill." Big announcement in the author's thoughts down below. Chapter 50, Spatial Space. Monarch of Time. All 5 ingredients needed for the internal destruction pill were all neatly arranged on the ground. However, Shenlong didn't immediately start the refining process but instead aimed to bring his mental state in peak condition first. This was the first time that he was going to refine a rank 2 pill, and it was the internal destruction pill at that. After studying Lu Wen's alchemy books and the theories that were written inside, as well as all the recipes for the rank 2 pills, Shenlong felt confident that he could refine every pill that was categorized as a bronze grade pill. However, he only had this one batch of ingredients, and in case he failed, he wouldn't get another chance, so bringing himself in optimal condition was necessary before starting the refinement. Shenlong used his spiritual strength to inspect the 5 medicinal herbs that were in front of him when suddenly, the water element grass disappeared from the ground. Shenlong was stunned as he abruptly stood up, but the water element grass had vanished from the room. He sent his spiritual strength around the room but he found nothing, when he suddenly sensed something in his spiritual space. He sent his spiritual strength inside the triangular-shaped stone, and he was shocked by what he saw inside. The water element grass had grown by almost 1/3 of its original size as it was buried in the ground inside the triangular-shaped stone's space. Shenlong could feel his qi depleting, but he didn't even react as he looked stupefied, staring blankly at the water element grass in the ground. The black egg was also there but were no visible changes around it. Different possibilities flashed through Shenlong's mind as he thought. Can I store medicinal herbs in this space? Do they grow faster here? Is that why the flow of time feels to be flowing faster in that patch of soil that the water element grass has buried itself at? Shenlong ignored his qi that was being rapidly depleted, as he used his spiritual strength on the fire spirit fruit. Originally there was no reaction, but as Shenlong willed for it to be transferred inside the spiritual space of the little stone, the fire spirit fruit vanished as it appeared near the water element grass. Shenlong removed a seed from the fire spirit fruit, and after burying it near the water element grass he felt his qi being sapped at an alarming rate. Half an hour later, Shenlong forcibly stopped his qi from being transferred towards the soil as his body was almost emptied out, but the effects of the soil were shocking. There was a small sapling at the place where he had buried the fire spirit fruit seed earlier, while the water element grass had already doubled in size. Shenlong wanted to try the same with the white root Ganoderma and the blood lotus, but his body was already out of qi. Shenlong was thrilled as this discovery solved his 2 biggest problems at the same time, while also providing an even more extraordinary benefit. Although the space inside the little stone isn't that big, it's more than enough for me to store what I need here. Wait, I guess I should call the little stone of time from now on. That's what that voice had called it as well. Shenlong pondered for a bit more as he said to himself, almost as if he was trying to verify his own finds. It seems like I have to exchange my chi for the ingredients to mature faster inside this space, but this way I can ensure that I won't really lack the ingredients for the internal destruction pill. In the future, I can also duplicate any rare medicinal herb I find, and then sell them to make a killing. As Shenlong was having these thoughts, a wide smile was hanging on his face. Although he couldn't really duplicate the rank 3 black-tongued python's poison in the soil as it wasn't a medicinal herb, he could always buy it again from that treasure pavilion if he needed it. Soon, 15 days passed like that, and from the constant depleting and replenishing of his chi, Shenlong had already managed to reach the early rank 8 in chi condensation. He already had a little tree of fire spirit fruits with 3 fruits ready to be plucked. The water element grass had reached 3 times its original size, and the same went for the white root Ganoderma and the blood lotus. Even if he failed the refinement process, Shenlong would only need the black-tongued python's poison since he already had everything else inside the spiritual space now. After sitting on the floor and warming up his cauldron, he started adding in the medicinal herbs.